and welcome to the Monday, June 10th meeting of the Radnor Township Board of Commissioners. Will you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so I'd like to make notice that the board met in executive session on June 3rd with all the commissioners you see present, including Commissioner Nagel. And just prior to this meeting, on June 3rd, we discussed matters of legal and personnel. And we met just prior to this meeting with all commissioners you see up here, with the exception of Commissioner Abel and Commissioner Nagel. And we discussed matters of legal importance. Before we move on to consent agenda, I would just like to congratulate Commissioner Clark on the birth of his fourth child. So,
thank you.
Mainly congratulations, I guess, to Brittany for the.
She did and continues to do all the work.
Yes.
There's no question.
And to Quinn and Julia and Scarlett, and welcome to Colette.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also to congratulate and thank our staff and all those in the community involved with the Memorial Day Parade and the Wayne Music Fest, which was Saturday. And both wonderful successes, and certainly putting the best face of Radnor forward as usual. So thank you all involved with those. Consent agenda. I will first note that the third bullet point under item G, the HARB section, that has been pulled, so that is not for consideration on the consent agenda. So may I get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the third bullet under item G?
Wait, does anybody want to pull?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anything? I'm sorry. Is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? Anything staff would like to pull from the consent agenda?
The Microsoft subscriptions.
Anything that the community would like to pull from the consent agenda this evening?
I don't use Microsoft.
All right, now I will ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the third bullet point under item G.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of the consent agenda minus the third bullet point under item G, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Nagel absent. We will take public comment now at this point. Good evening.
Good evening. Ann Minicozy, 129 Radnor Avenue, Villanova, 4th Ward. And I have two statements. The first one is an event announcement, and also to let you know that the Community Breakfast Undoing Racism Day has become the Community Breakfast Collaborative 501c3 nonprofit. And I did send each of you this press release, but I wanted to announce it to the public. The Community Breakfast Collaborative will hold its annual breakfast Wednesday, September 18th from 7:30 until 9:30 a.m. in the Villanova Room, Connolly Center, Villanova University. The event will be co-presented with Heeding God's Call to End Gun Violence and feature a panel including Brian Miller, who is the Executive Director, Chief of Police of Norristown, Mark E. Talbot Sr., and 2 Radnor High School students, so it will be interfaith as well as intergenerational, intermunicipal, inter-everyone. Our moderator is Sarah Wallace of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense. The registration fee is $15 a person, and registration will open July 1st, so you'll hear more about that later on. We organize as a 501c3 so that we could have the organizational structure in place for things to move forward. We've been doing it as a steering committee for 9 years. This will be our 9th breakfast. And for those of you who don't know this history, the community breakfast started originally with Radnor Township as the Unity Breakfast in 2000, and the township held it and paid for it completely from 2000 till 2007 until the economy crashed. The idea for the community breakfast came on June 1st, 2010, when the township renamed Brook Street Park in the 5th Ward and renamed it for Bishop Richard Allen Park. He's the founder of the Mother Bethel AME Church in Philadelphia, one of the first African-American churches in the United States. Radnor's connection to Bishop Allen is significant because as a freed slave and as an itinerant preacher, he walked up Conestoga Road in Garrett Hill, I guess before it was Garrett Hill, walked up Conestoga Road and preached at the Radnor United Methodist Church in Radnor, 7th Ward. The mission of the Community Breakfast Collaborative remains. It's to collaborate and support each other to be Dr. King's beloved community through dialogue, education, networking, and action. So I invite everyone to come to the breakfast on September 18th. The second statement that I want to make concerns specifically the Radnor United Methodist Church, which is 930 Conestoga Road in Garrett Hill in Rosemont. It was founded in 1780. And that is where Bishop Allen preached as the itinerant preacher. What I'm hearing in the community is there's just a few members left in that congregation, and there's some kind of a question as to what's going to happen with the property. Maybe it would be a community center. So I'm hearing a few things in the community. But I wanted to make sure that you're aware that there's the cemetery that you can see from the road as you're driving down the hill or up the hill on Conestoga Road. There's the visible cemetery. There's also an invisible cemetery. There are unmarked graves of African Americans who were members of that congregation, and not a lot of people know about that. I know Ted Pollard at the Historical Society knows about that, but I thought there's just very few of us around who know, and I don't know if that information is digitized. So there could be a preservation effort, a historical effort with the state. There could be a number of things that could happen with that property. So in the same way that we had the Save Garrett Hill Coalition a number of years ago now, I just want to make sure everyone's aware. I'm very passionate about the Bishop Allen and the Radnor United Methodist Church, that we make sure to preserve that history of Radnor in Garrett Hill. So thank you very much, and thank you all for your service. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Anne. Good evening.
Hey, hi, I'm Ben Taylor. I live at 219 Broughton Lane in Villanova, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Villanova University. I've been a member of this community all my life. This is our 5th generation living here. My children went to Ithan Elementary, an award-winning school. And I've been a past president of the Wayne Rotary Club and JCs and other organizations. Villanova, and I'm also probably the only one in the room that has eaten at Spoon's Delicatessen on North Wayne Avenue and knew Chief Bones of the Radnor Township Police Department. The people at Villanova have been outstanding in the community, and Nancy and I appreciate everything that they have done. We highly endorse their policy regarding the lighting situation on campus. The lighting has never, ever been an issue. Our property is adjacent to the campus. We enjoy having the students and faculty there. We feel that when you live close to a university such as Villanova, you need to expect campus activities. So we endorse their proposal unqualifiedly, and I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Sarah.
Sarah Pilling, 29 Garrett Avenue, with my Ready for 100 hat on. I have two things I'd like to say. I wanted the commissioners, because none were in attendance, and the public to know that we had the first meeting of the Green Team Task Force to bring Ready for 100 into reality. The board members, or the task force team members, are Miss Allie Bauer of Radnor High School. She and Becca Jazak are head of the Earth Action Leadership Conference. Katrina Ogilvy, who is an environmental educator. Ruth Mooney, a former nurse. Ruth Levy, who is on the faculty of Villanova for public health. Dan Burnham of Central Baptist Church, who's gotten himself into being quite an expert in plastics. And Mark Mullen, who turns out is a neighbor of what is your name? Luke Clark, who is getting his master in sustainability engineering. It was a good meeting. They were organizing themselves. It was televised. The next meeting is on the 25th of June in the office outside of Bob Zinkowski's office. It is a public meeting, but it will not be televised. So that's the first thing.
Sarah, what time is that meeting?
6:30. 6:30, hopefully till only 8 o'clock. They're getting their ducks in a row. Their first issue is to develop an RFP to present to you during the budget, because we can't do all this without having some kind of an expert. So they're working on that as well as public education. The second issue is in response to a rumor I heard that during executive session you discussed 131 and 133 Garrett Avenue. So this is my Garrett Avenue hat on. I have lived on that street for 37 years. The township was first notified, although many of us who live on that street or transect that street all the time kept looking up higher and higher and higher as this house got bigger and bigger and bigger. It first was brought to the attention of the township on the 25th of February. There have been several cease and desist orders. That's bunk, because the exterior of the house is finished, except for the front steps. The house is too big. It's outside of the Garrett Hill zoning that we spent 3 years devising and coming to planning and putting forward, because we want to maintain the character of the neighborhood. Here's my fear. If he is allowed to build that house as big as it's been built, you are opening the door to the next person who has already stated he'll do exactly what he wants in redeveloping a property, and he'll pay a fine and he'll get away with it. No, no, no. You must stand to your guns. I feel sorry for the guy that he may have to tear the house down or at least tear the third floor off, but it is outside of the zoning which was accepted by the Board of Commissioners, and it is zoning law in Radnor Township. So please do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other public comment this evening?
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is Laura Reinhardt from Eaches Avenue, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the 4th of July Committee, the Garrett Hill Rosemont 4th of July Parade. And I'm here to invite all of you and the public to the 4th of July Parade. It will be held on Thursday, July 4th. The opening ceremonies will kick off at the corner of Conestoga and Williams Roads outside of Flippin' Bailey's at 10:45 a.m. Thursday the 4th. The parade will march around Garrett Hill and Rosemont and will end at the newly renovated and beautiful Clem McCrone Park. We will have food, music, steel drums, and fun for everyone at the park immediately following the parade. Most importantly, we are in need of volunteers to join Commissioner Farhi in the dunk tank. So if any of you would be interested in doing that, feel free to come and cool off in the July sun. And thank you very much for your support, for everybody at the township that I've been working with for the first year. It's been a pleasure, and everybody's been very helpful, and thank you. All right.
Thank you very much.
My name is Martin Caulfield. At the last BOC meeting, I asked for this meeting to have an update on where the township stands with the development of a new lighting ordinance. And I highly recommend you also take a look at the noise ordinance. Noise ordinance was put into place in 1976. In my lay interpretation of it, it has very little teeth in it. I know from having spent many a summer at a beach community in New Jersey, when they have loud noises, the police show up with a handheld noise meter and they can make a decision right at the moment whether or not a violation has occurred. No such process is defined in the 1976 noise ordinance. So if we could first start with how things are going with the light ordinance, and then maybe follow up next month with how things are going with the noise ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Sure.
Is it appropriate to discuss Wawa now, or will you be hearing comments later?
So there will most likely be a vote. There will be a vote on Wawa, so you're more than welcome to speak now, or you can wait and hold your comments till then, whichever you prefer. Okay.
May I just come back for a second?
Sure.
I understood from the last meeting that it was acceptable to the commissioners to present an update on the lighting ordinance. But I got a sense walking back to my seat that might not be on tonight's agenda. Is that correct?
No, the lighting ordinance, I'm sorry, is not on tonight's agenda. We have a lot of, a lot of things that have, we really need to attend to that have times on them. So,
And when will the lighting ordinance come back into play?
So, Solicitor Rice, do you think maybe that this is something we could take up in July, maybe, when we have some
Possibly.
cleared our
I'm-
agenda a bit?
There was an ordinance in front of the planning commission. They were doing some work on it. You probably attended the planning
Yeah,
commission.
I heard their comments. I thought they sent it back up with saying, basically returning it saying, in its format as presented, it was difficult for them to vote yay or nay.
With no recommendation, just
Right.
punt.
Punt, correct.
Okay.
All right,
And,
so-
I have to say something. It is disappointing. I understand there's an incredible agenda here. But when I see a nod of a head of a board member saying, yes, basically, yes, we'll talk about it next month, and then there's no addressing of it tonight, I'm a little surprised. You don't have to address it tonight. I'd just like to express I'm a little surprised. Thank you.
Do you think we can look at perhaps maybe doing something on this in July?
Yeah, July would make some sense. I think there was almost too much regulation in the ordinance that was put together. There's certainly large sections of that would make some sense. I've seen some suggestions that it ought to be as simple as possible. We are working also on noise and other nuisance types of activities other than light and noise and things like that. But, I'll get together with, I think Mary was at the Planning Commission, and then we'll come back with something to put in front of the board in July.
So, yeah, even if we don't have something specific, maybe at least just an update on where we stand and maybe a preliminary draft or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a judgment on how far you want to go in terms of regulating lights. Do you want to regulate all lighting in the township, commercial lighting in the township, institutional, residential, new houses that go up? I mean, there's a wide array of regulations you can put in your zoning code,
So let's put,
or in a separate lighting code.
all right, so let's put that on for discussion in July, and then we can provide some direction to help kind of hone that down. Does anyone?
I think stadiums were highest on the priority, I think, on that.
It's absolutely at the top
Maybe
of
we
the
should
list.
table a vote. Senator.
Okay, we'll put it on for discussion the first meeting in July, and then provide you some direction. Thank you, Mr. Caulfield. Thank you. Any other public comment, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Elliot Nathan Funkhauser Jr. I live at 910 Conestoga Road, rear apartment, and I grew up on Eaches. To me, Garrett Hill is my home and my community. I love it very much, and I always have. And part of my love for my community is the aesthetic that it has and the images that come to my mind when I think of it. So one of the most important things in Garrett Hill is its namesake street, Garrett Avenue. Now, as of late, one of the images that have been popping into my mind is that of an ugly house that is too tall, and that of not so much of a lack of concern, but a lack of speed in how it is being dealt with. And I think I speak for a lot of our a lot of your constituents that may not be here tonight when I say we would like to see more action done, and for the owner of the property to not get it in his head that this is an acceptable practice. There needs to be more than just the one fine. There needs to be something done to make an example that this sort of thing cannot happen in this township, in our home, and more importantly, in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment this evening? All right. Then we will move on. Recognition of Great American Pub. Commissioner Larkin.
Anybody here tonight from the Great American Pub? Perfect. Why don't you guys come on up? So this is 100% the reason that I wanted to run for office and to give awards to bars. No, this doesn't work. Good, I probably should have been on the record saying that anyway. Are we on now? There we go. So we have recently passed additional funding that we're going to continue working on to continue beautifying downtown Wayne, and that's fantastic, and we're going to keep working on that project. But in the meantime, we have a business owner here that has done a fantastic job picking up the laboring oar and pulling on behalf of both themselves and the community. We're hugely grateful for the work that we have done. And as a result, we are presenting the Great American Pub with a plaque in recognition of the work that they have done so that we can say thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being in Radnor Township and the great town of Wayne. You guys do a great job. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can I, Helen McGrain? Come on up, Helen. All right, so this is a pleasure for me. So I've known Helen, I don't know, for a million years, something like that. But we are honoring Helen tonight for the work that she has done with the Radnor Township Library. I think if you haven't been to our beautiful new library, you really need to go. It is amazing. And not only is it a library, but I think it's also kind of the center and the heart of our community here in Wayne. It's a place where people meet. It's a place where people gather, and it is just a wonderful asset and one of the jewels of our community. So Helen has just recently gone off the board. She served as president for 2 years, 3 years.
3 years, I think, and yeah, on the executive committee for a while. But go ahead.
Oh. So Helen just cycled off, and they had to find 2 people to replace her. We're right back there to fill her shoes. But Helen oversaw, along with Annie, who's the library. Where's Annie? Executive director. There she is. Oversaw really the work of the construction of the library, the capital campaign, and raised the money to support the beautiful new library, which is benefiting everyone in the township. So on behalf of Radnor Township, we would like to present Helen Grommel McGrain in recognition of your dedicated service to the Radnor Township community by serving on the Board of Trustees from the Memorial Library of Radnor Township from June 2009 to May 2019. So you were there for 10 years. Yes. Please know that the citizens, commissioners, and staff of Radnor Township sincerely appreciate and thank you for your lasting contributions to help make Radnor Township the best place to live, work, play, and do business on the main line, as well as read books. And we award this to you today, June 10th, 2019.
It's beautiful. Thank you. I just would like to say this is very meaningful to me. Thank you so much. My husband and I moved here 20 years ago, and not a week goes by that we don't say how fortunate we are to live in Radnor Township. It's such a wonderful community and a beautiful place to live, and the library is a big part of that. But I want to, let me put this down. I have a list of people, I'm not going to read a list of names. We do have a plaque up in the library that lists everybody that contributed to the project, but it was a lot of money and a lot of hard work. These are some of the main groups of people that participated in the project. Going back to 2014, the Board of Commissioners put the public funding together. They did a lot of work on that. Radnor Township staff under Bob Zinkowski worked very, very hard. The Radnor Memorial Library Board, and there's a bunch of them back there, put in tons and tons of hours, and everyone on the board gave a significant amount towards the project. The library staff, under the direction of Annie Lapley, fantastic job, and they had to deal with a lot of annoyances moving from place to place, but they worked very hard and also contributed to the project. The steering committee, who put the private funding together, raised over $1 million in conjunction with the staff and with the Board of Trustees for the Radnor Library. The Friends, which is a separate 501(c) connected to the library, they not only contributed to the project, but they contribute to our operating expenses every year. They put in lots and lots of unpaid hours working that book sale. And finally, the residents and other folks who donated to the project, we needed every penny that we got, and we did get over $1 million. Finally, I'd just like to say thanks to Frank, and my husband Frank, and my son Bobby for putting up with all my absences. So, thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Okay, moving on. The first is discussion of the, I will note that we're going to move item H up under item C, so we can get through that. But the first is discussion of right-of-way ordinance agreement, and then it's requested by Commissioner Abel. Commissioner Abel.
All right, thank you. A growing frustration of mine over the past several months is the state of Radnor roads. I think we all share in that frustration, but you know, you go through my ward and we'll have utility companies opening up roads. So we're asking residents to deal through this process of fixing utilities, but at the end, they're getting their roads resurfaced, but the roads are in worse condition than when it started. And you go on some of these roads, it looks like a checkerboard. So what I would like to see is ask our solicitor if we can look at our right-of-way agreement or the nuisance ordinance and hold utility companies to a higher standard. So when they come in, I know there's a formula right now on where they can and what they're required to do when they open up a road, but to force them, if they open up a road, that at minimum they have to resurface the one lane that they're working on. I think that's a bare minimum, and it would do a lot for our small streets in our neighborhoods.
As Mr. Norsini knows, we have a right-of-way ordinance, so I guess
that
we should take a look at it. I think some of that is covered, though, isn't it?
After, I believe it's 4 openings within 100 feet, they have to resurface that lane. So in most cases, when a utility goes down one side of the street, they will have to mill and resurface that lane. Single patches over long distances, no. They're just patches.
And I think, if I can, in support of Commissioner Abel here, is there are a number of roads, and especially that he's brought out, where there are long gaps, where there are stretches of the road that are repaved, but then the work that they've damaged the road in between those areas are not covered within this agreement, and they should. And I agree with you. It's a checkerboard effect that we should look at to try to make that if they do work, because again, conditions of road, the heavy construction equipment that's running over that road all the time, that they should buy the entire lane.
So Steve, I just came down South Devon to get here. They've got an area between Devonwood and Arbordale where they've opened it up 3 times and just did patchwork. it doesn't wear evenly. So now-
I concur. So like I say, the ordinance states X patches within 100 feet, you have to do the single lane, single mill and overlay. But when they're doing spots, or they might, by our ordinance, overlay, say, 300 feet, but then, as you noted, there is a gap because they're not required to do anything for their other work. I think we could work with the solicitor to come up with something more comprehensive to try to get that whole area. It would just mean changing some of those distances to try to get that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. Whatever we could do, especially on these small, perpendicular streets to the major streets, so neighbors, we're already asking them to suffer through all the construction work. At least at the end of the day, they should have one lane milled and resurfaced.
I agree 100%, Commissioner.
Okay. On to.
Well, so I think we need a commitment. So what are we going to do with this? So,
I think
so let's have a
It sounds to me
deliverable.
like Mr. Norsini is going to work with
Consensus of
Mr.
the board
Rice.
is we'll work on it.
Or do you need you need a consensus or vote from this board?
Just a consensus if unless someone objects to it.
Is there anyone that objects? I didn't hear any objections. Okay. Moving on. Presentation of the 2018 independent audit. Mr. White, you want to introduce this?
Well, I am going to hand it off to the folks that did a great job of overseeing this. I'll start with Mr. Tate to my left. He oversees this project every year. It's a comprehensive audit that's required by the township's charter. The board has engaged Zelenkowski Axelrod. This was the first year of their second 3-year term with the township. They've completed the audit, and as is customary, they give a very brief update to the board at a public meeting. They're here tonight and prepared to do so, and then we can answer any questions. Logistically, after the presentation, there's a resolution that's next on the agenda, which is where the Board of Commissioners simply accept the audited financial statements. At the end of the day, those statements are the management's responsibility, and we're the ones certifying their accuracy, and the auditors are, it's their report, and they stand by their report. So the commissioners are simply accepting the financial statements as we've prepared and as the auditors have reported on. With the adoption of that resolution tonight, we will conclude the comprehensive annual financial report, which includes all of the township's financial statements and accompanying footnotes and statistical information. We'll conclude that by putting the opinion letter on, or Zelenkowski Axelrod will put the date on the opinion letter and submit it officially. We'll include it in our CAF, or Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, and then publish it to the township's website, and also submit it to the Government Finance Officers Association for their consideration in the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. So that's where we're at in the process. Our representatives from ZA are here tonight. If it's okay with the chair, we'd like to turn it over and let them give a very, very brief presentation.
Absolutely. Come on up. Good evening. Thank you for being here.
This is Tim Mira. I'm Debbie Bacon. We are from Zelenkowski Axelrod, and we're very pleased tonight to present the results of the audit. First, I'd just like to outline what our responsibilities are with regard to the audit. We are responsible for issuing an opinion on the financial statements that have been prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting standards. We audit the financial statements in accordance with the United States generally accepted auditing standards. Our responsibility is not to provide an opinion on internal control. However, we do look at internal control, and we do some testing of that, but we do not issue an opinion on it. The township's responsibilities involve preparing the financial statements in accordance with U.S. GAAP, preparing the required supplementary information, and then we don't audit that information. We merely perform limited procedures. That would include the management's discussion and analysis, budgetary comparison, and the pension and OPEB disclosures and financial information. We are very pleased to announce that the results of the audit are an unmodified opinion on the township's financial statements this year. That means that basically you're getting a clean opinion. There are no findings. There are no management comments at this time. So we are very pleased to announce that. The only major accounting standard that had to be adopted this year was one standard that is related to the OPEB plan, and the financial statements have been properly adjusted, and the full disclosures are included in them. That's the formal announcement that we have as far as the opinion. We would like to thank and would first like to commend Bill and Bob on the great work that they do, because it makes our life a lot easier in the end. And we'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to continue to be the auditors of Radnor Township. Are there any questions?
Does anyone have any questions?
Just a quick comment. I know that, Bill White, you've gotten rid of, 17 comments before, and there were no comments this year. So Bill and Bob Tate and your whole accounting staff and financial staff, great job. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, on to resolution then, 2019-51, board acceptance of the 2018 comprehensive annual financial report and independent audit report. Mr. White.
It just, as touched on a moment ago, this is the formal acceptance of those financial statements. So this will be the last piece in concluding the project. I appreciate the comment or compliment from Commissioner Farhi, and it would be remiss if the board didn't take some credit for that, because it was priority number one when we got here. So we followed the board's direction on that. And Mr. Tate, who is extremely humble, will only allow me a couple seconds to compliment him and the work that he does, because when you say accounting staff, that's the guy who runs this project. We have 3 folks in the finance department that are doing the day-to-day, and then they also assist in putting the extra effort in for the statements and all of the added work that the audit brings. But they all do a great job, and they work closely with all the departments in getting the information together, especially the internal controls, which are something that we take very seriously. So Bob Tate deserves a great deal of the credit, as does the finance department and all the departments.
Mr. Tate, do you have something you want to add?
Just my thanks to Bill and our team. It's not a one-man job. It's a team effort, and as Bill mentioned, our staff works closely with all department heads and to make this come together and happen. So my thanks to Bill and to the manager and to the board for allowing us to do what we do.
Well, you definitely are all to be commended for a job well done. And do you have a member of CARFAC that helps you as well? There's a gentleman that, his name's escaping me.
Yes, we do. Mr. Ed Kane.
Mr. Kane. Yes.
Has been involved in the process. I did send him a draft of the report this morning. So he is aware of the results of the audit and the clean opinion and the no comments. Unfortunately, he was unable to make it tonight.
Okay. Well, congratulations. Job well done, and for all your hard work. May I get a motion to approve Resolution 2019-51, acceptance of the 2018 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report and Independent Audit Report?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment to the motion on the floor? And I'll call the vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2019-51, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Nagel absent. Excellent. Okay, on to item H. And I think we have, yes. So may I get a motion to approve the introduction of Ordinance 2019-05, providing for the amendment of the Radnor Township Code of Ordinances by amending Part 2, General legislation creating a new Chapter 224, adopting regulations for the planting, controlling, and removal of bamboo, including penalties and other remedies for violations. Mr. Nocini, do you want to start, or?
I'll go right to Mr. Golis from the
Okay.
Shade Tree Commission.
Well,
Lisa, do you want me to move for it, and then we'll take
Yeah,
a
let's
second?
do- make a
All right, so I'll
motion.
move for that.
We have a second? Okay. Mr. Golis,
Oh,
thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having us. So I'm the Planning Commission's liaison to Shade Tree, so I'm representing Shade Tree tonight. What you see before you is a rewritten version of bamboo ordinance that we presented to the board in April 2018, and you sent it back to us. So this rewrite was a product of discussions that the Shade Tree members had with BOC members Rich Booker and Lisa Borowski, who attend our meetings, which we truly appreciate, and with the Radnor arborist John Hosbach and Solicitor John Rice, who together crafted this ordinance. For context, the proposed bamboo ordinance comes in response to Radnor staff concerns, residents' concerns, and the Radnor Conservancy's concerns about running bamboo encroachment on public and private land in Radnor. Invasive bamboo species spread rapidly and create a dense thicket. They crowd out native species found in Radnor. In turn, understory plant loss can result in erosion, and the wildlife species we have here do not eat it. And bamboo produces some kind of protein, the running bamboo, a protein that actually inhibits other plant growth around it, which I didn't really know until I started to look into this. Running bamboo is extremely difficult to manage and very expensive to remove. I put in a 20 by 30 patch in my yard in 1986, and I've spent thousands of dollars to get rid of it, and we still have it coming back. So it's when they say invasive, they mean it. This ordinance differentiates running bamboo from container-grown clumping bamboo. This ordinance does not seek to address bamboo that's controlled that way. This ordinance grandfathers running bamboo that exists on property prior to its passage, as long as that bamboo is managed responsibly. Research shows that while Pennsylvania does not prohibit the planting, propagating, or selling of bamboo, a number of neighboring municipalities have ordinances banning the planting of new running bamboo. And those include Lower Merion, Swarthmore, Upper Darby, Haverford, Marple, Rose Valley, Narberth, and Newtown. So that's my pitch, and I'm happy to try to answer any of your questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Does anyone have any questions?
I do,
Jeff?
actually. I've got, I'm going to say substantively two amendments that I would offer, but before I do, I want to run them by you. The first is in subsection B, which is prohibition, you say upon the effective date of this part, the granting, growing, or cultivating of running bamboo by any person shall be prohibited within the township. But then in subsection C, you have a section addressing what to do with pre-existing bamboo. So it looks like there's a tension between those because you're saying you're not allowed to grow it, but then you say, well, yeah, you are, you're pre-existing. Would you mind if we added to subsection B a preamble that said something to the effect of, with the exception of pre-existing bamboo, which is defined in greater detail below, upon the effective date of this part, the planting, et cetera?
No, that was our intent, so I would appreciate that edit.
And then the second amendment that I would offer, if it's not going to be offensive to you guys, is you have in subsection C, the owner of any premises on which running bamboo plants or roots currently exist shall manage, trim, or cut all running bamboo not contained on such property, which requires me as a person, like not actually me because I don't have running bamboo, but me as the property owner with running bamboo to trim all of the other bamboo in the township, which I don't think is your intent.
No, not at all.
So would it be fair to take out that not and say the owner of any premises on which running bamboo plants or roots currently exist shall manage, trim, or cut all running bamboo contained on such property?
Yes.
Okay, those would be my two amendments. There's also a random floating open parentheses that I get rid of, but I assume you're not wedded to that either.
Okay, great.
So with that, I would move for the amendment pursuant to the stuff I just said.
I'll second that motion. So we will go ahead and first vote to the motion on the floor. Is there any comment to the amendment that's been put forth? Okay, any staff comment to the amendment that's been put forth? Any public comment to the amendment? To the amendment that's on the floor or to the overall? I did, to the amendment that we have. Okay. Then I will go ahead and call a vote on the amendment to the current ordinance. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-1. All right, so now we will deal with the amended version. Is there any comment to the amended version of the bamboo ordinance? Mr. Fari? Mr. Fari?
So I get the spirit of it, and I think that's great, but I think once you start banning one species and another species, you run a real slippery slope. So I do understand what you're trying to prevent, but I think that's just a slippery slope of, you'll just have checklists, and before you know it, you'll have pages of species that you can't ban for, or that you do ban for one reason or another. So while I appreciate your work and everything that you do, I will be voting against this. Thank you.
My comment is, what's the enforcement? Do we need additional manpower to enforce this?
No, Rich, I think the way we crafted this, and I hope it comes, I was hoping it would come across, would be the residents or the township, if it's on township property, the township itself, or the residents who have this running bamboo, not bamboo that's contained, would police themselves. And if something happened where my 20 to 30 foot patch gets into my neighbor's yard and I don't want to do anything about it, then the township, would be called to do it. And this gives the township some teeth for that. And there's no policing. This is not an onerous, we didn't intend for this to be onerous or a police-heavy type thing.
Right, so no, I wouldn't want to hire any new bamboo police.
No. The township doesn't have the facility to do that.
Any other comments from the commissioners? All right, I think, thank you very much for your hard work. I think the first one that you did put forth was extremely extensive and needed a lot of work. You did a good job paring it down, and I think it gets to the main, some of the main concerns, which is, bamboo that is encroaching on the streets and in the areas where, people are walking and things like that. So I think that it will get to that. So I will be approving this tonight, and thank you for your hard work, Matt.
Very much.
And the Shade Tree Commission as well.
Sure.
Any other commissioner comment? Is there any staff comment? Any public comment? Please, come up. You need to come up to the microphone, please. Good evening.
Commissioners, I just hope that if the
Could you
commissioners...
state, I'm sorry, just state your name first.
My name is Roy Binion. If you're going to be introducing an amendment to a bamboo, mitigation for encroachment, I think you should also consider stormwater in its real entirety of encroaching upon others, and how significant that stormwater is as a force that could actually do significant damage to life and property. And bamboo can only grow and make someone upset. And I agree that you should, in fact, mitigate bamboo. But if you do that, you should also consider stormwater and water management very seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Binion. Any other comment to the bamboo ordinance? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of ordinance 2019-05, introducing the amendment to the Township Code with regards to the removal of bamboo, including penalties and other remedies for violations. And yes, I did paraphrase that. All those, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 5-1. All right, so the ordinance has been introduced and will be on for final approval at our next agenda. So thank you for indulging us and letting us take that out of order. We will now move on with ordinance 2019-06. So may I get approval to introduce approving a lease agreement between the Township of Radnor and the Willows Park Preserve? I need a motion to approve the lease agreement between the Township of Radnor and the Willows Park Preserve.
So moved.
May I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Rice.
Yes. As the board is aware, this is a replacement of an existing lease agreement which was executed July of, I think, 2018 for the lease of the Willows Mansion to the Willows Park Preserve. This lease will replace that lease. And we have been back and forth with this at public meetings and executive session, and what's in front of you, in my view, is ready to be introduced, which means goes forward, it gets advertised, and it comes back in 2 weeks for final adoption, with 2 additional revisions. One of the issues that need to be addressed is insurance by the WPP as a tenant, since they're undertaking construction on the township building. What are their contractors going to be obligated to provide in terms of insurance? So we have a list of insurances from the township's agent. Instead of putting that into the document, what I'd like to do is suggest that the insurance section of the lease, which is on page 5, section 11, have an additional paragraph. And I'll read that into the record. I believe that the WPP, well, I know that they've reviewed the language and they're acceptable. The language is acceptable to them. But that new paragraph C would read, all insurance coverages shall be approved by the township, including any additional coverages deemed necessary, provided they're commercially reasonable, prior to the issuance of a building permit to the WPP by the township, with the township's approvals not to be unreasonably withheld. So we've provided the WPP the list of coverages. I know they're investigating it. I think this is something in the next 2 weeks before this comes back to the board for final adoption should be resolved, so that they know what the obligation is, the township knows what the obligation is. But there's various coverages that they're going to have to carry. The township's still going to insure this building, but they're also going to have their own contractors in there. We need to make sure, since they're the contracting party, that they're imposing on their contractors or vendors. I mean, ultimately, there may be people that are bringing food and drink in there, the appropriate insurance types and amounts. So that would be added in section 11 of the new paragraph C. The other addition here, since this replaces the existing lease, we need to carry over the township appointees to the board. So that would go in at the actually the very last page, the last section. Since we're revoking that lease agreement, everything is replaced except for that power of the township to appoint 2 representatives to the WPP board. So they're the only 2 changes, which is as to what's in front of you.
So that last one that's going to go in section 21 under miscellaneous?
K,
Okay.
yes, page 10. Actually, the last.
I'm sorry. What was that?
The appointment of the 2 reps? Yeah, that would go into the, I'm sorry, page 10, subparagraph K.
Subparagraph A?
K.
Okay, okay.
So it would read this
So
lease.
section 21, subparagraph K.
Right.
Okay.
And that's what's in the existing lease, the carryover of the 2 appointees to the board.
Okay.
When this was rewritten, that was left out. That needs to be stay in there.
Okay. Before we have commissioner discussion, is there anyone from WPP who wants to speak, or? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, commissioners. I think at this point I've met most of you either personally or at least at one of these meetings, but just to reintroduce myself, my name's Evelyn McGravy, and I serve as counsel for Willows Park Preserve, or the WPP. I don't want to take too much of your time. I know you have a very crowded agenda tonight. However, I just wanted to provide a little bit of background for the record so that there's a full understanding of why we're revisiting the lease and why it's been introduced at this time. The WPP was incorporated almost 2 years ago as a Pennsylvania nonprofit corporation. It applied and was granted Section 501c3 status as a federally tax-exempt organization, organized and existing for the purposes of restoring and rehabilitating the Willows Mansion to ensure its use as a community resource for generations of Radnor residents. From its inception, the WPP has been committed to collaborating with the township and working toward alleviating its burden of preserving this invaluable township asset so that it may once again become a community hub for public and private events, educational and historical programming, and a 7-day-a-week meeting gathering place for residents in this community. The lease agreement that was entered almost a year ago today had memorialized this collaboration between both Radnor Township and the WPP. However, it left many questions unanswered, and there was significant uncertainty regarding how the township's generous allegation of $1.8 million, as well as all of the privately raised funds that the WPP would be raising through its fundraising efforts and its capital campaign, would be not only held together but dispersed, and that is why we are here today. This lease agreement takes away those uncertainties. It provides assurances to the township that the WPP will never look beyond that $1.6 million remaining of the allocation that was originally made back in July and memorialized by that original lease. The WPP, in order to do this and to provide that assurance to the township and its residents, has agreed to take on significant financial burdens with regards to this project. They will be taking on the costs of all of the interior construction improvements, alterations, and additions. They are taking on the maintenance responsibilities. After 2 years of this lease, they will be taking on the costs of the utilities. And as John Rice just stated, we're going to be taking on significant insurance obligations as well. The reason that the WPP is so willing to do this is because they are so very committed to this project. My law firm has been around for about 8 years now. We are dedicated solely to the representation of nonprofit organizations. Since our inception, we've represented close to 500 nonprofit organizations. I can tell you from personal experience that you have an extremely dedicated group here that has made such significant strides, particularly for a volunteer-only organization at this point. This is an organization that has not only poised itself to mobilize with a significant capital campaign once this lease is finalized, but also has already lined up professional construction professionals to move forward with this project, launched a new website that's going to bring hopefully a lot more in terms of donations and interest to this project, as well as already secured $1 million donation. So they are ready and mobilized and hopefully looking forward to continuing to collaborate in good faith with the township and looking forward to this public-private partnership continuing throughout the term of the lease agreement. If there's any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Well, I'll ask, is there any commissioner discussion to the motion on the floor before, in case, while Evelyn's here?
Well, while Evan's here, speaking with some of my other fellow commissioners on this issue, a couple of questions came out. Access of the public, you said, we talked about 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
So the public will have access to the property even throughout the construct, or how is that going to work? Or is there prohibitions for the public?
So the programming side of the WPP, which would include the educational, historical programming, the events, both public and private, and the access to the public, will likely have to wait until certain improvements are made to the structure. So that's not going to happen day one of the lease being signed. However, the WPP is committed to moving forward as quickly as possible with the construction improvements. Specifically within the lease agreement, they are agreeing to begin phase 1, which is outlined on Exhibit A to the lease agreement, within 6 months of signing this lease. And they really are hoping to finish everything within 4 years, but hopefully be able to structure the construction in such a way that programming could begin much earlier than that.
So during construction, the public will not be able to access the building at all?
It would depend on the scope of the construction. Obviously, they would want to ensure that the public safety, so if there was any type of hazard that was being presented by the construction, then they would have to limit access.
And one of the other items that came out was the WPP would have 24-hour access to the facility. My understanding of that was just to have the flexibility to go in and out of the facility without the township having to let people in and out. Is that what it is, or is there more to it than that?
No, that's exactly what it is. Yes. So the WPP, like a standard tenant, would have 24-hour access to the mansion. The township also has access to the mansion per the lease language. Obviously, the township's access as a landlord would be where they would obviously access the premises so as to not disrupt any programming that may be going on at that time. They would give some notice to the WPP of their intent to enter the premises, but that and they would be able to enter at any time in an emergency type of situation, typical of your traditional landlord-tenant type of relationship.
One of the other items that has been noted, or at least somewhat controversial, is the language in the lease that WPP will have the ability to implement its whole, quote-unquote, holistic approach in other areas of the park. And the concern that I've heard is that that means that WPP was going to take over the park in some way. I don't think that that's what that means, but can you elucidate
yes, absolutely.
that term?
Absolutely. That was never the intention of the WPP. The way that the lease is structured now, the WPP's focus is the interior of the mansion, that structure, and conducting program for the community within that structure. There was talk, and there is a interest on the part of the WPP to, at one point, maybe try to obtain arboretum status for areas of the park,
right.
But they are not looking, nor do they have the resources to take over the park per
Right.
se. Their
Basically
mission is dedicated to the mansion.
Putting genus and species on the types of
Yes,
trees.
exactly.
Like,
Mhm.
that's what that means.
Bringing in experts in order to do that, yes.
And the one other item was with respect to the payments to be made by the township. My understanding of the lease is that it doesn't require the township to expend its funds to improve the utilities up front, but that will go concurrently with the expenditures and fundraising of WPP. Is that correct, or is that not correct?
That is correct. So how the lease is structured, after revisiting the language several times between Mr. Rice and myself, the way that we have structured it is that the township is still taking on that burden for utility infrastructure upgrades. The WPP is hoping to start their portion of the project within 6 months. There is a lease provision clause in the lease which would ask that the township would begin the water and sewer line upgrades specifically noted in the lease within 1 year of lease signing. Any additional utility upgrades that the WPP may need based on the use and occupancy of the premises, they would come back to the township, request those, but nothing would be in excess of the 1.6 that's allocated. So if the water sewer upgrades are less than the 1.6 and there's available funding, the WPP would have the option to come forward, present their needs to the township, let them know if there's an upgrade necessary for electric, fiber, whatever it might be that's delineated in the lease, and as long as it remains within that original allocated funds, they would request that the township would take that on.
And again, just to reiterate, this is still going to be a public building for the public use.
Absolutely.
And this is, the concern that I've heard is that we're divesting a property to a private entity, but this really is a private entity to operate it as a public facility.
Absolutely. And in fact, the Section 501c3 status that's been granted by the IRS for the WPP is contingent upon the fact that the WPP presented itself as its mission is to preserve this historic landmark, this township asset, for generations of Radnor residents, that it is asking and it requested of the IRS to recognize its charitable status. Part of that is to alleviate the township's burden of taking this on themselves. There is a provision within the lease agreement that allows the WPP to conduct private events. However, they are limited to only 25 events per year. There's a limitation on the amount of people that can be used. And in order to maintain their IRS 501c3 status, they would not be able to go over that number, because once any type of private event would become a significant or more than an insubstantial portion of their activities, they would no longer be considered a charitable organization based on their mission.
And in any event, that's consistent with prior use. Prior to it being shut down, it was used for private weddings, and
Yes.
that's still the same thing.
Yes.
It's really it's no different from the use prior to it's being shut down several years ago.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments?
Anyone else? I just want to follow up on a couple of Commissioner
Sure.
Booker's questions. Can you define in the revised lease what leased premises are?
What the lease premises are?
Right.
Sure. So if you refer, the lease premises is defined as the mansion and the areas adjacent, and they are set forth, that's set forth in section 1. And when you look at the map that is delineated, I think it's attached as Exhibit B, you can see the red line that extends around the mansion, includes the Wishing Well courtyard and a portion of the drive up to the Fountain Wall Plaza.
Okay.
That would be the lease premises.
Okay. And that's what I understood it to be when this originally was passed by a previous board. On the website that was launched last week or the week prior, there were pictures and some language indicating access to the pond and access to the trails.
Okay.
I looked today, those were taken down. Were those removed purposely?
You know what, I don't actually have the answer to that question. I don't know if they were removed purposefully. I believe that the version of the website, that was sent to the township wasn't completely finalized yet. They were getting ready to launch it. They wanted to show the commissioners their progress. So there probably have been changes since that time. But I don't run the operations of the WPP.
Okay, but there's no, the WPP is not trying to sell this to the public as they have access to the pond.
No. In
Are there-
fact, I believe that the mansion has what's called they're anticipated a pond view room, which is the glass structure, and that is how it's being presented by the WPP, that the residents will be able to access this pond view room so they can see the views of the park.
Are there plans to hold events using the pond?
No.
Okay, so the residents will have complete access to the pond area, even if an event's going on?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The entire park would be open to residents even if there was an event going on in the mansion.
Okay. Another follow-up on Commissioner Booker's comments. So when this was originally passed, I think part of the support from the residents was that they would have access to the house, the pond view room, as you described it. That still exists, because I don't see anything in this lease, this revised lease, that says residents will have access to this area.
They will still have access. The idea is that this entire mansion will be afforded access to the public. There's no intention on the part of the WPP for any private use by the organization or by any third parties that contract to have a private event other than for that specific event on that specific contracted for day.
Okay. I actually do have some concern with the language Commissioner Booker raised with, it's in section, I believe, 4, quote, may extend its holistic approach to other areas of the park. I just don't know how future boards or future WPP members may view that language, and I would propose striking that language. If the WPP wants to come back and get Arboretum status, I think they should just come in and request it. I don't think we need it as part of the revised lease.
I don't think that the WPP would object to that. However, I would note that the that language is preceded by subject to the approval of the Board of Commissioners. The WPP may extend its holistic approach to other areas of the park, including seeking arboretum status. So it is contemplated within the lease that the
Yeah.
WPP would come before the Board
And
of Commissioners for that approval.
I do know that's there, but again, I would be looking at it from how I think the previous board passed it, where they wanted the residents to have complete access to the park. I could read that as future boards may not have that same mindset and be willing to give away part of the park. And I would not want to pass anything that has that language in there.
Again, I do not believe that the WPP would be opposed to striking that language. Their mission really is centered on the restoring and improving the mansion so that it can be used as a community hub for Radnor residents.
Okay. The need for 24/7 access. I mean, you've been out to this park, it's a quiet neighborhood. There's not much activity in the morning or in the evening. So by giving full access to the park, are we going to be having delivery trucks if there's a wedding showing up at 7 a.m.?
That's a question, to be honest, I don't really have an answer for at this point in time. However, what the lease does contemplate is that the township and the WPP will meet on an annual to biannual basis to review any of the events that will be contracted for or that are anticipated for that year. They will be conducted in conjunction with any programming that the township would want to also host at the Willows Mansion and would obviously be open to, and that those types of issues would be worked out at that point.
I see Bob's gone. Steve, what time do the parks open in the morning? Is it 8 a.m.?
I believe it's dawn to dusk.
I would like to see stronger language in there as well, where we don't have deliveries coming in, before a certain time period. I think that's, these are small roads. I think we're delving into a quality of life issue with noise, so close to at least 3 neighborhoods. And then on the flip side, the nighttime. We've had what I would consider an increased amount of crime in that area. If we have cars that are left there overnight or that are accessing after dusk, and I know there's going to be some parties, but if there's regular access after dusk, it's going to require that our police department monitor more frequently that area. And I think I just suspect we're going to see a higher increase in crime in that area with folks knowing that there's going to be more, a larger presence. People are going to be leaving cars overnight. So I think this is an area that we should probably get more input on and, maybe talk to Chief Flanagan and, hear from others. And I don't know that the neighbors even were aware of this when the original lease was approved.
Well, the events were raised in the original lease too. That language is actually taken directly from the original lease. And as Commissioner Booker aptly pointed out, this is similar to the same use as was conducted at the property prior to it being closed down due to its unsafe condition.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just concerned about the language for 24/7, 365 days. The other item on the website that threw up a red flag for me was the permitted use of concerts, outside concerts. Again, I don't remember this being a permitted activity during the original discussions. I would love to hear what the neighbors in the surrounding neighborhoods feel about it, because it is going to directly impact, again, their quality of life.
Aren't there already concerts and other events there now, as is?
What's it?
The township has concerts and stuff like that there now.
What? I'm not aware of a concert.
Yeah, they have like the summertime concert series, and they've had bands and things there before.
Well, again, when this was sold as open to the public, we talked about weddings inside. large outside concerts were not part of that, and I think it would be good to hear from residents on how they feel. They may think differently about the permitted use.
That's why it's on the agenda right now. It's on for introduction, and then when we introduce it, then we'll have another discussion in 2 weeks as well.
So those, those are my concerns, and would like to see some of that language revised before adoption.
Are you making an amendment, or Mr. Rice? I mean, will we need to make an amendment, or? I guess my question to you, Commissioner Abel, is we've had multiple executive sessions on this, and you did not bring up any of these concerns. We, in fact, met as recently as last Monday, and you brought up none of these concerns.
Because I don't believe it's a discussion for executive session. I mean, that's part of the problem, is this whole discussion has been behind closed doors, and there's been no input from the public.
And that's what this public meeting is right now.
I think, actually, I will make, I'll propose we table this discussion, and that we, I'd like to see Commissioner Booker do a community development meeting on this issue so that residents can come out and they have one single issue to talk about, and we'll see how they feel about the revised lease.
Are you making a motion to table?
I would have no objection to that if WPP would like to come and set up a special community development meeting to have a more discussion on these items. I don't have any objection to that.
Can I just jump in with a comment?
So
before
no,
we
I have there's a motion to table on the floor. Is there a second for that motion?
I'm for tabling this, but I would like to say what I have to say, so.
Well, then second it, so you can say it.
All right, fine, I'll second it.
Okay.
Motion to table. All right, all those in favor of tabling, please indicate by.
Now it's comment.
This comment. So I just want to add my comment. Jake, I actually agree with you when it comes to problems with, delivery trucks and drop-offs all hours of the day. I think maybe putting something in there where you limit times, maybe from 8 a.m., obviously there's going to be certain exceptions, but try to get there after 8 a.m. and leave before 8 p.m. or something. As you know, that I'm going to be dealing with that in the next, the G. So I think that's important, that you do have aesthetic quality of a neighborhood, and you have people that don't want to be bothered by noise or lights, and no, so I do feel your pain on that. I just have one question on top of the. Sorry.
A motion to table here, so I think we need to vote on that first.
Can I make a comment before you do, or,
Sure.
or is that not appropriate?
Well, I just have one more thing, because, you're all going to speak, and I just want to say, just one quick question. The fall festival that you have every year, that pumpkin festival, you do open up the house. Is that considered one of your 25 events?
That's a township event,
So
Sean.
it's-
Yes, that's
okay.
I don't
just
believe
wanna-
that's a
no, I know it's a
WPP event.
township event, but there are other third-party vendors. You have the little kids that do the rock
John, you're
bands.
asking them to comment on an event that is not theirs. It is a township event
Just
run
wanna
by the
make sure.
township.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's run by the township.
All right. Excellent.
Tammy isn't here to answer those questions, so.
Okay. All right.
And for the weddings, for the large events, they will be they will be 10 or 11 o'clock when they close. So that would be technically after the park
Closes.
So there would be trucks, the caterers and other people will pack up and leave at the end of those events. So that is contemplated, John, by the lease, or Evelyn, that's by the lease, or?
That language was referenced earlier about the major events was in the same lease, which was
Yes.
approved a year ago. That hasn't changed. Let me just read it. It basically says, first of all, there's an obligation, this is under Section 4, for the township and WPP to meet before January 31st of each year to establish a schedule of mansion use, because it's going to be their use and township use. So whatever the mix is, there's certain township events that happen the same time every year, so they have to plan around those township events. And then it says the use is for major private uses, resident community group uses, and township uses. So there's 3 categories of uses. One is their use, the other is resident or community groups that might want to use it, and the third is a township use. And then the limitation on WPP is no more than 25 major private events, each with no more than 150 attendees. And then for each major event, WPP has to coordinate with the township to schedule hours of operation, parking, security, et cetera. That really hasn't changed. I mean, that was in the same document that.
Well, one of the things I'd like to point out, thank you, John, but one of the things I would like to point out too is the primary purpose of the WPP is not to be a private wedding hall. That is not what their primary purpose is. The reason that the private events are included within both their application to the IRS for 501c3 status as well as this lease agreement is to help to offset some of the operating expenses that they are taking on during the term of this lease for the township, the utility costs, the cost of maintenance, the cost of the construction and improvements, your HVAC system goes. That's what those are for, because the community events and all of the programming that the WPP is committed to providing for the Radnor residents are going to most likely be offered for very nominal amounts of money or free. There will be unless you're bringing in a third-party vendor to, have a horticulture show or whatever there might be offering there, there's going to be no real revenue generated from those activities. So the private events is not the singular purpose of this organization. The singular purpose of this organization is to alleviate the township's burden and allow for this asset to once again be used by Radnor residents. That's why they went and formed as a nonprofit corporation. That's why they applied for tax-exempt status. They are a committed group of individuals who are committed to preserving this for Radnor Township. They do not want to be in the business of having weddings or other private events. It is there in order to offset their future operating expenses. And again, as I said earlier, if this were ever to become more than an insubstantial part of their activities, they jeopardize losing their 501c3 status. So that's not the focus of this lease agreement. And I would also ask, I understand that there's a motion to table this. However, at the last meeting on May 20th, the WPP was given the assurance of this Board of Commissioners that this matter would be introduced in June and voted on at your next meeting. That was the hope, that we have worked very diligently over the last several months, but particularly within the last 6 weeks, to get this lease into a position that both the township and the WPP's obligations and responsibilities with regards to this property were clear, that there was a clear understanding as to the respective obligations, and that there was a contemplated public-private partnership that has been agreed and approved now by 2 separate boards of commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. McGreevy. And you guys, you have, and I believe that the commissioners have participated in many opportunities or been offered many opportunities to participate in this process as well. I think that now to take this and bring it to a community development committee meeting is really unnecessary. May I just ask in the audience here, besides the Willows Park Preserve board members, who I know are here, are there any community members here to speak with regards to the Willows? Sarah, you're sort of a Sarah, no, I'm not asking for public comment, but you're sort of a de facto member of WPP. I'm not asking for public comment though right now, I'm sorry.
But I would like to respond to Jake Abel.
Well, have a seat, please. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see if there's any residents here who are concerned. So, Commissioner Abel, to your point, I believe that the residents have been given plenty of notice with regards to this. We already passed one lease with regards to this. I think there's ample opportunity for the community to participate in this, for the community to air their concerns. I can't stop a motion to table. There has been a motion and a second, so I do need to put that to a vote. And I will do so right now. So all those in favor of motion to table, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed? Nay. Motion fails 4-2. So we will go back to considering the original motion that is on the floor, and that is to introduce this amendment. Is there any additional commissioner comment to the motion that is
I
on the
think
floor?
Commissioner Abel wanted to make some language changes to the lease to cover these issues. So specifically,
Can I make a
trucks.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the only thing I heard in terms of language was Commissioner Abel had mentioned Section 4, the sentence that says, for each major event, WPP, no, I'm sorry, subject, first paragraph in 4, subject to the approval of the Board of Commissioners, WPP may extend its holistic approach to other areas of the park, including seeking arboretum status. I heard the suggestion that that be struck. I didn't hear any other language changes specifically, but if there's something else that Commissioner Abel wants to do, he can always come back if it's not substantial and do it in 2 weeks when it's up for a public hearing. I mean, what I heard.
I'd also like to strike the language of needing access 24/7, 365.
I don't think that says that anywhere, does it?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
It's under
Section
Section
7?
6, or
Six.
7, I'm
Seven,
sorry.
seven.
Commencing with the commencement date, WPP shall have access to the mansion 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. In order to, as a tenant that's going to be conducting all of the tenant improvements, in order to be able to privately fund and contract with various contractors, they need access to the property.
Well, even if you're throwing 25 major events, weddings typically end by 11. I don't see the need to be in the park at 3 a.m.
Well, they might need cleanup crews
likewise.
in there cleaning up or something like that from an
Again,
event.
4 hours. Likewise, I don't think neighbors would appreciate if we have commercial vehicles accessing the park at 7:30 a.m.
Yeah, if the park is open dusk to dawn, they're going to be in there in the summertime. People can be in the park at 5:30 a.m. Is there consensus on the board? Is there anyone else concerned with this issue?
No, I mean, I agree. You should just set some parameters so that best practices of when you have deliveries come in and come out.
One of the things that your
don't
township
think
appointee to the WPP board just pointed out is there is a difference between access and use of the property. So you're asking the WPP will have access for 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. That's not necessarily the same as using the property 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And for the events or for the community programming, it's not just, again, about the private event concerns. There's also going to be, community events, your Boy Scout troops, your Girl Scout troops that might want to use the pond view room and might go till 10 o'clock at night. So there will be those community events that will necessitate a use that may extend beyond dawn to dusk, the park hours.
Is there consensus on the board for this to be changed?
Well, I guess the only issue is to make sure that we don't have commercial, is there anything in there limiting commercial vehicles from, between, actually you have to have it between midnight and 4 a.m., something like that. I think that's the concern that Jake is talking about with the neighbors and commercial vehicles from midnight to 4 a.m., something like that.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, isn't this just a question of they need unlimited access for the permissible uses that they have under the lease? It doesn't have to say 24/7, but they need unlimited access in order to enter the premises for the uses that are permitted under the lease. I mean, it's not that they're going to be there 24/7, but they have to have the right to go in there if they're performing some function, fixing some piece of the building, repairing, I mean, that's what this particular type of lease needs. I mean, it
And they
doesn't
can't-
necessarily have to say 24/7.
Well, hold on. So, sure, like if there's an emergency, I get it. But if you have a vendor that says, "Oh yeah, it's 1 o'clock at night. We need this tent tomorrow," that held a wedding, that held for the wedding, for a graduation, we're going to come get it at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
They're not going to
I
be
mean-
taking down a tent in the
Well,
middle of the night.
I mean, but you are is that what you're trying to get at, Jake, or not? Okay. Yeah.
And
No.
the
I.
WPP, as aptly stated, would also be subject to any type of noise ordinance or any other applicable, policy or procedure of the township. So, those concerns are going to be addressed through your own municipal code in certain respects.
We could, if there is an adjustment, we could talk about this between introduction and final.
It's a very non-substantive provision of the lease.
Yes.
So.
There's no code of a big truck going ba-boom, 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 on that narrow road in the middle of the night. I mean, big trucks make noises, and
I'm
that's
sure
what I think. Yeah.
my client would not have an issue with revising the language because, as Mr. Rice, correctly stated, this isn't a substantive issue. I'm sure they wouldn't have a problem with ensuring that there are no commercial vehicles on the property at 2 a.m. or
Well, yeah,
12 to
as long as
4
there's a
a.m.
parameter of best practices, I think, and it's not access 24/7, 365. That I believe would it would
Alleviate
sit
some of
better
the
with me. I don't
concerns.
want to speak for Commissioner Abel, but I think that would at least.
All right, so can we make
good
some of the,
compromise.
you guys can talk, we can go ahead and introduce, and we can talk about these, and then we can have this, something a little more substantive for final adoption.
Sure.
In 2 weeks.
All right.
All right, is there any other commissioner comment? Is there any staff comment? Is there any public comment? Now, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you get up and then sit down.
Directly addressing Mr. Abel. The Boy Scouts are there overnight with fire and singing every year. It is a township event. I have been to plays and concerts there, loud concerts, and fireworks. It happens now. I don't know that anyone from Inverray has ever complained. I think you're trying to over-regulate it, frankly.
Any other additional public comment? All right, I will call the vote. All those in favor of introducing ordinance 2019-06, approving a lease between the Township of Radnor and Willows Park Preserve, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Rich, I'm sorry, how did you vote? Aye. Okay. Motion passes 5-1. Willows Park Preserve, thank you very much for your perseverance. We appreciate it. I'd also like to thank the staff. There have been amendments made to this lease, important things that they have brought up, and always working in the township's best interest. So thank you all very much, and we will see you again in 2 weeks. Thank you. Okay, on to item E, Wawa, Lancaster and Aberdeen Avenues, final subdivision plan. Mr. Norsini, Mr. Rice, who's
As the board is aware, I'll give a little bit of background. Wawa has been in front of the Planning Commission on more than one occasion. Planning Commission recommended a denial. I believe it was a couple months ago at their meeting. So it's before the board for decision on the plan. Mr. Cornelia has requested to be able to basically have a public hearing. He's got a court reporter here. He has his consultants here. I believe he's going to make a presentation, why the plan should be approved and why it complies, and probably submit some documents also. The board can certainly ask some questions. You have the township's consultant reviews. You have a communication from my office in terms of compliance. and outstanding issues. So once Mr. Cornelia is done making his presentation, and I can go through the issues that I think are still outstanding on this plan.
Thank you. For the record, Nick Cornelia, representing the applicant. The Caracellians are Wayne Property Acquisition Group. I have submitted and pre-marked a list of exhibits, which is basically the same. All of us have seen these exhibits before. There are the review letters, there are the plans, there are the comments to the review letters. It's the traffic report, a summary of the traffic report. All of this is already on the township website, but I have marked it, have made copies of it. I'll hand them to Mr. Rice so that he has them. And I also have an exhibit list indicating that they have been marked and that they have been entered as exhibits, and I'll make certain the court reporter gets a copy of it as well.
Speaking of court report, we have a court reporter?
Yes.
So you want to introduce?
Paula, I mean, this is Paula, who, is our court reporter here this evening.
That's unusual. This is the first meeting, I think, that we had a court reporter for a Board of Commissioners meeting.
When you have a public hearing, actually, that's when you have a court reporter.
Is this a public hearing or no?
It's a public hearing, yes.
All right.
Are there copies for the commissioners, Counselor, or it's just in our packet?
Turn them over. That's a pack. As I said, a lot of this is just everything that's been submitted to date, both by the consultants and by the applicant. So there's really nothing missing. Actually, I have the opinion letter of Mr. Rice's office in that packet, as well as a letter from an attorney for the neighbors requesting a review of the use.
So because there is a court stenographer here, when you say there really is nothing missing, is there nothing missing, or is there just really nothing missing?
Sean, in my mind, I went through everything and I included everything that I could. Could I have missed a document? I can't say that I didn't. If I missed it, it wasn't intentional. As I said, the main documents here are the plans, the review letters, and the comments to the review letters. All right, so that's all included here.
And just so I can, Commissioner Farhi, what Mr. Cornelia is doing is he's making a record. He has a court reporter, he has documents that bear on this application, and he's making his record in the event that the board denies the plan and there's an appeal or approves the plan. And he wants to make sure the record's complete, because Delaware County is going to say, send us the record. So the record's going to be whatever is said tonight and what he just handed me, which we already have, but he's got it organized. That's the record then on an appeal.
And all the remarks that are made in public comment will be entered into this record as well?
If the court reporter records it, yes.
Your intent, Mr. Caniglia?
I don't have any problem with people coming up and making public comment.
Will it be recorded by the court reporter?
Yeah, it will be recorded.
I would view a court stenographer as almost posturing that this is going to be elevated to another jurisdiction, or another court.
Attorneys make records.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
And it is also televised, so it is
Right.
also a record as well.
Okay,
Please
Pete?
proceed, Mr. Caniglia.
Pete? I'll swear him in. Do you want to swear him in?
Were we entitled to notice that this was going to be a public hearing with witnesses? I'm not familiar with the procedure, but generally, you don't.
Please, can you please approach, please
I
approach?
guess, yeah, you'll need, so that it gets onto the
Yeah.
TV.
We wouldn't want it to be unstenographed.
I'm going to allow this since it's kind of unusual. This has been the first time this has ever happened since I've been on the board, so please.
Excuse me, I don't know if we could ask...
Could you please just state your name?
Oh,
I'm
my
sorry.
name is Bradley Mortensen, 325 Pembroke Avenue, Mortensen, 325 Pembroke Avenue, St. David's, PA. Thank you. This has now become a public hearing with testimony being taken, witnesses being called. I don't think we got any notice of that. I'm not familiar with how you can conduct a mini trial or a hearing at the level we're talking about without some sort of public notice that this is what's going to happen. So I would ask Mr. Rice, is this called for in procedural statutes for land use planning? Is this winging it? Is this to make a record for future use in the
Happens,
court of common pleas?
happens all the time, sir. With land developments and subdivision, it happens all the times because the MPC doesn't have a clear hearing process like a zoning hearing board does.
And so
so
we can have a hearing without any notice.
We're going to have Mr. Cornelia call the people he wants to call. There's not going to be other rebuttal witnesses. I don't intend to call any witnesses because the record is the plan, and the record is the review letters. So
Are
it's
these witnesses subject to cross-examination?
no.
No?
No. They can be asked questions. They can be
Well,
asked
then that's
questions.
cross-examination.
They can be asked questions by the board or by myself. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if they're sworn in, it's under penalty of perjury, but it seems to me that there should be some notice for due process with regard to this kind of scenario, and that you were entitled to have noticed this was going to happen. Obviously, you didn't. There are witnesses now going to testify about traffic and a variety of other factors, engineering, that you are not been likely prepared to cross-examine or answer questions. Seems to me that this is really pushing it far beyond the bounds of fairness and due process. And so that's, I guess what I've been described as a protester in legal papers, I would object to this going forward under these circumstances without some notice to all parties who could then prepare. Thank you.
Thank you.
But,
Oh, there's
sir,
one more.
just to clarify, Mr. Rice, we were all aware that there'd be a stenographer here tonight.
Yeah, it's been posted on the township's website that there was going to be a hearing. This is no different than if there was not a stenographer here. The same presentation would happen. The same questions can be asked. This happens a lot with subdivisions and land developments because it is not like a zoning hearing board. It's an optional process that Mr. Cornelia asked to bring a court reporter. He's entitled to do it.
Okay, excuse me, Susan Stern, 202 Midland Road. I'm going to inject on 3 points. One, there's no more agendas in the back, so I just borrowed this one. I've been shushed twice by this court reporter who's only supposed to be taking the record. It is very intimidating to the public. I happen to be comfortable speaking in public, but many people are not. It's very intimidating to come up here in general. But to be told that you're going to be coming up and now it's going to be testimony that's going to be recorded in this way without any due notice to the public. The agenda does not say hearing. The agenda says final subdivision, and what we were indicated is that Mr. Cornelia didn't even want to do a caucus. So I'm frankly surprised to hear any presentation tonight, because my understanding of land development is that this would be what we would call a caucus, where there would be all sorts of information given out. They don't call it testimony, but presentation. I've never before in my 8 years on the Planning Commission and the 20 years I've lived in Radnor seen something conducted this way. It is very antagonistic and very intimidating to the public. And I just want to put it on the record for whomever might hear this next, that this is really a huge violation of the public process. Thank you.
Susan, you shouldn't be shushed, period. And it's a problem
Okay.
when,
Okay.
no, it's a problem when you're bringing a third party to shush people, especially residents that have an opinion about that.
Okay.
So I object as well.
Sean, you just have to understand, she's
No.
trying to take down what everyone say.
Well,
is
you don't
saying.
shush
that's
somebody.
why-
No, you
All
have
right,
to understand
Sean,
that this is a public
Sean,
hearing.
we are not going to argue about this.
No, we should, because,
Sean.
you know, who knows how else they're going to try to silence people? It's
Okay,
ridiculous.
no one will be silenced.
Well, they're being shushed.
We are allowing people to come up and speak in public comment. No one is being shushed.
Just so everyone.
No, actually, they are.
Yes.
Susan was shushed.
Okay,
It's
Sean.
the same thing. The
We-
only difference here before any other hearing that you would have, or any other land development you would have, is a court reporter is present. That's the only difference.
Okay. Alex, go ahead.
Alex Yiannopoulos, Yiannopoulos. One question, if there's no difference between the procedure with or without the stenographer, then why did you feel the need to notify the board that there was going to be a stenographer? If there's no difference, but not notify the public?
Because there's usually not a stenographer here, even though these meetings are all recorded. Because I knew Mr. Cornelia had made the request, and he said he intended to bring a stenographer. It's just information. It's information. And he's correct. This is no different. I know it can be intimidating, but we also know that all these meetings are televised. So whatever you say, the court reporter's going to pick it up. It's also going to be televised. And I would also point out for those of you that are objecting that there's a time clock within which a decision has to be made. And tonight's the last night for a decision to be made, or this plan gets approved. So I would suggest everybody let Mr. Cornelia make his presentation and then ask the questions. The board has to have a discussion. I think we all know what the issues are. He has an option to bring a court reporter. He chose to do it. I've seen it plenty of places. I think this is the first time in Radnor for a land development plan or a subdivision plan, but it's not as uncommon as you would think. It shouldn't be any more intimidating than talking on TV. At least I don't think it is, but you know, it's the same thing. It's just his record that he's making. He's entitled to do it as a landowner. So I would let him proceed. I mean, he's going to make the same presentation with or without a court reporter. It's convenient for him. It's convenient for if there's an appeal. So, you're ready to proceed.
Yeah. All right, and there'll be no shushing.
Yes. Pete, can you please state your full name for the record?
Peter Karakelian.
And what is your occupation?
Civil engineer. I also operate car washes.
Where'd you get your civil engineering degree?
Cornell University.
What's your relationship to the applicant here, Wayne Property Acquisition?
It's a company owned by my father.
And he's present here?
Yes.
And we have two properties that we're dealing with here. One is 306 East Lancaster Avenue, and who is that owned by?
Wayne Property Acquisitions.
And then 302 East Lancaster Avenue, who is that owned by?
Gary and Connie Karakelian.
And Gary, who's Gary?
Gary is my father, and Connie is my mother.
All right. And part of the proposal here is that you're going to merge those two lots into one lot?
Yes.
And then also the land development plan that has been submitted to the board and to the township?
Correct.
Now, what's currently at 302 East Lancaster Avenue?
302 East Lancaster is currently a Sunoco gas station, an auto repair shop.
And how about 306 East Lancaster? What is located at that location?
306 is a BP gas station, which sells gasoline and diesel, and also a car wash. The BP was developed in 1958 as such, or prior to then, and the 302 Lancaster Avenue was developed prior to 1950.
Prior to filing this land development plan with the township, did you seek a determination from the Radnor Township zoning officer as to compliance of the plan with the Radnor Township zoning code?
Yes.
Prior to submitting that, request. Did you meet with the zoning officer?
Yes.
Who was present at that zoning?
Myself, my father, Gary Carrick-Kellyan, the Township zoning officer, and the Township solicitor.
Were they advised of the proposed use?
Yes.
And were they advised of the current use?
Yes.
And has anything changed regarding the current use and the proposed use from then till today?
No.
And do you recall when you had first met with them?
The meeting was on April 26th of 2018.
Was it April 26th or April 6th?
April 6th.
Okay. And in addition, did I file on your behalf a letter and a plan which has been marked as A1 requesting such a determination?
Yes.
And did you receive a response from that determination?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as A2, and that's a letter dated April 27th, 2018.
Correct.
And if you could read that into the record, please.
It's to Nick Cornelia. Subject 302-306 East Lancaster Avenue. Mr. Cornelia, I have received and reviewed your letter dated April 17, 2018, requesting a zoning opinion for the above subject property. Currently, the site consists of 2 properties. The uses of these properties include the retail sale of gasoline, a full-service motor vehicle repair station, and a car wash. The owner is proposing to consolidate the 2 parcels, demolish the existing structures, and construct a new retail store and new retail sales of gasoline. I offer the following for your consideration. 1, the subject site is located in the C2 General Commercial Zoning District. 2, retail uses are permitted by right in the C2 district. 3, the use provisions of ZO Section 280-49.a, requiring all uses be completely enclosed within a building, is an existing nonconformity which is proposed to be reduced. Currently, the 2 sites maintains 20 retail gas pumps. The proposed condition would contain 12 retail gas pumps. Number 4, the use provision of ZO 28-49.d, requiring no goods shall be displayed or offered for sale beyond the front lines of a building, is an existing nonconformity, which is proposed to be reduced. A thorough zoning review has not been completed. This opinion applies only to the issues noted above. The property owner is responsible for securing all other necessary permits and approvals, as well as compliance with all applicable municipal codes and regulations. If you have any questions regarding this determination, please contact me. Sincerely, Kevin Konchansky.
And he is?
Director of Community Development.
As a result of receiving that letter, which was dated April 27th, 2018, over a year ago, what, if anything, did you do?
At that point, we engaged our civil engineering firm, Bowler Engineering, and our traffic engineering firm, Traffic Planning and Design, and we started the land development plans.
And prior to submitting the land development plans, did you have a meeting with the Community Development Committee of the Board of Commissioners and neighbors?
Yes, at the request of our Ward Commissioner, Luke Clark, we wanted to meet with the neighbors to start to understand any potential comments or concerns prior to finalizing our design.
And when was that meeting?
August 31st of 2000.
No, excuse me, the meeting with the
Oh,
neighbors
that was when
and
we
with
submitted. I'm sorry. July 21st, 2008.
July would have been July 1st,
2018.
All right. And was the plan eventually submitted?
Yes, on August 31st of 2018.
And in accordance with the requirements of the SALDO and the MPC, was that plan forwarded to Delaware County Planning Commission for its review?
Yes, and we received a letter from the Delaware County Planning Commission
and I'm going to
stating its review.
I have marked that letter as A3. Is this a letter that you received dated October 18th, 2018, addressed to Mr. Robert A. Ziankowski?
Yes.
And this is from Linda Hill, Director, Delaware County Planning Commission.
Yes.
Now, in regards to that letter, on page 2, do they list what the proposal is?
Yes, the proposal, subdivision, incorporate 2 lots totaling 1.71 acres into 1 lot. Land development, develop a Wawa store and associated gas pumps.
And was there recommendations made as a result of that?
Yes, under subdivision, proceed to final. Plan notes must indicate that a parcel consolidation is occurring. And under land development, proceed to final with consideration given to staff comments.
That letter on page 2, does it also list nonconformities, under nonconformities? What does it say regarding nonconformities?
It says one lot's existing side yard does not appear to comply with the regulations established in the zoning code. It should be noted that this proposal cures said nonconformity.
And also, it refers to compliance. And can you read what it says in regards to compliance?
The proposal appears to comply with the C2 district provisions.
Did you, again, have a meeting with the neighbors after receiving those letters? First, did you receive several review letters from the township consultants?
Yes, we did.
And since that time, we received several review letters, and they've all been marked as exhibits. Did any of those review letters ever mention anything about the use not being compliant?
No.
Did you have another meeting with the neighbors on September 27th, 2018, which was after the land development approval, but prior to the first scheduled meeting with the Planning Commission?
Yes, and at that meeting, we were hoping to get a summarized list of concerns and comments for incorporation into our plan.
And on November 5th, 2018, did you proceed to a meeting with the Planning Commission for the first time?
Yes, we did.
And what was the result of that meeting?
At that meeting, the Planning Commission, I believe, asked for more time and indicated that we had a by right plan and recommended to the neighbors and everybody in the room to get their thoughts together and meet with us. And then we were also asked to evaluate different alternative layouts and to give them more time, like I mentioned.
And actually, we have given the township numerous extensions on this plan.
Yes.
Correct? Did you have that meeting with the neighbors?
Yes, on December 5th of 2018, the neighbors and the Board of Commissioners Subcommittee requested that we come up with alternative layouts.
And did you authorize your engineer to develop alternative layouts?
Yes, we developed 2 alternative layouts and basically tried to incorporate the concerns of the neighbors with the pedestrian traffic. First option, we switched the building and the fueling points from what is currently shown in the plan, and then the second option, we pushed the store to the southern portion of the property with the fueling points up along Lancaster Avenue.
When you say you switched the fueling points in the store, so was the store then closer to the intersection of Aberdeen and Lancaster, and the fueling points further east on Lancaster Avenue?
Yes, that would have been the first option we presented.
And we have plans that will, the concepts here this
Okay.
evening will show. Did you present those concepts to those alternatives to the Board of Commissioners Community Development Committee and the neighbors?
Yes, on February 13th of this year, 2019.
What was the result of that meeting?
At that meeting, the Board of Commissioners Subcommittee indicated they would not be able to support any of our alternatives.
Did you then, as a result of that, authorize the engineer to file revised plans?
Yes, we did.
What was the purpose of those revised plans?
To remove all the waiver requests from our SADA application.
And when were these revised plans submitted?
February 28th, 2019.
Did you proceed to the Planning Commission on April the 1st, 2019?
Yes, we did.
Prior to that meeting, were you given an opinion by the Township Solicitor's Office regarding the use?
No, but the Friday before the meeting, I think we got word from you that an opinion against the zoning, that the plan did not meet the zoning requirements.
So that Friday before the April 1st meeting, was that the first time that you were advised that by the township the plan did not meet the zoning requirements?
Yes.
Up to that time, how much money did you spend on engineering plans?
Approximately $150,000, and that doesn't include any of the $150,000, and that doesn't include any of the township engineering fees or consultant fees.
From the professional?
From the township's professionals. I think that's going to be.
I'm going to show you a bunch of pictures that I have here. And If you can, actually refer to the exhibit. The first one is A4. When were these pictures taken, actually, these pictures that we're presenting?
Last week.
So first, A4, if you can tell the board what A4 represents and specifically which properties we're talking about and what the picture shows.
Sure, we're looking southeast and at the corner of Aberdeen and Lancaster Avenue. We can see the gas canopy for the Sunoco gas station and the service station, 4-bay service station, with a small store and reception area up front.
And that's on the corner of Aberdeen and Lancaster there?
Yes, that's on the corner.
And then, go
On the
ahead.
second portion, which would be 306, we can see the canopy covering the BP gas station and the fueling points there. And beyond that, just barely, you can make out the car wash building, which is on the immediately almost on the adjacent to the eastern property boundary.
Okay, how many curb cuts do we have on this site?
6.
Are you actually reducing those curb cuts under your plan?
Yes, to 2.
Show you what's been marked as A5. Can you tell the board what that represents?
This is an aerial. Looking straight down on the properties, you can see the canopies for both gas stations in the southern, which are along Lancaster Avenue in the bottom portion. You can see the car wash building on the left-hand side of the property, self-service vacuums on that portion of the property, and the service station with service cars out on the right.
And it
portion of
shows
the
some
property.
cars parked in the front yard setback there on Aberdeen Avenue in that location.
Yeah, side yard and rear yard.
Show you what's been marked as A6. And first, the bottom of that picture, what is on the bottom of that?
So now we're looking north across Lancaster Avenue. Our property's in the forefront with the Sunoco gas station on the left-hand side and the BP gas station and car wash on the right-hand side. You can see the car wash building. Entry point, you can see the service station under the trees there, as well as the 2 gas canopies. Across the street, you can see the Sunoco gas station and convenience store, and I think a Wells Fargo bank along with the strip center.
And to the left of that photograph, across Lancaster Avenue. Lancaster Avenue is that main street there, shown on A6.
Straight through the property. To the left is a Rite Aid pharmacy.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as A7. And if you could tell the board what A7 is.
We're looking southeast, and we are looking at the BP gas station, the main entrance.
And A8.
We're looking southwest, and we see the car wash exit, as well as the gas canopy for the Sunoco off to the right corner.
And A9.
Similarly, we can see the signage. I'm sorry.
Up there.
We see the signage for the Sunoco. We see the gas pumps and the gas pumps for both stations along Lancaster Avenue.
A10.
Looking east down Lancaster Avenue, we see the Sunoco gas station on the north side of the property, which is not us. And then at 302, we see the Sunoco on the south side and the BP gas station and car wash on the southern portion at 306.
What is beyond you, beyond the BP station, heading east
There's
on Lancaster?
a Verizon store and a CVS pharmacy.
And then after that?
Another commercial building. I don't know what's use. Beyond that, we have a Bryn Mawr Trust Bank.
And A11?
Now we're looking west. We can see the CVS. Actually, that's the Verizon store in the forefront. And then you, on the left-hand side of Lancaster Avenue, and then you can see the BP car wash and gas canopy, as well as the Sunoco gas canopy on the left-hand side. And on the north side, you see a Wells Fargo bank and a Sunoco.
As
and a
you're
Rite Aid.
proceeding down Lancaster Avenue, what type of development is there?
All commercial, with the exception of a church immediately across
That's St. Catherine's.
St. Catherine's Church, immediately across Aberdeen. That's it.
Now, I'm going to show you, as we mentioned, the engineer submitted land development plans, correct?
Yes.
And we've marked them as A12 to A32, and they are part of the packet.
Okay.
And they're the plans that were submitted to the township.
Yes.
Mr. Cornelia, they're dated February 28th.
I don't know if the plan itself, let me look at what the plan date is. They were submitted on February 28th. The plan date, we'll have to look at what the plan date is.
Okay. I mean, just in terms of plans and review letters, I don't know that there's any reason to walk through plans and review letters unless,
Yeah, we're not, all we're going to do.
because you've marked them all, we have them all, they're part of the record. The township review letters are part of the record.
And the only, I'm just going to point out a couple things regarding existing nonconformities and how we're correcting those nonconformities. And also, the only review letter that we're going to look at is the more recent review letters for this plan. So there was review letters, I believe, dated March from the township consultants. And they're the only ones we'll address. All the review letters from all the prior plans are in that packet.
Okay.
But, you know, the only one we're really going to address here this evening is
And
the
who's
current
going to,
review
who's
letter.
going to address those review letters?
It will be the project engineer and the project traffic consultant.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked. Yep, I see it. And this would be the existing condition plan, which has been marked as, first, the site plan is marked as A14, and the existing condition plan is marked as A15. So this is A14 that we're looking at, which is the site plan. A14 is the proposed site plan. All right, and this A14 indicates what you're proposing for this development, correct?
Yes.
Are there some existing nonconformities on the site?
Yes.
And
Mr. Kinnear, let me just ask a question. Is Mr. Karakalian a lawyer?
he's an engineer.
So he can give zoning opinions?
He was going to he's not going to give an opinion.
Because
He's
you're
gonna look
asking
at
him a legal opinion about
I
whether it's a
can-
nonconformity or not, so I'm just wondering what his qualifications are. What?
He's looking at the plan, which indicates what the nonconformities are. I'll phrase it in a different way.
Okay, so he's going to tell us what was there before the site
You
gets
got it.
scraped?
That's correct. He's going to tell you what is there currently. So as indicated on the plan, and Mr. Britz, who is an engineer, can also testify as to this, and he'll confirm this. As indicated on the plan, there's the minimum required side yard setback, and the plan indicates the existing side yard setback is being,
9.9 feet,
and the proposed side yard setback,
80.7 feet.
referring to the rear yard, and the rear yard referring to, that's the yard that backs up to the residential neighbors behind the site.
Yes.
And what is the current rear yard setback?
18.7 feet,
And what is being proposed?
86.3 feet.
Currently, as to the buffer requirement, which is minimum buffer to residential, the plan indicates what's the existing minimum buffer to residential.
The existing is 18.7 feet?
No, existing minimum buffer to residential,
Oh, 0 feet, I'm sorry.
and the proposed,
15 feet.
the minimum parking setback, that's to the street right-of-way, to Lancaster Avenue, what is it indicating?
Currently 6 feet.
6.2 feet?
I'm sorry, 6.2 feet.
And what is being proposed?
26.1 feet.
And as to the setback on Aberdeen regarding parking setback, what does it indicate?
4.9 feet.
And what is being proposed?
27.7 feet.
Currently, are you aware of any loading requirements on the site?
No.
Are you proposing loading requirements as indicated on the plan on A14?
Yes.
Mr. Keneally, does that, and I can't read it from here, but does that table show what the requirement is also?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you have what's existing with those buildings, what's going to be there, when the new buildings are put up, and then you also have what's required.
That is correct.
Okay.
814 indicates that up there. Again, I'll have Eric Briss, the project engineer, just confirm what was testified here this evening.
But, I mean, the plans.
The
you know,
plans speak for themselves.
Yeah, they speak for themselves. You don't need to, read those, what's on there. I mean, make whatever argument you want to make about what's on there, but there's no reason to read it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as A33. And if you can just tell the board what A33 represents.
So A33 was one of the options, one of the two additional options that we developed at the request of the Township and the Board of Commissioners when we moved the store closer to the intersection of Aberdeen and Lancaster Avenue and removed the fueling points further to the east.
And A34?
That would have been the second option that we developed, which places the convenience store structure towards the rear of the property, or the southern portion of the property, and puts the fueling points up along Lancaster Avenue away from the residential area to the south of the property and along Lancaster Ave.
How many fueling points does the proposed plan indicate?
6 with 12 fueling,
that-
6 dispensers with 12 fueling points.
And what is currently on the site?
There's 12 dispensers with 21 fueling points.
And does the proposed plan eliminate the car wash?
Yes.
Does the proposed plan also eliminate the automobile repair shop?
Yes.
That's all I have.
John, your mic.
Mr. Karakelian, I know there were different options presented, and, none of them were acceptable because of the overriding issue about a requirement to go to the zoning hearing board. You're familiar with that, right, that came up?
Yes.
That there was an opinion that was expressed early on by the township leader, but early on by the neighbors and the residents, that there should be a zoning hearing board application because of the change of uses on the site. And that was something that either you or Mr. Cornelia at least communicated to the township that you didn't intend to go to the zoning hearing board. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you still agree that that's not necessary? The zoning hearing board relief is not necessary, that this is a by right plan? That's why we're here tonight, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Pete, just to make certain that we're aware, the two alternative plans, we were aware that those two plans required zoning relief, correct?
I believe one of them required zoning relief. The other one, no, maybe not.
Okay. And at the meeting with the Board of Commissioners and the neighbors, did we make a request of the Board of Commissioners regarding these alternative plans?
Yes.
And what was that request? Did we request that they support one of the alternative plans?
Yes.
All right. And they refused to do that, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Well, Nick, are you talking about the community development meeting?
Development, yeah. Mhm.
Well, at that meeting, I wanted to put it to a vote to bring that request to support one of the alternatives, which would require zoning hearing board approval, to this full board. And my 3-man subcommittee voted 2-1, or voted down that approval. So we did not reach the question.
That is correct. That is correct.
We didn't reach the question as to whether we would support one of those. But I think the implication was that by us not bringing it, that there would not be any there would not be any support for one of the other alternatives at the zoning hearing board.
And that's an accurate representation. Eric?
Eric Britz. Britz, B-R-I-T-Z. I do. Okay, thank you.
Eric, how are you employed?
I am a project manager with Bowler Engineering.
And what's your educational background?
I am a civil engineer.
Are you registered in the state of Pennsylvania?
I am.
And I've marked as A35 your CV.
Yes,
And you are the civil engineer on this project.
I am.
And Bowler prepared the plans that have been submitted here this evening,
Yes.
and they've been marked as exhibits and included, correct?
Yep.
Also, we have marked as exhibits the comment letters from the township consultants as well. Were they accurate? That was their comment letters?
Yes.
And we also included in the packet your responses to those comment letters.
That's correct.
Now, the current plans, they were the plans that were submitted, well, strike that. Initially, did you submit land development plans for review by the township?
I did.
And when were those plans submitted?
On August 31st of 2018.
And did any of the review letters that received at any point from any of the township consultants ever mention anything about the use of the property being non-permissive?
No.
You saw that we introduced as an exhibit a letter from the Delaware County Planning Commission regarding the use?
I did.
And you received that letter as well?
I did.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the letter that you received?
Yes.
Now, eventually, did you submit revised plans for this site that have been marked A12 to A32?
I did.
And when were they submitted?
I want to say
Were the plans submitted on February 28th, 2019?
yes.
And the plans, what are the date on the plans, actually, just so we know that we're talking about the same plans?
So the original date is it's dated July 13th, 2018. Last revised February 28th, 2019.
And why did you submit revised plans?
We had submitted the revised plans to address comments made by the township staff.
Was it also to take care of several waiver requests that you had initially requested back in August of 2018?
Yes.
And did you eliminate those waiver requests except for two waivers that we'll discuss later here this evening?
We did.
Now I'm going to jump ahead to, first, let's just make certain that we have all the letters identified. I've marked from A36 is a letter from Gilmore and Associated dated July 31, 2018.
That's correct.
A37 is a letter from Gilmore Associates dated September 24th, 2018.
Yes.
A38 is a letter from Gannett Fleming dated September 24th, 2018.
Yes.
A39 is a letter from Gilmore and Associated dated October 26th, 2018.
Yes.
A40 is a letter dated March 20, 2019 from Gannett Fleming.
Yes.
And A41 is a letter dated March 22nd, 2019 from Gilmore and Associates.
Yes.
Now, you responded to those last two letters which are the current review letters for this plan, correct?
Correct.
You responded to that with a letter dated April 30th, 2019. That's been marked as A47.
Yes.
And prior to that, you had responded to the other review letters from the township consultants, and I've marked them as A42 through A46.
Yes.
Now let's look at your letter, which is A47, dated April 30th, 2019.
Okay.
And the first comment is regarding, first, before we go to trying to cut it short, some of these comments you put down acknowledged, and some you put down will comply. When you say acknowledge, what do you mean by acknowledge in these review letters?
I basically mean that the comment itself is a statement, not really requesting the applicant to take any action.
And when you say will comply, what does that mean?
It means that the comment is requesting the applicant to take action, and we're identifying that the applicant will comply with that request.
Okay, on the review letter, one of the comments under subdivision and land development regards indicating existing buildings within 500 feet of the site. Do you see that as number 2? And your comment is a waiver is requested from
Yeah.
this section of the code?
Yes.
Can you tell the board what that code section is and why you are requesting a waiver from it?
So that code section is section 255, 20B1, N as in Nancy. And it states, the code states that existing principal buildings and their respective uses and driveways on the adjacent peripheral strip, sewer lines, storm drains, culverts, bridges, utility easements, quarries, railroads, and other significant man-made features within 500 feet of the site. Basically stating that this shall be shown on the plan.
Now, have you submitted a photo? How have you addressed that?
So we submitted an aerial plan as part of the land development set. It's sheet 21 of the set.
That would be A32? It is a...
Yes.
And this is the aerial plan that you submitted?
Yes.
Okay, and does that address the issue required in the land development code?
In my opinion, it generally addresses the issue. It doesn't address all the requirements that I stated that was listed in the code, thus the waiver was being requested.
Okay, and does this alternative standard provide just as good a result as the code requirement that you survey every single item within 500 feet?
Yes. The intent is really to identify, all the uses and basically all the features within 500 feet of the site. If anything were to become necessary to actually go out and survey it, then we would generally include that in the plan. But from what I've seen in multiple townships through the years is application of using an aerial survey to address this type of code requirement.
Now, did you also provide an additional aerial survey of this site that has been marked as A48?
Yes.
Okay, and do we have that aerial survey here?
Wait, let me just double check. Is it the exhibit we were talking about?
848, the additional aerial.
Nick, are you referring to this plan?
Yep. Can you just tell the board what A48 represents?
So this was an update to the aerial exhibit that we included in the plan. What we did was we identified the approximate square footage of all the retail buildings within 500 feet of the site, as well as the approximate width of each of their driveways.
And why did you indicate the approximate width of the driveways? Was there a reason for that?
That was specific to this, to the next waiver that we were requesting, which was with regard to the driveway width that we're proposing.
All right, let's just get to that first. This was just this evening.
John, Mike? I'm sorry.
This was submitted this evening.
Just for tonight?
Just for tonight.
Okay.
And I apologize because I did mention everything was already on the record. This plan has not been seen by the public or by the township.
Okay.
This is the first time.
Okay.
Well, can I interrupt you here? Isn't that important for the public to be able to absorb it and digest it, or no? You don't think so? Yeah.
You'll hear what it states. I don't think it's that unusual, and I don't think people are going to be surprised by what it indicates. It shows all the buildings on Lancaster Avenue
Well,
and
it's
in
still
that area.
a potential change in the plan. Shouldn't the public?
It's not a change in the plan. Nothing's changed in the plan.
I think it's mainly an explanation as to the standard that they're trying to meet in terms of showing features. So what about the next?
Yeah,
the other waiver request.
Right, exactly. The next waiver was regarding comment number 5, and that was 255-29A12C. And could you tell the board what that waiver is about?
So that section of the code requires that the width of all entrance and exit drives shall be a maximum of 25 feet at the street line, which is the property line, and 35 feet at the curb line.
And are we asking for a waiver from that?
And we are asking for a waiver from that to exceed the width of the driveway at the curb line.
And is there a reason why do we have inconsistent provisions in the saldo in that regards?
We do. There's another section of the code, section 27H6, which requires the radius of driveways to be 10 feet. So if you have if you compare that to section 29A12B, it indicates that the minimum width of a driveway shall be 25 feet in width. So if you combine the 25-foot width with two 10-foot radius curbs, you end up with a 45-foot driveway, which is conflicting with the maximum 35-foot width at the curb line.
And this is the curb line on Lancaster Avenue that we're referring to?
Yes.
And who has final say on entrance curbs on a state highway? Is Lancaster Avenue a state highway?
It is.
And who has final say on what the dimensions of driveways on Lancaster Avenue would be?
PennDOT.
And you had mentioned that, does this plan that we're showing now, which is A48, does this show some other entrance drives on Lancaster Avenue and their size?
It does.
And can you tell what it shows?
Sure. Directly across the street from the property in question, you have at the gas station, you have, I'm just going to go through the cartway widths, two 45-foot wide driveways, I'm just going to highlight the ones that are in excess of the code because there's a lot of them. You have on the same side of the street, on the west side of Aberdeen, there are a couple restaurants, one with a 55-foot width and one with a 50-foot width. Continuing to the west, the retail stores, the first one has a 65-foot width, the next one has a 45-foot width, and the last retail store within the 500-foot distance beyond our particular site in question has a 55-foot wide cartway. Across the street from that, next to the Rite Aid, 55-foot width at the cartway. Across the street next to the Rite Aid, just west of the Rite Aid, that retail store, excuse me, has a 75-foot wide wide driveway at the cartway. And moving to the east of the site, past the CVS, I guess the far side of the CVS has a 46-foot wide driveway, the cartway, and across the street, there's a 55-foot wide driveway at the cartway.
So Mr. Cornelia, can I just stop you for a minute? You're still dealing with the waiver request, right?
Correct.
So why don't, that's all good information, but why can't that be complied with? What's the reason? What's the hardship?
Well, the main reason there is a conflict in the code, as I described earlier. The code requires that you have a minimum for a two-way driveway, you have a minimum width of 25 feet, and you're required to have two 10-foot radii.
So that would
minimum.
be, that equals 20 feet right there, is that correct?
So adding those together, 25 feet plus a 10-foot radii on the right, a 10-foot radius on the left is 45 feet in total, where the code indicates you have a 35-foot maximum width of the driveway at the cartway. So it's a conflict there. It makes more sense. PennDOT will require that those curb radii are at least 10 feet, if not greater. So you're going to end up with something at least 45 feet in width, if not greater, depending on who's going to access the site and who needs to access the site from a safety standpoint.
What does your plan indicate as to the width of the driveway?
So on this particular plan, we're showing it
You're
as...
showing 814 now?
Yes. And on this particular site plan, when it was revised and submitted on February 28th, we had removed all the waiver requests, and I did it to show on the plan what we would be able to do to comply with the code. So it shows a code-compliant driveway width of 35 feet at the cartway, 25 feet at the property line. But we do expect that that when this goes to PennDOT, that PennDOT would require that to be widened.
Okay, so the waiver request is based on your interpretation that there's a conflict in the code, basically, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
let me just rephrase that. Yes, it is. It's based on the fact that it's my interpretation there's a conflict in the code, and also my understanding that from a safety standpoint, PennDOT will require it to be wider.
Well, but that's PennDOT. That's not the Township subdivision land development ordinance.
so this plan, does this plan that you're showing, does this comply with the code requirement?
This does. This particular plan. In February 28th, this plan complied. It was brought to our attention following this plan in the Gilmore letter from March that although it complies with the driveway width component of the code, it doesn't comply with the radius component of the code, where to comply with the code, as you can see on the plan, I have a 25-foot wide two-way drive aisle, which is the minimum and the maximum width for a two-way drive aisle. And I have two 5-foot radii one on each side. The code requires a 10-foot radius, so if I put a 10-foot radius, again, on the left-hand side and a 10-foot radius on the right-hand side, to comply with the code, I would need to widen that throat at the cartway, at the street line, if you will, or at the curb line, to be 45 feet in width.
But wait a minute, the Gilmore letter says that the code states that the minimum curb radii at street intersections shall be 10 feet for driveways, and the current submission proposes a 5-foot radii. The applicant shall revise the plans to address this comment or request a waiver. So this is Amy's comment on your February 28th submission. You haven't submitted any revised plans yet.
That's correct, but I did submit a letter in response to that stating that we will comply with Amy's comment to provide the 10-foot radii. In doing so, comment number 5 of the Gannett Fleming letter, I needed to indicate that we would then be seeking a waiver from that section of the code.
Okay. All right.
Currently, does this site have any stormwater management system?
As it exists today, no.
Are you proposing a stormwater management system?
I am.
And that's indicated in the plans?
It is.
And are you actually going above what is required?
We are. We are.
Do you know what environmental safeguards are being taken here regarding the site?
Beyond increasing beyond implementing a stormwater management system, one that is above and beyond that which is required by the code. We're also proposing to install inlet filters throughout the system with oil booms to help protect from small oil leaks, things of that nature.
And does the plan you're proposing, except for the 2 waivers that we mentioned, comply with the SALDO, the Radnor Township subdivision and land development ordinance?
Yes.
That's all. Matt? And Matt, what is your profession?
I am a civil engineer specializing in traffic and transportation and registered in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
And you have provided a CV, and I have marked that CV as Exhibit 49, A49, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And just quickly, if you can tell us a little bit about your experience as a traffic engineer.
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering from Drexel University. I am licensed, again, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as a professional engineer, as well as 7 other states. And I've been practicing as a traffic engineer for over 20 years.
And are you the traffic engineer for this particular development?
I am.
And have you submitted a traffic impact statement?
I have.
And I've marked that as A50, and Mr. Rice has that? The big?
I assume he does.
Okay. A50? I'm sorry. Oh, the date. What's the day of the
Day of the traffic study is October 9th, 2018, last revised, February 27th, 2019.
And did you also prepare an executive summary?
I did.
And has that been marked as A51?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell us, now obviously a big concern here is traffic. Can you tell us about additional traffic that will be generated solely by the proposed use here?
Sure. And as outlined in Exhibit A50, which is the traffic study, we looked at a very comprehensive, or prepared a very comprehensive review and analysis of how the traffic operates, not only for the existing sites, but also the proposed site itself, analyzing number of access points, that exist currently on Lancaster Avenue and Aberdeen Avenue, as well as proposed access points servicing the site, in addition to other intersections within the study area. Within Exhibit A50, you will find that there is a section entitled Trip Generation Proposed Development, which can be found on Table 6, or page 6, Table 6 of the traffic study, which outlines the number of trips generated by the proposed site during various peak hours. They're classified into two categories, one being pass-by trips, which means that's traffic that's already on the roadway that's traveling past the site today. And the second classification is new trips, which are trips that would be on the roadway as a result of the proposed development. For purposes of impact on the roadway network, we look at new trips. What we found that the site would generate approximately 94 new trips during the AM peak hour, 78 during the weekday afternoon peak hour, and approximately 100 trips during the various peak hours on the weekend when we were asked to analyze traffic.
And how's that? Is that the traffic from this site? Is much of the traffic pass-by traffic, or is it new traffic?
Yes, the majority of the traffic that would enter and exit this site is traffic that's already on the roadway, again, classified as pass-by traffic. So approximately 76% of the traffic that enters and exits this facility will be traffic that's already on the roadway today. One other important aspect to note, which I failed to mention, is that we did not take into account, as far as the trip generation is concerned, did not take into account the fact that there is traffic entering and exiting the existing facilities for purpose of looking at new trips and pass-by trips. So there would be some sort of credit in that regard relating to the existing facilities. However, in order to be conservative, we did not take credit for those trips.
In your summary, you mentioned you have a level of service table. Can you explain to the board what that represents?
Sure. What the level of service table is, and again, if you're referring to Exhibit A50, it would be starting on page 11, Table 11, and running through Table 13 on page 16. Within the executive summary, it would be found on page 2. What the level of service is basically a way for traffic engineers to determine how intersections operate. They're graded just like you grades in school, level of service A being the best, level of service F being failing. And it's a way, again, for us to determine the amount of time or delay it takes for vehicles to traverse through an intersection, thereby determining how that intersection operates. And you'll see that there are a number of levels of service with subsequent delays outlined within the various tables provided.
And is any level of service at any of the intersections below a level C?
The intersection itself, there are no intersections where the level of service for the intersection is below a level of service C.
Now, when you studied, how many intersections did you study in this regard?
So you will find, again, in Exhibit A50, you will find towards the back after the text, you will find figures that were prepared. And you'll notice that the intersections that we studied, or you'll find the intersections that we studied in the various movements at each of those intersections. But you'll see we counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Including the driveways, we counted 11 intersections, including, obviously, the existing driveways themselves.
Is that standard, 11 intersections?
I would say it would be standard for a larger development, not necessarily this type of development. My experience over the last 20-plus years in working on over 400 of these similar type facilities, this is probably one of the most or more extensive study areas that I've been a part of with respect to this type of facility.
Did the scope of your study comply with all ordinances, Radnor and otherwise?
Based on my review of the ordinances, yes.
Mr. Cornelia, just a question there, because I'm looking at Amy Kaminsky's March 22nd letter, and she raises several issues about the scope of the study, how many intersections, what was done, what wasn't done. So
We're going to get to that.
when your witness, well, let me ask this gentleman, because there's a handful of issues here that look to me like haven't been addressed. And when he says he's complied with everything, I'm not sure that's actually happened. But on her letter, if you have that there, and I think Eric Britz commented in this Bowler letter to her comments also, but on page 6 of Gilmore's letter,
I'm sorry, is it the October 26, 2018 letter?
the March 22nd, 2019 Gilmore letter, which Eric Britz commented in his April 30th, 2019 letter. He commented to the traffic comments, or maybe you did, but they're in his letter. I just want to ask a couple questions about some of these sections that Amy has raised, whether or not the information has been done. If not, where is it? But I'm looking at her March 22nd, 2019 letter.
Okay.
Page 6 at the bottom. There's a Saldo section there, which is part of the Transportation Impact Study section, which talks about a discussion returning internal pedestrian circulation. And she seems to be saying that it needs to be investigated, there needs to be a more complete, comprehensive, safe, and convenient pedestrian walkway. And I guess my question is, has that been done? Now, this is her letter of March in response to your plans of February. Has that investigation been done?
Sure, and this was a response prepared by Mr. Britz of Bowler Engineering, but based on the response that was provided, the submitted plan provides accessible site access as required by ANSI requirements and ADA recommendations. This accessible route provides a crosswalk from Lancaster Avenue sidewalk, crossing near the loading zone area and to the building, which allows pedestrians to access the building without crossing any internal active customer drive aisles.
Okay, well, he's saying will comply. So, I mean, my question is all that on the February plans that he's describing there?
Yes.
Okay. But was the internal pedestrian circulation study done, which was requested by Gilmore? Because I don't think that's what he's referencing there. He's talking about Lancaster Avenue, I guess some internal accessibility on the site. But if the plans are dated February, how could he have responded to her March comments? Trying to line up the dates here. Amy's comment is in response to the February plans. You haven't submitted anything since February.
That's correct.
Okay. So let me ask another question about the same section of her study. The next paragraph on page 7, she talks about the study area and all the streets and the intersections in the study area, and points out that the study area is supposed to be at a half mile from the site in both directions. And I guess there's some disagreement with you folks in terms of that study area and whether it's required. I think one of the comments I saw from Mr. Britz was that it's off-site and it didn't need to be done. Is the study area that you used a half mile, or is it less than a half mile?
So the disagreement that Ms. Kaminsky and I had was not in regards to the study area, is in regards to the previous paragraph in that comment, which requested that we look at providing, we include an analysis of left turn signal phasing for all signalized intersections and all approaching, including all signalized approaches that currently include a dedicated left turn lane, but no left turn arrow phase. That comment was originally contained in the October 2018 review letter. We disagreed in that we felt that that intersection was off-site, and it should not be our responsibility to determine whether or not additional signal improvements are necessary.
Even though the study area is a half mile?
Even though
Required.
the study area is a half mile, correct.
Okay.
So
And-
what we have said in our response is, and that comment has since been clarified. Previous comment stated that left turn arrows should be analyzed for all intersections. On intersections, I believe, as part of the study area, or something to that effect. It's since been clarified to say that currently include a dedicated left turn lane, which I have no problem with, and we've said we will comply and provide that analysis.
Okay.
Is there any requirement in any code saying that you should have a dedicated left turn lane?
I do not believe so, no.
Well, let me just question that, because again, I'm going back to Ms. Kaminsky's letter, and she cites the 255-20B 5D5 to say a 75-foot dedicated left turn lane is warranted during all study periods. So, I mean, she's here, she can correct me if I misread that, but, you know, and the comment from Mr. Britz is so noted. It's not will comply, it's so noted. So,
So that first part of it, I don't disagree with Ms. Kaminsky in that the first two sentences are part and parcel to that ordinance section cited. I do
Right.
not believe that the third sentence, the previous review comment indicated the study shall be updated to include a left turn signal phase analysis for all signalized intersections on all approaches, including a dedicated left turn lane, but no left turn arrow phase. I do not believe that is part of the ordinance.
okay. But the dedicated left turn lane is warranted and is required, or is there a waiver being asked for?
There's no waiver being asked for. We said we would comply, however, it's not part of the ordinance.
Okay. Well, Mr. Britz's comment says so noted, doesn't say will comply.
So I believe.
So I don't, you know.
And
we heard-
let me look at that, because I prepared those responses. I don't know that.
I have one more comment from Ms. Kaminsky's letter.
I
She-
believe, so that Mr. Britz's response, my response,
Yes.
actually says, please see response to comment 1, 2, 1II. And that's because that comment was previously provided for in their October 28th review, which we addressed.
Well, I disagree. That's not what it says in your letter. Paragraph 6, which talks about the dedicated left turn lane, the response underneath that from your office is so noted.
That's a completely different comment.
And you're referring to paragraph 3, which has to do with the study area and the half-mile
Correct.
requirement.
That was what your question was in relation to. Wasn't in regards to comment 6. Comment 6 talks about a 75-foot dedicated left turn lane. That's a completely different issue than we were previously discussing. We were talking about left turn analysis to determine if left turn arrows were necessary, not a 75-foot dedicated left turn lane. But you'll see that we said that the 75-foot left turn lane was dedicated, or was warranted per the PennDOT standards for the proposed driveway on Lancaster Avenue. However, we did not feel that it was appropriate to provide for that 75-foot left turn lane for a number of reasons.
Okay.
Ms. Kaminsky agrees and suggested that we have to ask for a waiver in that regard. So we said, so noted.
Okay. I have one more question. She also comments in paragraph 7 on page 8 that all streets are intersections, and I assume this is in the study area, Amy, or along the site, showing a level of service below C are considered deficient, and there has to be specific recommendations.
What that says is the streets and/or intersections showing a level of service below C are considered deficient, and they must be include specific recommendations for elimination And I believe that the response from the applicant was that they were not required to do that except for the intersection approaches, and it's not by approach. However, I would argue that the word streets implies the approaches to the intersections. So I believe that they're required to provide that information.
Okay. And are there intersection approaches with a level of service below C?
Yes.
'Cause I thought I heard that
Not intersections, approaches to
Approaches.
intersections.
Okay. Okay, so there's a disagreement there also on that. That's all the questions I have on that. There are issues that seem to be unresolved.
Just one comment, if you look at the ordinance that we're referring to, that Amy's referring to, and Matt's referring to, conclusions and recommended improvements, it says all streets and/or intersections showing a level of service below C. It doesn't say any approaching to intersections. It says all streets and/or intersections, and the testimony already has been that there are none that are below level C.
If you look at the definition for streets, it indicates and implies intended to be used for passage or travel by motor vehicles. It says nothing about intersections.
We are. Since we're going through that letter, I'm going to ask Matt to address some of the comments on that letter, since you seem to be concerned about it. So again, referring to Gilmore Associates' letter regarding the comments, and in particular, the applicant's comments to it. One of the comments was in, I guess, Roman numeral 4 regarding manual traffic count information. And was that provided?
So the manual traffic count information was provided. What Ms. Kaminsky is requesting that we verify if Villanova, Eastern, and Cabrini were operating under a normal schedule on the count dates when they were performed in May, June, and December of 2018. My response is we would endeavor to determine whether or not those schools were in session at the time or were operating under a normal schedule. However, we did provide 5 separate peak hours, over 60 hours of data with respect to the site. And my opinion would be is that even if the schools were not in session during the times the counts were conducted, that have little impact, if any, on the overall outcome and analysis that was prepared.
One of her other comments, Roman numeral number 5, small v, a revised report to analyze the intersection of Lancaster Avenue and Aberdeen Avenue using HCM 6 edition in lieu of the provided HCM 2000. What does that mean?
So really, it's the software package that's utilized to prepare the level of service analysis. We typically use HCM 6th edition, which is what's being requested by Ms. Kaminsky. However, for the intersection of Lancaster Avenue and Aberdeen Avenue, we utilize the HCM 2000 methodology. And the reason for that is because of the 6th edition actually provided illogical results, in our opinion, with respect to the overall intersection and how it operates. It actually showed that when you improve the intersection, the level of service degrades and the queue extends further, which in most instances is what we would classify as a logical result. So we therefore utilize the other software package, which did not necessarily provide that same result. At the end of the day, I'm not going to die on the sword with respect to utilizing HCM 6th edition or HCM 2000 edition. If Ms. Kaminsky continues to disagree with me on this, or feels that my response is not adequate, then I can go back to utilizing the other software package. It just will provide a result that I feel is illogical.
Going back, first, let's go back. Let's backtrack a little bit.
Cornelia, 10 o'clock.
I got it.
Can you wrap it up by 10
We
o'clock?
will.
Okay.
Roman numeral I. This is the last witness. Roman numeral I.
Yes.
It talks about providing the average daily, have you already provided the average daily traffic count?
So this comment pertains to the section of the ordinance requiring that we provide for the average daily traffic for Aberdeen Avenue. We have provided that. It was included in the appendix. It was not included within the text of the study.
But is included in the study.
But is included in the study, yes.
I believe the rest of them have you addressed, 4 and 5. Number 6, Roman numeral 6.
Number 6, this is probably, if I had to classify it, probably Ms. Kaminsky and I's biggest disagreement with respect to the distribution of traffic and how the traffic was distributed over the roadway network in the projected conditions. Ms. Kaminsky feels that a certain methodology should be employed for the distribution of traffic. I feel a different way. I provided a number of reasons why I feel the way I do with respect to how I generate or distributed the traffic. However, what I have stated in my response is that because I feel that the methodology we employed, to me, is more accurate for a number of reasons. If Ms. Kaminsky still does not feel that after that information was provided to her, then I would work with her and hopefully we could come to some sort of resolution in maybe utilizing her methodology and my methodology and averaging it out. At the end of the day, it's not going to have a significant impact one way or another, but I feel like what we have, the reasoning behind the methodology we were provided should hopefully convince Ms. Kaminsky to allow us to continue the methodology. And again, if not, again, I've worked with Ms. Kaminsky a number of times and many other projects and feel that we can come to some sort of resolution on that aspect.
Are there proposed improvements to the site? Is there a right turn lane being added?
Correct. The plan has undergone a number of changes. Originally, this plan showed 2 access points on Lancaster Avenue. It had a right-in, right-out between the pumps and the store, as I'm pointing to on Exhibit A14, and then obviously the full access driveway to the rear and the access point on Aberdeen Avenue. As part of our process, and because we're on a PennDOT roadway, we needed to seek a review from PennDOT as well as the Township. There were a number of items raised in regards to that proposed right-in, right-out driveway, and at the same time, we were asked to provide for a right turn lane or widening along the frontage or Aberdeen Avenue frontage to provide for a northbound right turn lane traveling from Aberdeen onto eastbound Lancaster Avenue. That improvement is depicted on the plan, and as we went further through the review process and obtained more feedback from PennDOT as well as the Township's consultants, we also eliminated the right-in, right-out access point between the pumps and the store.
Have you also agreed to install a traffic adaptive system?
We have. We've agreed to provide for the equipment necessary to convert the Lancaster Avenue and Aberdeen Avenue traffic signal to traffic adaptive technology.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Are there any questions from the board?
And just to complete the record, there's, as I mentioned, I included letters from Mr. Greenfield, from Ms. Eberly, my memorandum, and another memorandum from Ms. Eberly, and they have been included in the packet. They're A52 to A55, and I also have included in the packet various relevant sections of both the saldo and the zoning ordinance, which I've marked as A56 and A57.
I have a couple of questions. Attorney Cornelia, you have stated that you are relying upon the letters received from the Township Code Enforcement Officer and the failure to note any other place that you do not comply with the zoning, but yet you seem to be relying on the fact that you're being told now that you don't comply with the zoning. So is it that you believe this is a by right plan that is compliance with the zoning, or is it that you just were not told and you relied on the letters prior, and therefore you believe that you have a right to proceed because you were notified late of the non-compliance with zoning?
This is a by right plan. If you look at A54, there's very little discussion regarding reliance on the zoning officer's letter. It does mention it in the facts, but it goes through each and every element as to why this is a by right plan and not merely relying on the opinion of the zoning officer.
My understanding is that this is not a by right plan because it's not in compliance with Section 280-101, which requires a special exception from the zoning hearing board when there is a change in the occupancy.
And we disagree with that.
And what's your basis for disagreement?
One, that provision of the zoning code, you have certain rights that attach to non-conforming uses. The township, at least if you interpret it that way, requiring to go for a special exception because of a change of ownership, you're taking away that right preserved by the Pennsylvania Constitution for existing nonconformities. You're saying even though someone is going to use it for the same use, that if you're going to change ownership, you have to go get a special exception. That is clearly incorrect. It's contrary to everything in Pennsylvania law and in the Pennsylvania Constitution. As I mentioned in the memo, I go through each and every element here. This is a retail use. It's a retail sale of gas. It is a retail convenience store. It is permitted by right under the C2 zoning district. There's clear case law on that. In the C3 district, it refers to a automobile repair station or automobile vehicle repair station, which includes the sale of gas and automobile repair. In fact, we're eliminating the nonconformities. We're eliminating the automobile repair shop. We're also eliminating the nonconforming car wash. We are proposing conforming uses here, and for that reason, we argue that this plan complies and is by right.
Secondly, my information is that this is not compliant with the zoning ordinance under sections 280-4 and 280-52E regarding rear yard setback requirements. Is that the case?
No, we totally disagree with that.
My understanding is also that there is grading within 3 feet of the property line and that is not permitted. Is that correct?
There is no comment in here regarding that. Here's the rear yard setback. It's 80-some feet back to the residential neighbors.
My information is also that it's non-compliant with the zoning ordinance due to the proposed parking areas in the steep slopes of 20% or greater. Is that the case?
No, that is not the case, because if you look at the zoning code, it states that there's provisions in there that if these lots were not capable of being subdivided, that the steep slope ordinance is not applicable. And if you look at the existing site condition on A15, I believe it is, you'll see that you have 2 lots that did not have the lot width nor the lot area to be subdivided. Therefore, the steep slope provision is not applicable.
And if I can interject, just
I have nothing else anyway.
in terms of, and I think Mr. Cornelia got to the sort of the core of the dispute here, and it has to do with how do you interpret what's happening there. He's talked about nonconforming uses are protected in this state. There's a constitutional right to expand. That's existing nonconforming uses. They're scraping a site. Those uses are gone. You don't get to continue something like that, which is totally different. If you have a gas station or a garage there and you want to expand it, they're protected. So this is not the same case. That's the problem here. The issue that Commissioner Booker came up with is your ordinance has had a provision for a number of years. Mr. Cornelia is familiar with it. It's been in front of the zoning hearing board on many occasions that basically says any change in non-residential occupancy requires a special exception. And there's some legitimate reasons why you would send a single, let's say, non-impactful, low-use commercial operation existing to something that's where there's going to be a lot more activity, a lot more traffic to the zoning hearing board to deal with that type of a situation. So I'm sure he will challenge it at some point. I don't know that there's any case law that would support it. So, you know, I prepared a list of issues the board has that have come up during the review process, issues that are still outstanding. Some of these, they've said we will comply, but the law in this state is you can't promise to comply. You either comply on your plans, which you say are by right, or you don't. You can't promise to comply in the future. So some of these items that I'm going to go through, they may be able to comply with, but they haven't at this point. As of today, based on the plans that are dated at the end of February, they haven't complied. So the issues of noncompliance, I'll just go through these. One would be failure to secure the zoning hearing board special exception approval pursuant to 280-101A1. Noncompliance with section 280-49D of the Township zoning code, which prohibits goods to be displayed beyond the front lines of a building. 3, noncompliance.
Hold on,
with
John, on that
sections-
one. Goods, what goods are being displayed beyond the building? You're talking about the gas pumps?
Yes.
And gasoline is being displayed outside of the store?
You have a provision in your ordinance, which sort of an odd provision, but it's there.
Which would then basically exclude all gas stations from Radnor Township, and we're well aware of exclusionary zoning and the illegality.
Yeah, but
of it.
that's not in front of this board. That's an argument you may have down the road, but it's not in front of this board. 3 would be noncompliance with 280-4 and 280-52E regarding the rear yard setback requirements. This was an issue raised by the township residents regarding the corner lots. 4, noncompliance with section 280-112J regarding proposed parking areas and steep slopes. Again, this is something which they have said they will comply with, but they haven't. The Saldo sections, which are still outstanding, we've heard about the 2 waivers. They're 255-20B1N, 255-29A12C, and 255-30C. There's a comment in one of the letters regarding trees, 255-38H. Again, they may be able to comply, but the plans don't comply with that section as they sit today. 255-20B1 regarding surveys in all areas within 500 feet of the property line. The other Saldo sections I raised with the traffic engineer is 255-20B5D2A regarding information in the traffic impact statement regarding internal pedestrian circulation, 255-20.5B D3, and section 255-6, which require documentation of existing traffic conditions and a traffic study area of a half a mile. 255-20 B5, D4, and 5, which requires trip generations to be calculated in accordance with the Saldo ordinance attachment 4, and there's a requirement of a dedicated 75-foot left turn lane for the westbound approach of Lancaster Avenue at the proposed access driveway. Again, there's other alternatives being proposed, but they haven't complied with these sections. And then finally, 255-20B5D6A, which requires recommendations regarding streets and intersections showing a level of service below C. And there's a dispute regarding how that's interpreted. Your traffic engineer says it includes streets and intersections. They disagree. So they're the ordinance reasons that the plan doesn't comply. And I don't know if the board has any questions at this point.
Just one quick, John. Do we have the conflict with 10-foot radius and 25-foot wide, 25-foot width drive aisles, 35 feet at the street, and then we call for 10-foot radii?
I mean, I can let Amy address that, but I don't think the plans, I mean, her latest review letter of the plans that are of record still say that there's a waiver needed there.
But why would there be a waiver if they can't comply?
Well, I think
They can either use 10-foot radii or they can comply with the 35 feet width at the street.
I think they can comply, though. Amy, can they comply?
They can comply. Their reason for not complying is because then the width of the driveway moves to a 45-foot. Well, then that would require a waiver at that point to be able to make the trucks enter the site, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
No, it's the other way. It's, if they use 10-foot radii, they would not have a 25-foot width drive aisle. 35, if they use 35 feet at the street, 10-foot radii.
You can do it. You can construct something that has that. But the problem is that you're probably not going to get your turning templates to work with that.
So do we need the 10-foot radii for trucks to make the turn? Or is it adequate to have 5 feet and have the max width of 25 feet at the site? Which is more important? But how can we hold the applicant, you know, they're trying to get the right size drive aisle and comply with the requirements, but if we have a conflict, how can we make them request a waiver?
That's part of the point, is that if you have 10-foot radii, then you're having a 15-foot wide drive aisle.
Right, and
you're required to have 25.
They're required to have 25. That's my point, exactly.
And just one thing else on the will complies. This board, as you're well aware, frequently grants land development approvals subject to the consultant's letters, which always say you must do this, must do that. And then on the final plan review, that's when they are addressed. If they're not addressed, then the final plan gets turned down. Remember, this is a preliminary plan. This is not a final plan that's before this board.
That's why I asked specifically on the zoning issues. Why is it that you feel that this is a by right plan when our advice is that this is not a by right plan?
These are retail uses, and retail uses are permitted in the C2 zoning district.
So it's up to the board. How you want to proceed?
All right, so my thought is, subject to what Lisa and Jack may say, is so that we can get the public comment, my thought would be to, I'll lay a motion on the floor here. I would move that we deny the preliminary subdivision plan for a Wawa store for Wayne Property Acquisition, Inc. at 302 and 306 East Lancaster Avenue for the zoning and subdivision and land development reasons as set forth by Solicitor Rice. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A motion on the floor?
Oh, yeah, no, please. So is there any other commissioner comment before we throw it to staff and public comment? Okay. Is there any staff comment? Public comment, please. And I'll remind everyone, since it appears there are many that want to speak, if we are limited, public comment's limited to 5 minutes per person. And if somebody has already said what you're going to say, maybe you could condense what you're going to say a little bit, just so we can, in the interest of time. But please, certainly, go ahead.
My comment will be 1 minute long. My name is Warren Ayres, A-Y-R-E-S. Yes. I live at 314 Midland Avenue. I have a question. I think it's for Mr. Karakalian. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. On what side of the proposed store is the front door located? Is it the western-facing side of the building?
I believe we have two front doors. We have front doors on facing Lancaster Avenue and a front door facing and one here. Basically everything looks like it's the front, is what we have here. A matter of fact, remember when we went through the designs previously with the subcommittee, we showed everything indicating that is a front.
My comment then is, I think the front door is located on the western side of the building, and the rear of the building is on the eastern side, and that's how the zoning analysis should proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, Susan Stern, 202 Midland Avenue. Susan Stern, 202 Midland Avenue. Okay. I also have a question for Mr. Karakalian. Mr. Karakalian, earlier tonight, where are you? Oh, there you are. Earlier tonight, you stated that, well, actually, Mr. Cornelia asked you this question, that you submitted a letter to Kevin Kachansky asking for a zoning determination. That's not exactly accurate. Mr. Cornelia actually submitted the letter on your behalf. Is that accurate? Okay.
The letter indicates it's from me.
Correct. So in the letter, it states that you wrote to Mr. Kachansky, it states that the plans attached indicate the existing zoning conditions and the proposed development of the site, and the proposed parking and loading calculations are also provided. But then, subsequent to acknowledging that that letter was sent, Mr. Karakalian was asked, and he answered that it was not until after Mr. Kachansky gave the zoning letter, the zoning determination letter of April, I think it's 27th, that's when you had your plans engineered. So I'd like to know, what are the plans that were submitted with the zoning determination letter, and where are they, and when can the public see those plans that were actually submitted?
That plan is part of the exhibit that's been marked as A1. I'm sorry.
Sure.
That's been marked as A1, and that was a plan prepared by Bowler, a sketch plan indicating the location of the buildings, location of parking, the uses, and basically the zoning requirements, and that's what we addressed.
Okay, because I don't know that that was ever, this is a question, I'm not sure that that was ever part of the record of what we saw. All I ever saw publicly was the letter that was submitted to Mr. Kachansky and then his response. We didn't see the sketch plan submission. So could that be made part of the public record for the public to see?
Of course. I have a copy, Susan.
Great.
That Nick gave me when the hearing started, so.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'll see that it's here.
Perfect, thank you. And then, Mr. Karakalian, are you aware that the last paragraph Mr. Kachansky wrote, it says, a thorough zone, you actually read this, so I'm going to just repeat it. A thorough zoning review has not been completed. This opinion applies only to the issue noted above, which was whether or not the non-conforming use was an expansion. It didn't address 28101A. And then it also says, the property owner is responsible for securing all other necessary permits and approvals, as well as compliance with all applicable MPC codes and regulations. Mr. Kachansky clearly places the onus on the property owner to be responsible for securing all applicable municipal codes and regulations. Mr. Karakalian, I think you recognize me by now. I've been at every meeting since August, and at every meeting since August, I have raised the issue of 28101A. I'm really sorry that you guys didn't believe me, and I prefaced it by saying I've served on the Planning Commission for 8 years. So while I appreciate that maybe a lot of the members of the public, you know, we all have our concerns, they're all different in particular, but Mr. Cornelia knows, and I stated it publicly at every single meeting. All I've said was, I think this plan needs to go to zoning. I think there's a problem with 28101A. I've said it every time. It wasn't a surprise. And the last sentence in Mr. Kachansky's letter says, if you have any questions regarding this determination, please contact me. You guys were free over the last year to have asked that question, and you chose not to. And the public shouldn't have to bear the burden of not asking that. This is my public comment time, Nick. It's not your response time. Okay. The other issue I wanted to bring up is actually for the traffic engineer. You mentioned new trips in the traffic. New trips do not include diverted pass-through traffic, do they?
Just use the mic, please.
Yeah, please use the mic. So new trips are, I'm at home and I decide that I've just got to go have a cup of coffee and Wawa's the place I've got to go, so that's a new trip.
Correct.
Right. Pass-through traffic is I'm driving past the Wawa on my way to the Blue Route, and I decide to stop in because there's the Wawa. Oh, let me go get a cup of coffee.
Correct.
But none of those calculations account for what's called diverted pass-through. So I'm in a completely different part of town, and I'm going to go to the Blue Route, and rather than stay on Conestoga because I live off of South Devon, I make a point of going on to Lancaster and going past this Wawa to get to the Blue Route, rather than staying on Conestoga all the way down to Ivan Avenue to get to the Blue Route. That's called a diverted pass-through. Are you aware of that term?
I am.
Okay, so there's no diverted pass-through calculations accounted here, right?
Well, diverted pass-through, it's not called diverted pass-through, by the way. It's
Okay,
called
what's it
diverted
called?
link. And diverted link trips are typically lumped into the new trips. You would consider that a new trip to that specific area, because when you normally look at these type of uses, you normally look at intersections immediately surrounding it. So you don't really have the opportunity to look at intersections that are a mile away or half a mile away, for that matter, that would normally where that trip would originate. So that's usually included in new. You can look at the ITE trip generation manual, and you'll find that there's only two classifications of trips for these uses. That is pass-by and new trips.
Yeah, so I think diverted is being undercounted. I'd like to just make a comment. Mr. Cornelia has expressed concern in his memo about the distinction between non-residential and residential use as it relates to a change in occupancy. I know I'm getting close to 5 minutes, but I didn't include my questioning time in my 5 minutes. Mr. Cornelia didn't include his. In April, I think it was April 16th, 2015, Mr. Cornelia was the attorney of record on an almost identical zoning hearing case. The Agnes Irwin School was taking over a property that was on Conestoga Road. The Conestoga Road property has an existing nonconformity, grandfathered use, as it were, and Mr. Cornelia brought forth an application to the zoning hearing board representing Agnes Irwin, asking for an extension of the nonconforming use, asking for a special exception under 280-101A. So he himself is aware of precedent in Radnor Township for change in occupancy needing this as special exception because he was the attorney of record on April 16th, the 2015 application. And I don't see why this application should be any different. And then the last thing I'd like to say just has to relate to a comment that was made hours ago. It was about the concern that Mr. Abel had about the trucks that might be going in and out of the Willows at all hours of the night and day. And I think that the residents of Midland Avenue, St. David's Avenue, Windermere Avenue, Aberdeen Avenue would just like the same consideration about when trucks will be going up and down our road. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Oh, my goodness. All right. To Annie, please.
I'm Annie Webb, and I'm just going to, all the legal wrangling you guys are going to have to deal with, but my biggest disappointment with this whole thing is that there was a lot of neighbor comment and input on how this thing could have been done better. And to see this plan that's back to square one, that's not taking into account the kids at St. Catherine's, the kids at Radnor Middle School, who are going to walk across all of these gas stations and the cars coming in and out to get to the store to get their shorty and their candy, I think is bordering on criminal, that you guys don't want to take the time to go to the zoning commission to get the overrides or whatever to be able to build it the other way so that you can protect the kids in our neighborhood. You had all these meetings with that Luke and Rich, and there was another commissioner that was there. You listened to the neighbors. They all talked about it. They told you the most important things were protecting the children in our neighborhood, and you're just ignoring it. You're absolutely ignoring it, and I think that's awful. I don't think that's any way to be a good neighbor in this neighborhood full of really good people.
Thank you, Annie. Is there any additional public comment? All right, so I am going to call the vote on the motion to deny, as stated and read by Commissioner Clark so eloquently. All those in favor of denying the current motion in front of us, or the motion to deny, approving the motion to deny. What's that? Jake left. Please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
That's a double negative.
A double negative?
You're saying those who are denying the plan say aye.
Approving the denial.
Approving the, okay.
Approving the denial. So motion passes 5-0 with Commissioner Nagel and Commissioner Abel absent. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your perseverance. Mr. Caniglia, thank you. Thank you. Okay, on to, I've lost my place. We are on to item F, Villanova Musco Stadium Light presentation. Mr. Norsini, are you introducing this one for us?
They're coming in.
They're coming in?
Madam President.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move right in to the presentation.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Let's go.
I know it's getting late. Go ahead.
I have no idea how to do this. No. Continue without scanning, I guess. Continue without scanning. We don't want to scan it. Open folder. Yes. Why is this? Here we go.
Thanks, Paul.
This week coming up.
We just have a jump drive in here.
Yeah, it's
recognized now. I just looked that there was an error a second ago. I'll put it up on the projectors. Great, thank you.
Okay, that should do it. And I think the arrows should take.
This work?
Yeah.
Do you have a laser pointer?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, well, there's no one here anymore. All right, sit down, John. No. What? You can sit down. Sit down. Thank God. That's my seat. That's my seat. You know. That's my seat. That's my back seat. Go. Robert, you good?
Yeah, I think so.
This works.
I stay awake.
All right. Where's your water? Where's my water?
The presentation by Musco, and we've talked about this, and Villanova's willing to make these, reinstall these lights, state-of-the-art lights, obviously by the state-of-the-art light expert Musco. So I'll turn it over to them.
Great. Good evening.
Good evening.
No, they're good. They're going to give their presentation, so it's fine.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Zoller, and I am the regional technical consultant for Musco Sports Lighting. I've been involved in sports lighting for over 20 years. I've been involved in several thousand sports lighting projects. And Villanova University reached out to us because they wanted us to provide a lighting solution that was going to reduce the current amount of trespass lighting from the existing lights illuminating the stadium. The first, what I'm showing, this is exhibit drawing C11 from the exhibit package. This is the plan view of the stadium. In looking at the plan view of the stadium, we see that there are 6 lighting poles that exist right now. On the north side, there are 3 that go behind the north side bleachers, and there are currently 3 on the south side of the stadium as well that are behind the south side bleachers. What we are proposing to do is to reuse the existing lighting poles. So we're not going to change the footprint of the lighting. We're not going to add any lighting poles. We're just going to take the existing 6 100-foot lighting poles, take down the existing lighting equipment, and then replace it with new state-of-the-art lights. What exists now is Musco's what's called SC2, which is lighting technology that was installed in 1997, which at that time was state-of-the-art. It was a parabolic reflector, as you can see on the left, and it had a faceted insert on the bottom, which redirected some of the light glare down on the field, improved some efficiency, and helped reduce some of the glare. You can see that the actual lighting bulb inside the fixture is exposed, and it is a source of glare. And there are, as you can see from the picture on the right, that's one of the existing poles. Each one of the poles has 18 of these 1,500-watt fixtures on top, for a total of 108 fixtures that currently illuminate the stadium. What we are proposing is state-of-the-art Musco TLC LED fixtures. This is a full cutoff fixture. By that I mean there's no uplight from this fixture. The LEDs themselves are completely shielded and are inside of the fixture, recessed upward, so that there's no light horizontal above the fixture that's going to go beyond the field. All of the lighting is directed down onto the field. Just by way of mentioning, I worked on the Memorial Field project, the Agnes Irwin Field, and that was one generation previous to this in terms of technology. And we were able, in that case, to be able to control the lighting so there were no complaints from the neighbors surrounding that field, and also we were able to make sure that there were no issues with drivers on Matson Ford Road. So this is the technology. These are 1,500-watt LED fixtures. Now, as I mentioned, currently there are 18 lights on each pole. What we have, this is Exhibit 1.2, is these are the pole drawings. So you see, this is, we're looking at the north side, the south side. At the top of the pole, we, instead of 18 lights, we now have a total of 9. The center pole, we go from 18 lights to a total of 8. The right side pole, which is the eastern side pole, we go from a total of 18 to a total of 9. On the opposite side, the north side, we go from 18 to 10. In the center pole, we go from 18 to 8. And then on the right side pole, the eastern side pole, we go from 18 to 10. So it's a significant reduction in the amount of lights that will be needed on the top of the pole to maintain the light levels. And this was also in the exhibit. This is the field illuminated to 75-foot candles, which was the same light level as the field was originally designed to. We're just going to maintain the same light level with the capability of dimming to lower light levels as needed for the university. There's low light levels on the track corners because we are not illuminating the track. It's just enough light just for safety for walking around the track when the stadium field is in use. Now, the biggest thing is we did also a blanket grid, and what I'm going to do is show you, this is the actual blanket grid that we did that is part of the exhibits. It was Exhibit C2.1. What we do with a horizontal blanket grid is we take horizontal values over an entire grid, 30 foot by 30 foot, to show how the lighting distribution decreases moving away from the lighting field. And it's a little tough to see with this size drawing, but basically we go to 0.0 at each one of the property lines on all sides of the field. So what we wanted to do to really determine what we're going to be able to improve as far as the light spillage goes from the new technology is we took the existing technology. Since it is Musco technology, we have the photometrics to be able to determine what the lighting level was when the system was installed at the property lines. So with the existing technology on the eastern property line, we have a maximum of 0.4 horizontal foot candles. Horizontal foot candle is you take your meter, you hold it horizontally or parallel to the ground, and that's the basic unit of standard measure for lighting. Then secondly, we're looking at vertical foot candles where we're going to take the meter and now aim it vertically back at the field. This is more important and is more practical because that light is traveling more vertically than horizontally. So we're going to show what that reading is. And then third and lastly, we're going to talk about luminous intensity. That's simply the glare. That's the measure of the glare that's being emitted from the fixture. A luminous intensity of between, say, about 1,000 and less is what you typically would have from a residential porch light. 12,000 to 15,000 is a low beam headlight. 30,000 to 50,000 is a high beam headlight. So with the existing technology, looking at the eastern property line, we have a maximum horizontal foot candle value of 0.4, a maximum vertical foot candle value of 1.9, and we have a luminous intensity of 27,430, which is equivalent basically to a high beam headlight. When we look at the proposed technology along the eastern property line, we go to 0 at horizontal foot candle measurement, 0 vertical foot candle measurement, and 623 as the intensity, luminous intensity. So basically, it's a porch light. There's no horizontal measurements, there's no vertical measurements. And the way we calculate this is we don't take into account the stadium itself, the structure. We don't take into account any buildings, any structures, any foliage, any trees that are on the property. We're just assuming flat ground going out in all directions away from the field. The stadium itself will still reduce light further. Trees will do the same thing. Structures on the site will do the exact same. So this is without any of that. There's no horizontal, no vertical light measurements at the eastern property line. Let's jump down to the southern property line. The southern property line goes right down the middle of Lancaster Avenue, and so we did measurements there. The existing Musco technology on the southern property line is a maximum of 1 foot candle horizontal, 4.5 maximum vertical foot candles, and 37,428 is the luminous intensity. With the new technology, once again, we go to 0.0 on the horizontal, we go to 0.1 on the vertical, and we go down to 2,179 on the luminous intensity. And by the way, I want to point out, the 0.1 vertical, we actually measure that by pole F5, and there's a few measurements of 0.1 further down to the west. The neighboring and adjoining properties on the southern side begin right here behind F4, and all of the vertical values moving to the east along Lancaster Avenue are all 0.0. So basically, in summation, on the east side, we go from 0.4 to 0, 1.9 to 0, 27,000 candela to 600 candela. On the south side, 1 to 0, 4.5 basically to 0, 37,000 to 2,000.
Just a quick question. So that's right at the property line.
Right along the property line.
But is it possible for it to be greater? And I've seen residents send me pictures where I see not only the light spillage, but I see huge shadows cast. So that's what it is there now, the 0.4, but it could be greater even though it's further away, just based upon the angle of the light.
Your light measurement is going to decrease with the inverse square of the distance. So basically, the amount of light that you measure, the further you go away, it's going to become less. You're going to have less light that you're going to measure. The luminous intensity will just continue. That's why sometimes you could go out with a lighting meter, you could measure 0 foot candles, but you could still see light on the side of a home. And that's why we wanted to show these values to show how low it would be and how much we're reducing 98% of the amount of glare that exists there at this point. That's a good question.
Is there a definition between glare and spillage?
Spillage, we typically refer to spillage as something that you can measure. How much is actually going to spill beyond the area you're trying to illuminate? And the spillage would be the horizontal and the spillage would be the vertical. The glare just continues to go on. So therefore, you calculate the glare, but it's very difficult to measure the glare because it takes a certain kind of meter to measure that glare. And even when you're measuring glare, when you measure it at a distance, you have the issues of the atmospheric conditions coming into play, and it's very difficult to get reproducible values on the glare. As far as the actual spillage measurements, it's very easy to reproduce them, very easy to take them, and that's why the spillage measurements are what the basis is, and you go out after the fact and you measure them to confirm them. Just to show you very quickly, it's not just LED technology. It is the reflector, the ability of the optics, and the way you control the light. Here's a picture on the left of the same technology that we're proposing for the Villanova field. The picture on the right is another field that has also LED sports lighting technology. And you can see very clearly there's a big difference. Just to say you have LED lighting doesn't mean you have the ability to control the lighting as what we're proposing for this particular application. Just to give you a couple pictures, this is Notre Dame Prep up in Scottsdale, Arizona. You're looking at the 3 poles on the left. You can see the glare from the 3 poles. On the right, that's when it's been retrofitted with the Musco, with the new technology. You can see the glare, how much it's been significantly reduced, going from one level to the other, and also the improvement of the lighting on the field. And then lastly, this is close to home. This is Neshaminy High School right here in Langhorne, PA. You see the before pictures in the upper left-hand corner. That the field was illuminated and the track was not illuminated in the upper left-hand corner. You could see the glare from the 6 lighting poles. You can actually see some of the illumination. There's a water tank to the side of the field. You can see illumination around the corners. You can see the bleachers are illuminated. When we re-lit the field with the LED fixtures, we actually see this whole entire, the D section is gone, the water tower's gone. We see the reduction in glare from the lighting fixtures to the point where we actually had to add an LED fixture onto the scoreboard at the end of the field because you could see the numbers on the scoreboard, but you couldn't read who was home and who was away. That's how much the lighting was able to be controlled and lighting the area that was desired to be illuminated.
A quick question. So the way that the bulbs are angled, are they, and now they're supposedly at a 30-degree angle from what I read, are they going to be able to be adjusted up or down based upon an event? Does that make, okay, so they're stable. My question to follow is, in the past, those lights have been used to illuminate neighborhoods to help for safety and walking after an event, and it just lights up the whole neighborhood, so I wouldn't want them to be lifted up or being able to be re-angled, so they will be stationary, they will be stable.
That's correct. The lights themselves are securely fastened to the top of the pole. As a matter of fact, they're fastened to the point where they're guaranteed not to misalign in winds up to 150 miles per hour.
And how often are they calibrated to that? Is it a 30-degree angle for this?
Well, they're going to vary from fixture to fixture, depending upon, some will be a steeper angle because you're aiming to a shorter distance. Some may be a little bit shorter of an angle, but they're all roughly about that 30 degrees.
How often will you, or what's the standard procedure, the best practice of having those lights calibrated to whatever angles they are?
What'll happen is once the lights are installed, the lighting certification has taken place. That means that someone would go out, probably myself, would go out and do all the lighting measurements on the field to make sure all the light levels are met on the field per specification. We go out to the property lines to check to make sure that the lights are meeting what specification. If at any time the owner looks at the field and says, well, it doesn't look right to me, or there's a concern along a property line, it's gotten brighter, we'll come back, we'll check it again, and if there is a problem, we'll adjust it because we're guaranteeing the light levels both on the field and at the property lines. That's part of the guarantee with the lighting system. And then the last thing I'll add too is it comes with a wireless control system. So that means with the wireless control system, you don't have a situation where someone has to go out there at the end of every event, turn off a switch to make sure the lights go out. They're set on that control system so that when the lights are supposed to go out, the lights go out.
And so the lights seem great. It seems like a great plan. is this the top of the line? I mean, are there different levels of quality? You know, you have a, lack of a better term, you know, a Chevrolet and then the Cadillac. Is this the Cadillac or is this the middle of the road? I mean, it is.
This is the top of the line.
It's the top
There
of the
is
line.
no other full cutoff sports lighting fixture available today.
With the quality and the
That's
reduction of light pollution.
Light pollution reduction, lighting on the field, meeting all the requirements for safety and playability for the athletes.
And these lights have the ability to dim, to not always be at full capacity. I know there's,
That's correct.
you know, concerns about them being on early in the morning. They would be at a lower
The owner has the
percentage.
ability to dim the lights. That's
Okay.
correct. That's it. That's it. Any other questions?
Please,
I
any
think maybe,
questions?
I'm good, but I think some of the residents may have some. Or actually, one more. Okay, sorry.
Wait,
Sorry,
so,
one more
okay,
question,
so
Marty. Yes,
we're
I
going
have
to take comment, you want to take some comment on the questions about the plan
Yeah,
itself?
I just have one more question.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
what happens in foggy weather or snowy weather? Will they illuminate as they do currently? Is there still, they're going to obviously reflect off the water particles, but is it, and obviously every storm is going to be a different number, but what is the percentage of, or, you know, or the, that it goes down based upon, you know, a typical storm?
Best way for me to answer that is this. When you project light from a source, what happens if you have like heavy fog, you do start to get dispersion with the light particles. You'll get some dispersion from the light particles, but the light still travels in the same direction.
Okay.
With the fixtures now, you basically have a wide arc of light going upward, outward, and downward because there's no shielding and there's no redirecting of light down other than the small faceted inserts I showed you in the very first picture. Now, with the shielding of the fixture directing all the light downward, you don't have the upward component anymore, so you don't have that dispersion going above the fixture anymore like you have right now. When I've seen it, when we've seen and we've had fog, basically there's very little dispersion up over the fixture because it's pointing it downward and it's spreading that way.
Okay. What's the cost savings? I don't know what Villanova, if you guys have a number of typically what it would cost, what you spend in lights this year. How much more energy efficient are these lights, they're, you know, to what they have now?
It's very comparable to my example up here at Neshaminy High School. When we redid the Neshaminy High School, that was a 72% reduction. I would assume it's probably going to be somewhere in that 70 to 80% reduction in energy.
So if their bill was, I'm just saying, $100,000 a year, it would go
The
to
bill would
about
be like
30,000.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's round numbers.
Yeah,
obviously.
no, I know it's not perfect. And then one more question. Why does the height, I guess the height's going to be the same at least? I know that you're going to have 2 tiers. Is it possible to reduce some of the height or no?
No, I wouldn't reduce the height of the poles. I would keep the poles exactly where they are. What directs the height on the poles is the setback from the pole from the center of the field, because you have to maintain, as we talked about, the aiming angles. So if you're maintaining the aiming angles, the distance you are from the point that you're aiming the fixture determines the aiming angle, determines the height of the pole. And with the size of the stadium and the setbacks of the poles, the 100-foot poles were the correct height for the poles with the previous technology. It's just that it didn't have the advanced control back then as we have now. And that's what enables us to make such a significant reduction in the impact of the lighting to the adjacent areas surrounding the field.
Okay. And just one more thing.
Sure.
And this is obviously going to be significantly better than what's going on now. But we were promised by Musco, and again, 1980, and I have the transcript document right here, that there was going to be no light spillage and all this other stuff. And unfortunately, sure enough, there was. What's the recourse if there does happen to be light spillage? You can go out and correct it, but if you're unable to do that based on some, you know, environmental issue or some building or something that bounces off another building, and I don't know what I don't know what I don't know
Right,
when it
right.
comes to this. You would know
It's
better.
it's a great question.
What do we do? Because I don't want it to be like, oh, well, yeah, it's really good in 95% of it, but this guy's home right there. So what are the, what's the recourse? What happens if you can't fix something? Kind of if you can go from there.
I guess the best way for me to put it is from experience. Now, I've been doing this for 20 years. Unfortunately, I was not here in 97. I actually came in 99, where I probably would have known more about what you're talking about with that project.
That was 1980, actually.
1980.
It wasn't Muscat?
I mean, we did this lighting in 1997. That's what our records indicate, was 1997. Maybe there was a previous lighting before that. I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, coming to the remedy, by experience, when we go out and we do the lighting test, I still haven't found a project yet in 20 years that we've not been able to meet the values that are presented before a planning board, zoning board, because that's the establishing in concrete what the performance has to be for that particular lighting system. And I haven't found a project yet where we haven't been able to, if adjustments, and I would say in about 85% of the projects, when we have contractors that know what we're doing, we don't have to do any adjustments at all whatsoever. But in those 15% of the cases, a pole moves, adjustments are needed to be made. I haven't had a project yet that has not met the spill requirements, not met the on-field requirements through adjustments.
And then, sorry, one more question here.
Sure.
Technology changes very rapidly. When you buy your iPhone, as I have here, by the
Mm-hmm.
time you buy it, it's already obsolete. They have 3 or 4 generations down the line. What's the technology? Where's the technology going? How long do you expect this technology to last? If you
Great
could
question.
speak to that.
The technology that we're using now, we've actually had since 2008. So we've had it 11 years already. The only reason you haven't seen it till recently is because it took time for the cost to catch up with the technology. I'm sure you're all aware, LEDs is a rapidly changing technology. So I would assume LEDs are going to be around for a while. It's very difficult to improve on a full cutoff fixture. The only improvements that you could possibly do is they may come out with something more efficient later on. But from what we've seen with the technology, the curve was just quick. It was like an exponential curve. It moved fast. Technology turned very fast in the very beginning. But now it's pretty much plateaued, and it's pretty much a straight line. And we don't see that big change in technology happening really in any time soon.
Thank you.
Explain to me exactly the difference between the old lights and these LEDs. Is there no parabolic reflector at all, and all of these LEDs are just perfectly aimed? How is it that you can get zero spillage at the property line?
Has to do with the shielding. It really has to do with the shielding. That's the difference in the picture. Because the LEDs are point source, and now you don't have this large bulb that's emitting a lot of light in a big area. You have very distinct, discrete little point sources that are your LEDs. There's over 200 little LEDs in that fixture. Within those, each one of those fixtures, there's TIOR optics that allow you to direct that light from each of those individual LEDs. And with the shielding capabilities that we can add to that, it really gives us the ability to direct that light where it has to go. With the HID light, you had this large bulb which just had light going in all different directions because you just had an arc tube that you sent the electric charge in, the gas ignited, and that light just went in all different directions. You never.
Well, that's
were
why you
able to
have
change it.
a parabola around it, and you're directing all of that the
Just
same
like a
way.
megaphone.
So you're saying that there's no that each one of these 200 is so perfectly aimed that it's like a spotlight that you're.
It's not like it's like a spotlight, but it's so precisely aimed that you're able to get it where it needs to go. I mean, again, I'm not saying that there's zero light beyond the field, but what I am saying is by the time we get to the property line, zero. But there is still light that goes beyond the field. It's not perfectly zero, but we can aim those LEDs and we can utilize the shielding technology to improve it by that degree.
And I was confused about how your measurement and the position of the light meter is reflected on your reduction slide. So are you saying that at shoulder height, at a vertical light meter, it's going to be 0 at the property line or at horizontal?
It's both.
Both?
Both, yes, both.
But you're not saying that there won't be any glare?
There could be such a small amount of glare. Light is, when you're measuring foot candles with light, it's a function of the inverse square of the distance. So you can measure foot candles to be 0, but you could still have a small amount of glare that's not enough to translate into a foot candle, but you could still see it. And that's the differential. And that's why I wanted to show what the glare, what those candela values would be, because that is a case. That's what you can see.
And as you said, you can still see it on the side of the house, even though you're at 0 foot candles on the meter.
That's correct. But what you can see is going to be 98% less than what you have now.
But if it's in someone's 4-year-old son's window, he can see it. That's the issue.
Even with that small amount of light, 2 things. One, remember, we're not taking into account anything that would block light. Number 2, we're going to reduce it by so much. If there's a situation now with that light going in the window from the existing lighting where it's almost 100 times more than what it's going to be, I guarantee you there's some pretty serious shade action going on in that window, which will not even anymore be necessary because of the reduction of the glare.
Sounds too good to be true. You also said that this is a 70% reduction in energy expense.
Correct.
So
give or take. I don't have the exact.
So
numbers.
it's 2 years payback for Villanova to do this.
No, it isn't. And the reason why, on an interior job like this, if I was to change out all of these lights to LEDs, okay, what would happen is this room is probably lit maybe 10, 12. On a day like today, it's being lit probably 12, 14 hours. You get a faster payback in the amount of usage. Remember, a sports lighting field is used a lot less than, say, an indoor lighting. So it takes longer to get it.
I don't think that's the case. I think that this field is very, very much utilized and very much lit for most evenings.
I don't know what the exact number of hours is.
My point is that this is not without economic benefit to the installer. So there is a payback, and it's relatively short, whether it's 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, certainly within the parameters that would be set for most capital expenditure projects. There's a payback, and if you did the last ones and you said 97,
correct.
So it's 22 years. So we can expect another 20 years. So certainly that this will pay for itself and then be a cost benefit.
Oh, sure.
So it's not altruistic.
Well, I mean, when you make an improvement, the idea is going to be that the improvement is going to have benefits. And the benefits in this improvement, obviously, is the energy efficiency. There's an improvement in control. There's improvement in reduction of spill, reduction of impact. There's a lot of value to be gained by doing this.
Yeah, I understand. But it's not as if it's not as if it's a gift to the residents of the area. There is a benefit to putting these in. That's my point. That's all.
Oh, sure.
No response required. Thanks.
Okay, any additional questions on the presentation? All right, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Okay, I didn't. No, please, no, please.
No, you
come
have
up
to come
the-
over. Were you going to skip public comment?
Well, no, Rich, I wasn't going to skip public comment. I didn't even get to finish what I was saying to begin with.
Commissioner Booker just asked a very good question about all these positives. are there any negatives? Are there any, when putting these lights up, what are the trade-offs?
Oh, I mean, the only negative of doing the light that I would see is obviously there is a cost to do it.
Okay.
That would be the only negative.
Very good. And you showed the maximum, or excuse me, you showed the illumination to be an average of 75-foot candles on the field.
That's correct.
Is there any ability through the control system for the owner of the lights to elevate the illumination beyond 75?
No. They can dim it, but they can't go higher than 75.
Okay. You mentioned there were two lower levels of lighting.
Well, no, I didn't say that there were 2 lower levels. I
Okay.
said that they could dim the lights.
Okay, so they could dim it to whatever levels they want below 75.
Correct.
And they could have this programmed in these levels, so it would be an easy thing for them to do?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I want to go 75 to 50, I just have to have a button on a touchscreen.
That's correct.
Okay. With respect to the control, I saw on your website that there's logs that are available for usage of the field, or usage of the lights, excuse me, usage of the lights. Do these logs go to the detail of time of day and also reflect how much illumination was generated at that time?
The reports that can be generated by the lights would be hours when they're used and what the light level would be, how much was used.
So you could see that they lit them up at 6 o'clock in the evening, turned them off at 10, and the illumination was 75. If
That's
they had
correct.
it.
They
Okay.
could look at that, yes.
Okay. And my very last question is, the atmospheric conditions, are there any types of atmospheric conditions that would cause spill of the light beyond the border of the property?
My answer to that would be no. Based upon my experience, I've seen it in many different atmospheric conditions. I've seen this technology where there was so much fog on the field you could barely see your way walking over it. And what happens is that decreases the light level so much on the field, and you go out to the property line and it's actually lower.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Is there any other public comment? Sure.
Hi, Kevin Geary, 4 Blackfriar Road. I don't know if the cameras can get this or where I should put this. I just wanted to actually show. So this is at 6:04 a.m. and this is out of my bedroom window. So I don't know if you can look at it. How is it going to look different? Why don't you look at the laptop?
Well, it's hard for me to show you anything on that. If you could go back to.
Ethan, can we go back to the laptop on the, yeah.
Look on the.
No, but that's in a clear, what looks to be a clear night. What I'm looking here is a very foggy morning at 6:04 a.m.
Right, and that was what we were actually talking about, is the fact that because the lighting output of these fixtures is broad and upward, you're actually going to see a larger output of light if it is foggy, depending upon the more controlled light.
So you're saying that the glare that I'm looking at here, these 2 big lights, I will not see?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we go to another one?
Ethan, can we do the overhead again?
So this is at 10:30 at night, after no one had been on the field for 3.5 hours. I just would like to, again, it's a foggy night, and this is what I consider to be the close encounters of the third kind benefit of living next to Villanova. So, and I appreciate you dragging Villanova kicking and screaming into the 21st century, so I really do. But so you're saying that this top light here, okay, that the lights will still be at that high level?
Yeah, we're not changing the height of the lights. I'm just trying to tell because, these lights, what you're showing is at different heights. And so I don't know what all of the sources of the lights are that you're showing.
Well, I can
in this
guarantee you there's
particular
nothing,
picture.
nothing besides the lights that are the sources of the light.
Yeah, I'm just not quite sure.
So,
why
so
this
when
is
you,
down
I
so
guess,
low.
I just like it to be noted for the record, as you say that you can fix or amend things.
Yes.
So when it's foggy and you come to my backyard, I'm not going to see this anymore.
That's
And that's
correct.
Villanova's promise.
That's correct.
I'd like to hear Villanova make that promise at some point, not just you.
Well,
but,
we're making the promise to them.
but you're getting paid for it. So my question is, on this 100 feet right here, where you're saying that all the lights would be the 8 or 10 or 6, depending on what angle it was. There's no ability to lower that by, say, 25 feet and install additional lights to achieve the same result.
Here's what's going to happen. As you begin to lower the pole, and this goes back to what we had talked about with the commissioner, you lower the pole, you still have to get to the light to the same point where you're aiming it to now. Now you have to start turning the fixture up. As you turn the fixture up to get that light out to the aiming point, now you start to expose the LEDs.
But that's working within the existing 6-pole settings. There's been no move to make ones further in the end zone or by the new sports complex.
The 6 poles, as they are right now, are as close to the field as they could get because they're behind the grandstands.
So what
okay?
were to happen if you were to add lights more in the end zones?
You can't.
You can't.
What we do
But
when it comes
stadiums all
to...
over the country have lights in their end zones.
No, they don't.
None?
No, and I'll explain to you why.
Not one major sports stadium has a light in their end zone?
No. And here's the unless
a lot of
you're
football
talking
stadiums, it's a bold statement.
unless you're talking about a professional stadium where the lights are 400 feet in the air, then some of them do wind around. But if you look at a high school field, you look at a college field, okay? What the lighting designs are based upon is what's called the Illuminating Engineering Society Recommendations for Sports and Area Lighting, RP6-14. What RP6-14 does is it outlines for us as lighting designers, and I'm talking about anyone, not Musco, anyone who designs lighting. What it does is it tells us where we can put the poles, because we don't want the poles behind the end zone, because as you're running down the field, you're running into the lights. So that's not an option for us. So where the lights are placed right now would fulfill and still meet those illumination engineering requirements. Now, if we start to lower those lights, now what we do is we start to point that light back out, and now we start to reintroduce the same problem as we're having now. Now we start to expose the lighting fixture, and we start to light it up.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes to 11:30.
I have one more question.
Well, we do need to make a motion to extend, but I wasn't going to interrupt in order to do so. I'm watching the clock, Sean. I know what time it is. Thank you.
Pardon me.
Can I get the camera back up for one more time? So this is on Lowry's Lane. Probably, I want to say, closer to the bridge than Lancaster Avenue. This is the next night at 7 o'clock. So obviously you're not seeing the glare of the lights that you were from like my bedroom.
Right.
What does this look like this October under similar weather?
Again, I mean, it still comes down to the same thing we're talking about. Right. You have light that's being projected upward.
No, I understand. So you're saying the sky will not look like this?
That's right.
Okay. How, like, you're saying it's going to be set, that light, right, that picture right there will be 70% darker, 90% darker?
It's going to be significantly darker. I mean, I think most of that's going to be gone.
Okay.
Even if you go back to my computer for a moment, to the picture that I have on my computer, you can even, it's hard to see it up on the screen, but if you look at it here, you can actually even see how the light is cut down. Where it is, there is humidity here in this picture, and you can actually see where the cutoffs are above the lights. You don't see the light projecting upward like you would in a case like that, or you would in my case on the right-hand picture where you see it all going upward. That's what you're seeing. It's the same type of situation
So
as this.
you said that the technology was state-of-the-art in 1997 when they were installed.
That's correct.
But how old was that state-of-the-art technology?
I think It had been probably maybe I'd say early to mid-90s.
Okay, so we're talking about a quarter century almost.
No, I'm missing something.
So if it's the early 90s, then it's...
If it's the early 90s, then it was state-of-the-art in 1997. That's
Right,
7
well, it's
years.
2019. I'm just saying, like, for example, I mean, I got a state-of-the-art TV in 2004, but it was really like 1999 technology. That's what I was sort of getting at.
Okay, yeah, I mean, again, sports lighting, there's only certain things that you can do to improve the technology. You still have to project the light, you still have to get the light where it has to go. It will continue to improve, but again, it's, as I mentioned, with the LED technology, it has slowed down considerably. Now it's just increasing the efficiency of the lighting chips. You can't shield more than completely shielding.
Okay. Before we have any more public comment, we do need to have a motion to extend because it is 11:01. So can I get a motion to extend? And we will extend for 30 minutes because there are still 3 items on the agenda that we do need to get to.
Second.
All those in favor of extending by 30 minutes, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 4-1. All right, there was additional public comment. Please come up. Thank you.
Yes, Thomas Latoff. I'm at 1 Barleycone Lane, and the gentleman that just preceded me, he's behind me.
Okay.
Those lights face my house, and if you stand in my front yard or my driveway, you're blasted by about 15 lights, literally. Are these lights going to be pointed down? Are you going to point them down where they're not going to be pointing down my driveway?
That's your left picture.
I'm seeing a picture, but I just want to make sure
That's
that...
your left picture, and that's what it is going to look like. That's not a Photoshop. That's a real picture of that's a lighting and what it's going to look like.
So whenever those lights are still going to be there, but they're going to be aimed down and not at me.
And they're shielded. So now what you're looking at, when you look up your driveway, you're looking at that bulb inside the fixture.
About many bulbs.
Yeah, exact, each one. What we're going to do is now we're going to basically shut that bulb off. You're not looking at the bulb anymore. Now it's tucked up on the inside, which is where the light source is coming from. So now you're shielded from seeing the light source, which is what is glaring and blaring to you right now.
So if you stop it at my property, then all the other properties are going to benefit from it.
That's why I was showing the values at the property line, the measurable values, 0, 0.
Okay. Okay, we'll see.
It's a bold promise, too. Nobody's believing this. It's like, really? Okay.
Is there-
But here's the question.
No,
Obviously-
Rich, this is public comment. Can we let the community finish asking their questions first? Please. Please, let's let the community finish.
But
There is still public comment, Rich. Please.
There's
Rich,
uplighting.
There is still public comment. Please.
Jane Galley, I live on Barclayton Road, and I get that all winter long. Anyway, I saw on your proposals there were lower lights. Why are there lower lights they look several, like 50 feet below the other ones?
Yes. There are lower lights. What we call those lower lights, or they're called ball tracker lights. They're very, very low wattage light. Because we're cutting the light off so much now with the shielding, we have a small amount of light that goes straight up, so that this way the ball is never lost over the top of the lights.
Gotcha. Okay.
We have to do that for safety's sake, because if a player's playing, the ball goes over the lights.
No, I'm a mother.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, no nose is broken. Anyway, by the way, and Chris, this is terrific. I mean, this is terrific. I appreciate what they've done. They have obviously listened, and I like to point out things I see, but this is great. So this to me is a good answer. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment from anyone else? Okay, Rich,
All right.
did you want to make your one last
Yeah,
comment?
the issue is the uplighting. There's light, even if you have it all directed at the field, some of that reflects off of the field, off of the grass, off of the asphalt, the stands, and goes into the air. And that's what people are still going to see, even if the bulb is no longer coming down the driveway.
When you're talking about reflected light off the surface,
Yeah.
okay, when we do what are called room calculations, calculations of lighting inside a room, inside a closed space, what we do is we take into account, this is a different application, but I want to just kind of bring it into play. If we have a room and we're doing a light study on a room to determine how to illuminate a room, we take into account a reflectance on the wall, on a ceiling, and on a floor. And even a floor that is highly polished has a reflectivity due to the dispersion of the light, the angle of the light, the way the light is produced and directed, of no more than 10 to 15%. Now that's a flat, reflective floor. When you go to a grass surface, which is what a field is you've got grass fibers that are pointing in all different directions. There's absorption that takes place on the grass field itself. Also, one thing that we have going for us here with the stadium, there's going to be blockage by the bleachers that go all the way around the stadium in terms of reflected light. When I go out and I do measurements, and I measure light at property line, which would take into account any kind of reflection, any kind of reflected light, those values still meet. That component is so small at that distance that it does not come into play.
Still having a hard time believing that this is going to be as good as you say. Is there any way you can show us, see, these are two different fields. See, this is what bothers me, what can be, what often is. Do you have what before and after so that you can see that? And then also the second question is, what is the temperature of this light? Is it changed? What do they have now? They have tungsten highlight. What do they have?
No.
High pressure sodium. What do they have?
The metal halide light.
Metal
which is
halide.
The typical lighting for sports lighting now is between 4,000 and 4,500 degrees Kelvin. The LED light is 5,700 degrees Kelvin.
So it's whiter.
That's why it's a whiter light.
It's very white.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And they like that better than a more yellow, a softer light?
Oh, absolutely. The whiter the light, the higher the color temperature, the greater your ability to discern detail. Go into a room and put on a lamp with an LED light and put, in your home, put an LED light into a lamp, put a tungsten halogen light into the lamp, and then look at your book and your page in front of you, and you'll see the difference in the sharpness of what you're looking at because of the difference in the color temperature. With this Neshaminy High School, they have a professional photography team. They have a very, very good football. I've been told, I don't know for sure, I'm not, I love football, but one of the things they pointed out to me after we did this, they have a professional photographer. And the professional photographer showed me pictures that were taken with the metal halide light and pictures with the LED light. And the sharpness, what you see, the detail is enhanced because of the higher color temperature.
It's not natural, though. It's not, the human eye is evolved under sunlight.
Okay,
so.
I think
Answer the first question.
We've exhausted. I think we've exhausted
I have
this.
one
Do
more
you guys
question.
want to
I
get?
have one more
Do you want to
question.
get to the actual?
Yes, I do. Can you go back to?
Wait. What was my first question?
Can you go back to the other slide with the baseball field?
Yeah. We wanted to see ones where that's true before and after.
Stop. But let me just ask a question here. So it says this is what your light is, and this is what other suppliers are. Do you have a patented technology? I mean, I'm sure you have a bunch of them.
Absolutely.
But it comes down to physics when it comes to light, and it can be easily replicated. So why are some LED? I mean, it's not an issue of, there's smart people at both companies.
Mm-hmm.
Why is yours the best? And then my question is you are also the experts and the salesman, so there's a conflict of interest there, correct?
Well, I'm the technical consultant.
But your company does do sales and consultations. You would never recommend that they buy that product, right?
They decide for themselves. They can look at other lighting manufacturers. We present our lighting, and that's why I just say this is just another LED manufacturers. With the advent of the LEDs, almost every other day, there's another company that's putting out an LED sports lighting fixture. We've never seen anything like it before. What they do is they take that old fixture that I showed you, the old fixture that we have right now at Villanova, and they just fill it with LED lights. The difference between them and the difference between Musco is the fact that the company on the right has been supplying LED fixtures for about maybe 3 years, 4 years. Musco's been developing technology since 1976, and that's all that they do. And that's what the research is, and that's what the development is. And that's the difference. The difference is experience. The difference is what you have and what you invest in your research and development. The difference is what you do and how you do it.
Yes,
And
but do you
that's
have
what
any
sets it
pictures
apart.
of before and after a similar situation of the same field?
But I mean, that's what this is. This is a before and
I,
after. of the
Okay.
I think I really think we've exhausted this. So we do have other items. Is there anyone who has a different question?
Madam
Okay.
President,
Yes.
if I may, a good example, I think, of the work of how these lights do work is Memorial Field, is one that I think demonstrates where it is dark at the property lines. And I know I've offered the commissioner, if he'd like to, we can turn them on at night and people can go by and look at them. But I think it's made a big difference, the request from this board of commissioners, that the light would not spill out. And it has done very, very, very well.
And this is even more advanced than that.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
time and your presentation. We appreciate it. Okay, so we will move on to.
I'm sorry, I thought you were separating public questions and public comment, and I could put public comment and questions.
Is it, Alex, is it regarding the lights or? Okay, sure.
Sorry, I thought you were going to do all questions first and then. So I just wanted to say, I think, based on the presentation I just saw, I think the lights themselves seem like they might be a good improvement, but as it stands now, they're part of a package deal, and please keep in mind what else is in that package because it's not good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. So we will move on to the Villanova Stadium Zoning Hearing Board Agreement. Mr. Rice.
Thank you. As the board knows, we met a week ago in executive session. We had received a proposed settlement agreement back and forth with Villanova. And as a result of the executive session on the 3rd, I made some additional changes, sent them back to Villanova last Wednesday. And spoke with Mr. Cornelia this morning. It's my understanding that there may still be some issues from Villanova's side in terms of some of the provisions that are in here. One thing I would note in this agreement, just for consistency, some of the paragraphs 11, 12, and 13 reference other paragraphs, and in there it should say, for example, in paragraph 11, the third line says, only to the conditions imposed by paragraphs, that should be 2 through 10. And in paragraph 12, that if it's a violation provision, if Villanova is in violation of paragraphs 2 through 10, and in 13, it should be 2 through 10 of this agreement. So just a editorial comment on the agreement. But, I mean, it lays out some restrictions. It provides hours of operation from 6 a.m. till 11 a.m. is the end time. Requires the lights to be in. PM. Oh, did I? They wouldn't agree to that. Has the, the type of activities that are permitted. Has a penalty clause, and there's some prohibitions in here, and I assume Mr. Cornelia is going to address the things that are still an issue for Villanova in order to get this done. Remember, there's a zoning hearing on the 20th, a week from Thursday, where we will either present an agreement or not. If not, then we'll have a hearing on Villanova's application. So I don't really have anything else to add unless the board has any questions about this. I think we've We've been through it. Mr. Cornelia?
Thank you, John. I'm just going to point out the 3 items that we have not resolved as of yet. The first one is paragraph 7B, and that's referring to special events. These are one type event that we're referring to when we talk about special events. And John mentioned in his comment the Chop Buddy Walk, which I think you're all familiar with. But there are some other possible special events that would occur also. I know in the past that Villanova has hosted, for example, the Malvern Prep, St. Joe Prep football game when they were playing each other. There may be some other special events that have occurred in the past, although I believe they've been infrequently. I don't know if Chris knows of any others beside that. But Villanova is making a substantial investment here, and they are concerned about their usage of the stadium itself. And since they are making a substantial investment, they really do not want to restrict their property rights when it comes down to how they can use the stadium. And I believe the requests that we're making here, that you'll hear me make, are minor requests, but they are very important to Villanova. I mentioned the special events, which also we are to give 30 days notice to the township in case there is a special event, so it can be posted. Paragraph 11, although actually it's paragraph 10, I believe, because 10 was eliminated, talks about the use of stadium lights by professional sports teams. You may recall in the past, as far as I know, in the last 45 years, there's been 2 professional sports teams that have played at the stadium. One was the women's soccer, professional soccer, and some of you may remember that. I do. I was president of Radnor Soccer Club at the time. I remember how it was a very big thing for the Philadelphia Charge, I believe, to play there. It was frequented by many young Radnor residents, as well as probably the entire soccer club. It was a great event. And they infrequently did have games at night, I believe. The second item, I believe, was they had a men's professional lacrosse team play at one point, maybe for 1 year. That was several years ago, 2 years, from 2004 to 2006. And they, again, had 10 or 11 home games a season. Some of them, I believe, were in the evening. And then finally, I know we had a Philadelphia Orchestra concert series, which perhaps that would be considered a special event, which was a free concert open to the public. And I thought that may have been in conjunction with the township, but I'm not positive of that, if it was or not. And then finally, paragraph 14, which I think is actually 13, just asked for some time for Villanova to cure a violation. And we were talking about 30 minutes, and that is upon being notified that there is a violation by Radnor Police, who would notify Villanova Campus Security that Villanova have 30 minutes to cure a default. And that's common with almost any zoning matter, that you have an opportunity to cure a default before a citation is actually limited. So there are the 3 issues that that we still have some room that we need to resolve.
So going through those 3, 7B, you said special events. You listed a couple of special events that you wanted, but they didn't seem to me to be incompatible with the language that's already in 7B, because it says special events include nonprofit activities such as, and it lists a few examples, but then it says similar nonprofit, municipal, or school events. So you suggested 2 high school teams playing one another, the Philadelphia Orchestra, stuff like that. That seems like it would fall squarely within what is a special event.
There would be a special event. I don't know if it would be considered a nonprofit special event. I think that's where really we're having some disagreement as to what type of special event are we referring to. I believe they are special events and they fall within the category of special events, but it appears to me that the type of special events are being limited by this language.
Okay, so you want to open it up to for-profit special events potentially as well, but you don't have any particularly in mind
No,
right now?
we have none in mind, and we have no professional teams that we're courting. We don't have any special events particularly that we have in mind. But again, as I mentioned, Villanova is making a substantial investment
And what's the problem getting board approval?
because you can say no.
Well,
I mean,
well,
that's, you
okay,
know,
we could say no, but you could, in theory, rent out the stadium 365 days a year.
No, well,
So,
it's
what,
never
no, in theory, I'm asking you a question. Is that correct? In theory, you could rent that stadium out 365 days a year.
In theory.
Yes.
In theory, that was correct.
Yes,
It
that
has
is
not
correct.
happened in
Okay.
45
So
years.
the fair compromise is let the board decide. So there's a check and a balance. No,
It
it's
is.
too
not
one-sided,
really a check
too
and
one-sided.
balance because it is too one-sided, Sean. It's just like, it's the same thing. I mean, it's,
Would you be open to, instead of giving the board final determination, instead limiting it to a specific number of events per year so you could not have 365?
we could consider that. I'd have to talk to the Villanova people on that. I'm not certain what their.
Chris Kowalski, representing Villanova University. I would just draw the conversation back to the matter at hand. We're here to talk about the stadium lights. We've brought in a solution that was requested, a specific vendor that was requested. We bid the project out. We have shown you the best available option that we are willing to put in, and we are focused on that as the issue. We are looking to maintain our flexibility to continue to use our facilities as in the manner that we have been. For special events, we do work closely with Radnor Police. There's traffic control measures that are put in place. We figure that out ahead. It's scheduled in advance. We believe the system that has been working leading up to this point will continue to work, and we just want to make sure that we're focused on the matter of the lights, and that's what we prefer to talk about.
Chris, I have a question. The residents here don't want to trade lights for traffic, and your stadium holds, what, 12,000 people?
Well, again, I would say that
It holds 12,000 people. So Amy Kaminsky, would in addition, if you fill up 12,000 seats, would that add to more traffic? Probably.
Of course it would.
Yeah, of course it
Sean,
would.
we've never had 12,000.
You know what,
It
doesn't matter. That's not the issue isn't, I remember when you said it was going to be an 85-seat restaurant and it happened to turn into 218 seats. So what you say and what this morphs into are two different things. Nick, John Rice gave you this when? Wednesday, right? You had
No, we've made comments,
No,
Sean.
no,
We've made
no.
comments
Please don't
back
interrupt
and
me.
forth.
Don't interrupt me.
Gentlemen,
Don't
we're
interrupt
not
me.
gonna argue.
John Rice gave you his comments on Wednesday. You had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then it goes through a back channel today to two other commissioners that this is unacceptable. A back channel. So you couldn't tell John Rice, because this was news to him when I spoke to him in the
That's
executive
inaccurate,
session.
And John.
No? John, is it?
knows
John,
that
is it?
We had these issues for the last time for at least a week.
John, was it?
John knows that we had these issues.
Nick and I spoke about this today.
Is issues brought up? No.
Well, no, we went through some aspects of the agreement, and I expected Nick to come to the meeting tonight and have an answer from Villanova, and what I'm hearing is their answer tonight. But
So the negotiation was
for
ended.
at least a week,
But-
and you knew these were the
But
three
Sean,
issues.
deal.
But how's this transparent to the residents?
Sean, let's deal with this issue. And Villanova put the term special events in this agreement. They put two terms, special events and Villanova events. So what I tried to do is define what a special event is, because it could be anything, right? Villanova will say, well, we would never do that, we've never done that, that's their history, which is true. So how do we define special events to include whatever Villanova wants to do there, knowing that they're not going to rent it out 365 days a year? What else do we include in that?
The board should be allowed to decide if it goes to a professional sports team. It's out of the scope of a charity, a religious institution. It's for profit. I mean, they pay no, and you get around because you don't pay any property taxes, and then you want the best of both worlds. and to burden our neighborhoods, which is a major safety issue when it comes to traffic, with increased traffic. We're not going to, the Old Oaks neighborhoods do not want to trade lights for traffic and noise. Traffic can get somebody killed. Noise is just a bad night's sleep. That's unacceptable.
We were here to talk about the lights in our stadium. And while
Yes,
it's our
and you want to
stadium,
trade lights.
You're the
You
one
want to
who's
trade
moving the
lights for
goalposts.
traffic.
Sean, let
So,
Chris finish.
I understand what you're saying about the lights, and frankly, I think that if we get hung up on the fact that 13 years ago, you had a sports event at Villanova that was professional, and the residents don't get the lights that were just showcased, it's going to be a tragedy. That being said, there are now, the only distance between us in terms of settlement is we've got these 3 items, and I want to, if possible, close the gap, because I honestly don't know right now which way the vote goes.
You know, they didn't have permission to have professional soccer as
I
it
don't
was
care
in,
your
no, as it
Sean,
was in.
Sean, we're
as it was
dealing,
settled
Sean, we're dealing with what we have in front of us right now.
But the settlement,
settle down
Villanova,
and let me ask my
Villanova came to the zoning hearing board because they didn't know if the lights should go off at 10:30 or 12 o'clock. And then they want to pile in lights, which, as Rich said, it's going to save them a lot of money, and it's going to save them thousands and thousands of dollars a year. And then they want to start throwing more stuff in where we've agreed, and I agreed to say, hey, you can have them on in the morning and a little bit later on at night. And it's just, nothing's good enough. And then they say, oh, well, great, we want to be able to rent it out to professional sports teams. They're going to do what they're going to do, whether they have permission or not. It's been done before, and I don't care that it was 13 years ago. It's the same thing when you look at their drift. And when it comes to
All right,
a
can
dome,
we-
no,
Sean.
when it comes to a dome or it comes to a restaurant
Sean.
that should have been 85 seats, it's 218.
Okay, so we are 3 minutes from having to extend again. Sean,
fine.
We're 3 minutes from having to extend again. I feel like Jack is trying to come to perhaps, some sort of agreement where, because those lights are great. It would be great for the community to have.
They are, and it would be great
Can
that
you stop
Villanova could save some money.
interrupting? Can you please stop interrupting?
May I offer one suggestion? Of the 3 issues, I think the one that we are flexible on is what is right now listed as paragraph 14, I think. Nick mentioned that we would like to keep the 30-minute notice in case of violation. We would be willing to strike that. So it comes back to then, keep it as it is in the draft agreement in the packet, right, with that language not in there. So then it comes back to the other 2 issues of the professional sports team prohibition and a strict definition of special events. And those 2 we feel very strongly about and are not willing to budge on.
The idea, do you want to speak, Lisa?
Well, I'd like to finish my question.
Fine, go ahead.
I have 2 questions for you with respect to the special events and the sports teams. The first one was I did want to press you a little bit on whether there was a number. Like, I know that there is a number that you would be willing to go with. If the number is 364, you're going to be fine with that because you know that you're going to have at least one day to do you're going to be fine with that. So what is the number that you would be comfortable with in terms of limiting the sports events, the special events, whatever else? I also wanted to ask the question, is there some other breakdown, and just take the 2 of them one after the other, don't wait for me. The other question that I had is there some other breakdown, instead of doing it nonprofit versus for-profit for special events, is there some way that we could quantify what the harm is to neighbors? Because I don't think that the neighbors really care so much whether there's a for-profit entity that comes in and has an event. They care whether they're able to go to sleep or not. So maybe for special events, would you be willing just excise that whole thing about what is going to be a special event, includes nonprofit activities such as CHOP, et cetera. It would just be special events may not exceed 500 decibels or something like that.
I think this is probably the wrong time to figure out what the right information is for something like that. I'd like some time to think about that. I do know that we're probably not comfortable with any language that would limit our ability to use that stadium. You have a zoning code that is meant to enforce quality of life issues. We're subject to that just like everybody else. So I would say that the police can respond if there is an issue. We do commit to putting the schedule out in advance. We do commit to updating that schedule, so it's not like a spontaneous professional soccer game is going to happen without anybody knowing. And again, we plan all special events in coordination with Radnor Township Police. So I think there are some checks and balances in place that probably aren't getting enough attention here. I don't know that we would feel comfortable committing to a maximum number. Again, putting a limit on our rights to use our facilities where there currently isn't a cap like that. That's sort of my standpoint right now.
Now, so here's the thing when it comes to.
Wait, before you go on, we're going to have to get a motion to extend.
So moved.
Well, I need a motion to extend, I'm going to have to say for at least another 15 minutes or at least a half an hour.
A half hour, so moved. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All those in favor of extending for half an hour till midnight, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion
So-
passes 4-1.
So I will say that the new lights are great, but obviously there's a monetary benefit for you. And as Marty has spoken a bunch of times, he's like, look, if there's no light spillage, you keep them on forever. So, and I am all for saying you could actually get rid of, in 6 months or a year, if there's no light spillage, a lot of this stuff is moot. That's not the issue. The issue is that you want to say that how you want to use them, and I get that, how you want to use them, and the burden is increased traffic to our neighborhoods, because you can't control how many people and how many tickets you sell. Would you be willing to limit the number of tickets that you sell based on an event?
No, I mean.
Okay.
Sean-
So then there's potential that if you fill every single one of those seats, you're going to have potentially 12,000, 10,000 extra cars coming in there. And I guess, Kevin, you're here. I mean, they're out of parking, correct? Villanova's out of parking. I get that the stadium had a conditional use where it was grandfathered in, but Villanova's out of parking. So if Villanova has an event and you have an extra 5,000, 10,000 cars, where are they going to park? Kevin?
The parking for the stadium was addressed in the zoning hearing board
Sure.
that granted the relief
But-
for the parking. So the parking for the stadium is allocated on campus as it was prior to it being constructed.
But if there was an influx of 10,000 cars for those 12,000
I-
seats, where would those people
I don't believe
park?
that the seating capacity of the stadium has changed since that zoning hearing board decision.
12,000. But, so if you have 10,000 cars come to fill up those 12,000 seats, where do those people park?
Again, I believe that the seating capacity, as the stadium was originally approved, is addressed on
So you don't know.
campus.
So they'd wind up parking in our neighborhoods.
Sean, right now, the basketball arena holds 6,400.
64.
seat.
Mhm.
And
65.
6,500. And to my knowledge, there has been no issue of parking in neighborhoods. That's why the parking
Oh.
structure is there. But, okay, I don't know if someone does or
Okay,
not. I'm
well,
just
we have a resident that
Yeah,
threw his
okay,
hands up and
whatever, okay,
discussed.
yeah.
So, well,
Yeah,
you
but let
can't,
me-
you
let me-
you
Sean, let me
can't say, well,
finish.
whatever, I was
Sean.
wrong,
Okay,
so
Sean,
whatever.
Sean, there's
No.
no
I gave you a
need
chance to talk. Let me
to
just finish
scream,
my comment.
please.
And you're talking about 12,000 seat stadium and would it increase traffic? But they could have that game at 12 o'clock and it still would be the same thing. You still
Sure.
would have the same traffic.
Sure.
So what difference does it make if it's at 12 o'clock or 7 o'clock?
It doesn't.
There's
The
no
lights
difference.
don't matter. They
But I'm
don't, the
saying, but
residents
lights-
don't want the increased
lights
traffic.
isn't the issue. The lights isn't the issue.
No, the
It's a
lights is the
different
issue, that if you get the lights, then you could just rent this stadium out. You still have not given the Old Oaks residents and the Ward 7 residents a promise that you will not rent this 365 days a year.
We're not going to rent it 365 days a year.
Are you going to, well, yeah.
I think I can make that promise.
Okay, you can make that promise. All right. But you can rent it as much as you want. Right?
All I can look at is what has happened the last 45 years.
The
And
last
we've
45
told
years is that
what
you
has
put those
occurred.
lights up illegally, you've rented to for-profit teams illegally, you've gone back on your word when it comes to things like, the dome, the restaurant, all
Where's
this
the
stuff.
dome?
That's
The
what you've
dome
done
is
in the
on
past
appeal.
45 years.
The dome is on appeal. I don't know where you said we go back on our word there.
You got me there. How about everything else?
Let me ask the question, because I've kind of hinted at it before, but is the university
You have
going
gone back
to-
on the word on the dome. There's an agreement with the town, with the neighbors, 1993 agreement on the dome.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
Of course not.
Let me go back to,
I showed you the letter.
okay.
You have that letter.
All right, we're not talking about the dome here. Jack, please.
let me go back to asking the question. Is the university going to, I know we've talked about all of your cost savings and those fantastic things, but is the university actually going to replace the lights absent a settlement agreement with the township?
No.
What is the cost of replacing the lights, if you know roughly?
Hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I
Sure,
just, again, I'll point back to, we are delivering exactly what was asked of us in regard to the lights, the specific manufacturer, the specific technology. We are here with what was asked of us by the neighbors, by the commissioners. And so if we aren't able to come to an agreement tonight on an issue that's not related to the lights, to neighbors who aren't going to benefit from it as much as our student athletes.
And you won't benefit from the cost savings. But,
That
you know,
is-
it's so
that
much
is
for being a good
not
neighbor. The good
considered-
neighbor thing to do would be to change the lights. But
And we're willing to do that.
you are, if you get something out of it, which is increased traffic through the ward.
No, that's not.
It's economically, it's a benefit for Villanova. Why would you not want to change the lights?
The way the lights are tied to this agreement and the two clauses that we are hung up on in the agreement are too restrictive for the university.
But irrespective of the agreement, it's a benefit to the university to change the lights. It will save money. It will make a more efficient, cost-effective university. Why would you not want to do that?
We do.
But they're not going to.
So my point is that that's a separate issue from the agreement itself.
Well, I will just say this. I'll vote if you strike, if you keep the agreement as is, where there's, the board can vote, which I believe is a fair compromise, where it doesn't give you too much power, it doesn't give the residents too much power where it's no, and it's a compromise. You'll have my vote for it. But I'm happy to let the other two things go, but I will vote for it. We've made the times earlier, 6 a.m., which is very early. There could be noise associated with ROTC or buddy walks, but that's fine. And it was at 10:30, and we've extended it to 11. So I've spoken to my residents. They are agreeable to this. They do want a compromise. They do want lights, but the potential for increased traffic is too much to bear. I would vote for this, but you'd have to keep the agreement as is.
Also, Chris, I'm confused what you said about the 30-minute notification. You said that you had flexibility, but you want to keep it. So we're proposing that there be immediate, upon notification, you turn out the lights if there is a violation, no 30-minute grace period. And your consultant said you put it on the
We agreed to
remote
that,
control, you
Rich.
can do it in a
We
second.
agreed. We agreed.
You agreed?
Yeah, we agreed
Yes,
to that.
I would
Okay.
agree to strike that issue.
All right, well, I guess we need to make a motion to approve. I don't hear, is anyone looking to amend?
I assume that if we pass this as is, we will not have a deal. So there's no point really in having a vote on this because Villanova will just say, we're not interested in the deal that you're offering. Okay, with that in mind, I'm going to propose that we amend to strike the second sentence of paragraph 7B and and paragraph 10.
What are those?
The second paragraph of paragraph 7B is the second sentence of paragraph 7B is the sentence that defines what a special event is. This would leave open the definition of a special event, which means that Villanova, for everything except for professional sports teams, obviously, which is discussed elsewhere, It would still require Villanova to give a schedule to the township at least 30 days prior to such an event. It just wouldn't restrict it to nonprofit, municipal, or school events. And then paragraph 10 is Villanova shall not permit the stadium lights to be used by any professional sports teams for the playing of league games unless approved by Radnor Township.
And also to leave it as it is with respect to the third notice,
Yeah, to leave it as it as is.
which has already been stricken, so I got it.
If you want to do them as two separate amendments, that may make more sense.
That's fine, I can do it that way. So first I will move to amend paragraph 7B to remove the second sentence of that paragraph.
Wait, and not item 10?
Yeah, Sean suggested doing it as two separate amendments, which is fine with me.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the,
Well, yeah, I want to hear from my residents. I'm definitely voting no on 10, but I do want to hear what they have to say about 7.
well, I-
The first sentence of 7, because the first sentence of 7 is being ignored. Just read the sentence.
The first sentence of paragraph 7 says, "The stadium lights shall not illuminate the stadium when Villanova is not in academic session except for," paragraph A is, "practice for Villanova
No,
intercollegiate."
you don't have to read beyond that. Just stop there. It says, is not in session, except for, correct? So we're talking about the summer right now. We're not playing football games against Malvern and St. Joe's Prep.
first, before we go into all of this,
You're missing something, though, vital. I wouldn't have spoken up if I didn't think it was vital to your discussion. Okay, I'm not an interrupter, but you're missing something here. You're missing that it's saying when they're not in session, okay? They're not in session during the summer. And then these are the exceptions that allow them to light the place up. And they're using examples such as the Malvern St. Joe's game. Villanova will be in session during those games. Right. So, and the buddy walk, they're in session, correct? Because your students support it, correct? Is that correct? Yeah. So that first sentence that leads into these conditions, you have a mixture of conditions related to different time periods. The first sentence needs to be amended, or something else has to change. But it's not just isolated to A through C. It's the very first sentence needs to be in conjunction with A through C.
I think that you're looking at paragraph, or at least I think that I'm going to direct you to paragraph 8, which says that at least 30 days before the start of each Villanova academic session or preseason practice, whichever is earlier, Villanova shall provide the township with a schedule of events. So you would have the same restrictions for both during academic seasons and off academic seasons if you eliminate the second sentence of paragraph 7B. Villanova would be required to give 30 days notice in advance of special events.
There's some academic sessions in the summer,
Yeah, that's fine.
so does this just fall in spring semesters, or is this I mean, what does academic session mean?
I mean, I assume academic session is literally an academic session when they are in session and holding classes.
Well, that would be all year-round.
I don't think that they hold classes year-round. I think that there are at least some times that they don't, like.
How many summer sessions do you have?
There's always summer.
2. All right. So that's what, July and August? Okay. So, and then school starts June and what, July? And then you have, and then when does school start? The last week in August? So it'd be 3 weeks. Yeah, so 2 weeks.
So basically, 7B only applies during a very short period, and otherwise 8 would apply.
That's how I read it, yeah.
Okay, so we're fighting over whether they can hold nonprofit events or for-profit events for like a 2-week period.
I think the intent is
Summertime.
something else, yeah. But I think the point is made that it reads the way it reads.
Well, paragraph 8 deals with what happens during the academic season, as I read it. Academic session. So eliminating the second sentence of paragraph 7B would bring the practice during off-session events into the same practice as we have during session events, academic session events. So again, I'm sticking with, I would eliminate paragraph 7B, second sentence.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second that. All right, is there any commissioner comment beyond what we've had? Any staff comment? John? Any public comment to the motion on the floor? The amended motion. Motion to amend.
So the rest of the package that goes with the lights, I just have to say procedurally, I think it seems like the board doesn't want to pass this as is. The people here from Villanova don't want to pass this as is. I definitely don't think the residents want to pass this as is. And instead of tabling or tossing out something that nobody here seems like wants to pass as is, you're debating trying to amend it, and I don't understand why. I think this was really rushed, and you should table it because clearly a lot more work needs to be done on it. If anybody wants it to pass with anything close to a consensus, reject it now. But I think it was honestly so rushed that you really ought to table it until the next meeting.
It wasn't
because-
rushed. This has been going on for 6 minutes.
Well,
It's a last-minute
it was
stall
rushed at
tactic
least
by
in-
Nick, who's
well, this
very well
version-
known at doing that.
I mean, this version was rushed. It was only updated to the
2:30
to
today.
the agenda. Yeah. So I would consider, looking at some of the basic facts around you. Nobody here wants this to pass as is. I don't know if trying to amend it piecemeal right now is the most productive use of the board's time, the residents' time, or even Villanova's time. I would really recommend voting no on the amendment and tabling it for another meeting when people have had more time to get it to something that is a finished
We
product.
can't table it.
John, can you please explain what the process will be? So if we vote no on this tonight, then that's it. Am I right? That's it.
There is no other meeting.
Yeah, we lose the
This is
opportunity
not-
for the
and
new
This is not
lights.
rushed, and there's only 2 issues that there's a disagreement on now. 2 issues. So this has
Well,
been
there's 2 issues. There's a disagreement between Villanova and the board.
on 2 issues.
Yeah, but there's also the residents.
Residents are not parties to this agreement. It's the township and Villanova.
No, but we elect the commissioners who are going to vote on it.
Correct, correct. And you get to lobby them, but you don't get to decide what's in the agreement.
No, but we can lobby them about
Sure.
how they should amend it.
Absolutely, but I'm just saying, there's only 2 issues. You think there's a lot of there's 2 issues that Commissioner Larkin's trying to get to the one, and that's what the public comment's about. So, but this has not been rushed. This has been going around, Sean, 6 months, 5 months. This basic agreement has been bouncing around that long. So, anyway, if there's no agreement between now and next Thursday, then we're going to go have a zoning hearing board hearing, and we'll leave it up to the zoning hearing board to decide what happens. Not sure that's the best alternative. They may attach different conditions, they may attach no conditions. Ultimately, they've got to.
But zoning hearing is just about what time the lights have to be off. That's the only issue. That's what this was brought to. It has nothing to do with the light, with morning hours. They could attach morning hours, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't be able to attach renting out the stadium. They went to zoning hearing for one issue. When I called at 10:38, they said, nope, it's 12 o'clock, and I said 10:30. That's why they went there. So all these other issues aren't going to be a factor. We're just going to find out what time those lights have to be off.
So, and what we're trying to do here is get the new lights. If it goes to zoning, there are no new lights. So you will deal with, everyone will continue to look at what that gentleman showed us in the pictures, those lights, and zoning hearing board may say, it's fine, leave them on till midnight, or turn them off at 10:30 and put them on at 6 a.m.
I think Villanova will change the lights because it's, as a rational economic actor, that they need to update the lights. It'll only benefit the university, irrespective of these other terms.
Don't they have a green initiative that's going on at campus? Laura, do you have a green initiative? No? Sarah? Sustainability. All right.
Okay. Well, so if there's no option to really table this and circle back to it, then I would really recommend voting no. I understand what you're saying about the lights. I don't think that what's in this proposal is worth what I've seen from
What don't
the
you like about the
with
proposal,
lights.
Alex? I'd like to know what, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. What don't you like about the proposal?
The hours are actually more generous than the current hours. It gives them basically immunity from the, past violations with the lights in exchange for a promise of agreeing to obey the law going forward if you agree to change the law in a way that's favorable to them in terms of the times and everything. I don't like that piece of it. And where is it? Under the enforcement piece of it about the multiple violations versus a single violation, if Villanova objects, that doesn't even meet the Pennsylvania Municipal Planning Code, which says that, which sets a higher standard that says that it's not just if the person or the institution being fined objects, it's if they can establish that they, on a good faith basis, did not think they were actually violating the code. It's not just if they object. So I think there's a lot of problems with this document. Ideally, I would say circle back to it with more time, but if there's no option for that, then I would really recommend that you vote no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Any other public comment?
And I asked you not to page through it in advance. I gave it to you as a courtesy. I'd like you to stay focused with my discussion of it, presentation of it, if that's at all possible.
Okay, is this going to be 5 minutes?
You know what? I lost my colleague that was going to share this with me tonight because he had to go home. So if I may have 10 minutes.
We are going to have to vote to extend again. We're at 11:52, so.
Okay, well, how about if I just take it right up to the end? And I promise I will not do any filibustering as I witnessed earlier tonight. Is somebody going to turn on the... My name is Martin Caulfield. I live in the Old Oak section of Rosemont. First slide, we're going to talk about the 6-6 settlement agreement. This is our preliminary constructive feedback. And we request to table the Board of Commissioners vote on the agreement. Let me go through the constructive feedback first. Villanova does not, what happens if Villanova does not replace the lights on or before October 15th? It doesn't look like there's anything in the agreement that addresses that. So we recommend that you add something. This is in addition to the term agreements. So it's until they install and they replace the lights, they'll comply with the 1980 zoning hearing board decision. All right? Next one, number 3. You actually have to take a look at number 2 in the draft to understand it, but the end time is 11 p.m., and they may extend it as necessary for completion of Villanova intercollegiate events. Our concern is it doesn't prevent Villanova from starting such events at an unreasonable hour. Our recommendation is the latest start time for a Villanova intercollegiate activity event shall be 6 p.m., and the end time may be extended for completion of such events. The next, the stadium lights will be turned off when not in use for safety and custodial purposes within the stadium area after its intended use. Our concern is the end time is no longer defined. The intended use should include the event and its custodial activities. If the custodial activities cannot be complete by the end time, then resume them the next day. We don't need to have people out there at 1 o'clock in the morning cleaning the place up. They can do it the next day. My sons go to Penn State University. The custodial services at Penn State University's football stadium are done by the students on the day after the football game, not the day of. So I imagine if Penn State can pull it off, Villanova can too. Custodial activities should be included, are to include removal, if any, of athletic equipment. We don't want to hear they practice till 11 o'clock and then the managers need an extra half an hour to clean the field off of whatever equipment they've been using. So the recommended edit is that for safety purposes only, within the stadium area for up to 30 minutes after the intercollegiate event ends. We think that's reasonable. The next, they talk about 50-foot candles after 10 p.m. tonight, or 10 p.m. at night. I can tell you what I heard from their expert. It doesn't matter if it's 50-foot candles or 75-foot candles. We're not going to see this into our neighborhoods, which I think sounds very positive. But I have a question. The NCAA best practices are 50-foot candles for non-televised games and 75-foot candles for televised games. Why is Villanova exceeding what they need if they're going to have it on at 75 until 10 o'clock at night? Why not just put it at 50? That's what the NCAA labels as the best practices. We put this presentation together without knowing the next statement, so I guess that's a falsehood now that was in our minds, but not a reality according to Villanova's consultant. But the same thing goes. Why 50 when why 75 when it has to be 50? So what we would say is revise, or recommended edit is, except for television, 50-foot candles. For television, 75. Okay, the idea of playing league games from professional sports teams, they add to the existing traffic and noise pollution. We've heard that already. We actually want to see no use of the football stadium regardless of time of day by professional sports. Doesn't matter if they're under lights or not under lights. We don't want them there. Okay, it also talks about Radnor Township's going to notify the Villanova Police Department. We don't think enforcement should be at the expense of our township resources. We think that's a waste of what a police officer is hired for. What we want them to do is by the 15th day of the month, Villanova will deliver to Radnor Township a log of the stadium lights listing light levels and hours of operation generated through that control system that they have. And they'll highlight any violations, and they'll attach payment of the fines if appropriate. And then we would like Radnor to audit.
You're at 5 minutes.
May I have 3 minutes from my coworker that couldn't be here?
You only have 2 minutes left on the clock.
Okay, here we go. $50 fines, $500 fines, $1,000 fines. Absolutely ridiculous. We don't think that that'll ensure Villanova to comply. They have a $5 million annual budget. A $500 fine for Villanova is like a 20-cent fine for anybody that makes $200,000 a year. A $20 household fine would be the equivalent of $50K for Villanova. $50 and $100K fines for Villanova are proportional to parking tickets. So what we say is increase the fines from your proposed 500 to 50,000 and 100,000. And Villanova also agrees not to appeal to any court or higher jurisdiction as to the amount of the fine, but they can obviously contest the violation. They talk about multiple violations. What if they just continue to violate while the disruption is being resolved? What if they delay? I've never seen them delay, but they might delay from like October to June, okay? So what we want is, what we want them to do is just, they can have one daily fine, but if they continue every day that they're in there, they should do it. We think it was an unreasonable amount of time. We got these documents on Thursday at 3 p.m. We got them again, the final exhibits, on Friday at 1 p.m. And even though Commissioner Farhi has put things out on Facebook and sent out emails, that's not to all of the neighbors, okay? So that's where what we like to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, I need another motion to extend, because we are now at
I'll make
midnight.
the motion to extend for another half hour.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 4-1. All right, we extend it to 12:30. All right, thank you. Is there any additional, Anne Marie?
Anna Marie Hessman, Old Oaks Neighborhood.
Thank you.
I also have a lot of concerns about the process. This has been going under discussion for months and months and months, and this is the first time the residents have had access to it on this short time frame. And even if this is between the township and the university, obviously the stakeholders would be most affected and be able to give feedback. And it's very, we just see the presentation today, we have this choice. It's like this high pressure choice where, they're going to take their ball and go home if this isn't right, and this is our first chance to comment on it. And I think that's profoundly wrong. And I want to, I don't know what the laws are around this, but just from a process standpoint, that kind of stinks. That said, gorgeous system. I love that they've finally done the work. We were begging for this all through the CICD approval process. And I have to say the fact that this was not required for the CICD to pass, although it's not in the CICD, it is a concession that would have won them so much goodwill, whether they did it voluntarily or if they were required. And the fact that now they're asking for more after the massive setbacks they were given for that CICD, I'm having trouble staying calm about that, because we have swallowed so much without getting something back. And the idea that they would just walk off if they don't have, the specific lighting agreement that they want, that really has me very frustrated. There's a lot wrong with this. The times are all over the place. I'm not sure why, if the zoning hearing board is about the end times and we're really talking about, if this magical system is going to cure everything in a few months, we're talking about a period of half a year when it would be significant when the lights go on or off. There's not even an 8-hour sleep period in there between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. We don't allow people to start construction or make noise until 7 a.m. I'm not sure why the settlement is allowing for a later time in the evening. As far as the limit of the special events, I'd like to remind everyone who was paying attention during the CICD approval process, and maybe the people who were not present to it, that at some point an assertion was made, and I believe it was in the discussion of parking, but I haven't had time, and nor will I have time to go through 2+ years of discussions and meetings and stuff like that to try and find it, but there was an assertion about not having a lot of concurrent scheduling, which I think is a lot more of a significant factor than the number of events. I don't know if that commitment made it to paper, but it should at some point, because things that don't make it to paper sometimes get reinterpreted later. Whether deliberately or not, I don't know. And I'm really not understanding why they're getting magical single violation over multiple violations. If they've had multiple violations of something, they've had multiple violations. Why is there an agreement to treat them that way? And then the clause about being able to not pay their fine the clause about not being able to pay their fine while they're, I'm losing track of it because I'm trying to look up and down here. 13. So if you're driving a little fast down the road and you get a parking ticket, you have to pay that whether or not you get to dispute the fine later, but you have to pay that as a citizen. Why is this the different process for the university, that they get to decide they're not going to pay the fine because they don't agree with the violation? That just, it's quite special. Then in 17, the notice of the violation, I feel like you might need another or in the third line between shall be in writing and delivered personally or sent by certified mail, return receipt requested, or because it would make it so that delivering it personally would be an acceptable delivery of it, rather than this kind of elaborate process. Again, I think that from a citizen perspective, this hasn't had enough time. You're talking about all these months and months. I'm not sure I understand why this hasn't been open to the public over these months and months, and I would like to understand that a little better. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take 2 minutes of the time. My name is Tim Fry. I'm citizen of Ward 7. I think we're getting away from the issue at hand here. I was here listening to expert after expert talk about the health implication of the lights. We have a private landowner who is not obligated to change his lights here today willing to change his lights. The reason that we're here and we're not here sooner because of this, the blame lies with both parties here. Nobody's blameless here. This is a case where we have people
Sorry,
who have...
could you speak into the mic?
We have people here who have refused to negotiate, such that now that we are here at the last minute trying to finally piecemeal a deal. Commissioner Larkin, I think you're doing a great job. Try to get a deal if a deal is able to be made tonight, because the real issue is the lights going into our neighbors' eyes, the lights that are affecting the health and the welfare of our citizens and our children. So if we can get a deal done, let's get a deal done. If not, we can't.
Just so everyone
Thank you.
knows, I met with Villanova 3 times on
Sean,
3 separate occasions.
Sean, we're still having public comment, please.
Kevin Geary again, 4 Block Friar Road. Chris, what's the motto of Villanova? What's the motto? You're the PR guy? It is truth, unity, and charity. And the last thing of their mission statement is, quote, "We value highly our relationship with neighboring communities." The boards before you have made mistake after mistake by appeasing Villanova, and all that has led is the appeaser has found more aggression. And as much as it pains me to say this, I urge you guys to reject this, because they're going to come back with something else, and maybe that time we can hold them over the barrel. The fact that this deal was done and then it's the last minute to professional sports teams is so BS. There are multiple new lacrosse programs or leagues starting up. There are multiple football leagues starting up. Professional sports, there's a reason. They say it's a big expense. I don't deny that. And I commend Villanova for putting together something that looks like it would work. But why, with every negotiation with Villanova, it is a tiny step forward and 6 steps back? And this is just a perfect example. I really came here tonight hoping amongst hope that for the first time since I moved into the neighborhood, I would actually believe something that came out of the administration's mouth. When I bought our house, I thought my problem was going to be with college kids. I never thought it would be with the administration. And they've gotten everything that they wanted because they've had a board that's allowed them to walk all over you. And I urge you guys to reject this. They'll be up for something else, and then maybe it can get done. But it's just dealing in bad faith. And again, all they're asking you to do is be a decent neighbor. And you can't do it. And Chris, you couldn't even look me in the eye and say that you're a decent neighbor. You just can't. Because whenever there's traffic in the neighborhood, the traffic police come to ticket my car in my driveway. I've gotten more tickets during Villanova sporting events because I'm parked in front of my house than I've seen any other person get tickets. And to say that you're going to have sporting event, you're now going to allow a loophole of sporting events in here, is just ludicrous. And again, you know, mistakes were made in the CDIC. Most of the people are not on this board, and I commend you guys for putting pressure on some of the other things, but you have to reject this as much as it pains me, because it's once again not dealing in bad faith. And maybe one of these days Villanova will come with a new attorney who operates in good faith.
My name's Brian McDevitt. I live on South Hythen Road. I also have a property on Orchard Way. I've lived there for 40 years. Villanova is a great neighborhood. I actually enjoy the fact that they have sports, and professional sports is actually a pleasant thing for our youth to come and experience and get a taste of. So personally, as a resident in the neighborhood for 40 years, I like Villanova's plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other public comment? All right, so we have the amended motion, the motion to amend on the floor. So I'm going to go ahead and call the vote on the motion to remove the second sentence of paragraph 7B. All those in favor?
Oh, well, can you read, so what would that read? So read it, what that would say then?
So it will end up saying so paragraph 7 starts off with the stadium lights shall not illuminate the stadium when Villanova is not an academic session except for special events or Villanova events. Villanova shall provide a schedule for all such events to the township at least 30 days prior to such events.
So I read that as all the rest of the year, which will be
Is covered
50
in-
weeks.
Is covered in paragraph number 8. The whole rest of the year is covered in paragraph number 8.
10 after midnight, Pierre. Let's go.
So I'm calling the vote on Commissioner Larkin's amendment. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, the amended motion passes 3-2. What was your next one?
That I would propose it should be striking paragraph 10. We really should not be permitted to govern applicants. That's a terrible idea.
I know, that's
Really,
right.
that's true.
Three.
Need a majority. That would be 3 of 5.
I think that's right, I don't know.
John, how many votes they need?
Majority of those present. 4 for an ordinance, right?
What's that? How many?
4 for an ordinance, right?
For an ordinance, for a motion or resolution, the majority of members present. Great.
Three for the.
Wait for 5 members present. 3 for 4 members.
So move to amend to strike paragraph 10.
Second.
Okay, any commissioner comment on that? Any staff comment on that amendment? Any public comment on that amendment? I'll call the vote. All those in favor of amending to strike paragraph 10, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes
I mean,
3-2.
you haven't heard anything what the neighbors were saying.
All right. So now we're back to the original with the amendments. Can I get a motion to approve the settlement agreement as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any additional comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment?
Yes, there is.
I'm going to try this again. I know we're all focused on Radnor zoning here usually, but that has to fall within the Pennsylvania Municipal Planning Code. And there's a piece of it which I read to you before, and it's section 617.2, the section about multiple violations and how those are handled, that this does not comply with the Pennsylvania Municipal Planning Code. I'd encourage you to vote no for plenty of other reasons, but I think that one ought to be good enough.
Solicitor Rice, can you let us know if that's,
It's an agreement that the parties are agreeing how they get fined if they violate this ordinance. It does not have to comply with that section, which is the section on civil enforcement complaints. Once you file them, you go in front of a district justice. It has a whole separate procedure. That agreement sets forth a procedure that the parties are agreeing to that is different than that, which the parties can always do. You can agree to fine, or however you want to define the violation if both parties agree. It doesn't have to comply with that. It's a settlement agreement. It's not a violation notice. It's not a citation.
okay. Is there any commissioner comment? Oh, wait.
So,
Wait,
Alex-
sorry, wait. We were still in public comment. Is there any additional public comment? Okay.
No,
go
it
ahead.
was commissioner comment on the motion.
Come on. All right.
Did you have a comment, Rich?
I missed Alex's point. What was the point, Alex?
Oh, okay. John already said that
Yeah, we already answered
we're good.
it. Come on,
Well, but what was it, though?
His
Did
His
this
point was that-
requ-
his point was that the fines were not compliant with the MPC, and John is saying that if the two groups are agreeing on it, then it's fine. It doesn't necessarily have to satisfy that component of the MPC, correct? Did I interpret that right, John?
Yeah, 617 is a provision on civil enforcement complaints and how you start them, how you file them, what has to be in them. We're not doing that. What we're doing is deciding in an agreement how you get penalized if you violate the agreement. Different. It's got an element of zoning and violations, but it's not a civil enforcement complaint.
Okay. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the amended settlement agreement with Villanova, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 3-2. Thank you all very much. We will be moving on now to.
Yeah, I know we've got some residents waiting on a
Yeah,
couple of
we
these things,
do.
too.
So we are going to table the discussion, item I, on the general obligation bonds, and we will have that on for our Monday agenda. Bob, are we tabling J and K? Or Bob and Steve, are we tabling J and K until next Monday, or do we need to do those?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Farhi, Commissioner Farhi, please return to the dais. Commissioner Farhi, please return to the dais. Gentlemen, Commissioner Farhi, please return to the dais.
That's why you're a scumbag.
Okay, so we are tabling items J, and we will move items J and K to next Monday's agenda. Item L, 501 South Ithan Caucus Minor Final Subdivision Plan, Mr. Norsini.
Madam President, this is a very simple item. This is just for caucus, so there's no decision made tonight. Basically, the property at 528 Brandy Mead Place will be conveying about 0.249 acres to 501 South Ithan. There's very minimal items listed on the review letter. Again, no decision needed tonight. I leave you with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience, and we apologize for the late hour.
Quite all right. Just ask for a waiver on the requirement to engineer the 500 feet up and down the street. It's Radnor Township across the street. There's one property next door which I own, and on the other side is Bascom's property. There really is nothing to engineer. The property is hooked up to the sewer. The property, the lot line that's been adjusted is in the rear of these two properties. Hasn't changed in over 40 years. I've been maintaining it for 20. So there's very little engineering that needs to be done, if anything. And I would just respectfully request a waiver so I don't run into $150,000 worth of engineering fees on a lot line adjustment.
Okay, Mr. Norsini, is there,
I mean, there's no decision made tonight. I mean, that's noted in there, so it's next 2 meetings from now is when you would decide on that.
Let's put them at the front.
yeah, you get to go first next time. Thank you very much.
appreciate it.
We appreciate your time.
Same with the next one.
Okay, item M, 360 Conestoga.
Wait a minute, we got a caucus or what?
Oh, do you want to discuss it?
No, I don't want to, but
let's get them
the
in.
caucus is caucus. I do not believe it's a good idea to waive requirements. I know it costs money and it's a hassle, but we can't waive requirements. We've started down this path. If we're going to waive requirements for one person, we should waive them for everybody and let everybody do what they want.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, on to item M. 360, we're not making a decision tonight, so you've made your statement and we have it on record, so thank you. Item M, 360 Conestoga Road, caucus, minor final subdivision plan. Mr. Norsini.
Thank you, Madam President. So again, this is a 2-lot subdivision on Conestoga Road. Again, for caucus, so no decision is needed tonight. The applicant, along with her engineer, are here. There's one issue that we are still working out with our solicitor, possible deed restrictions from a deed that dates back to the late 1800s. So we'll have that worked out before we come back here in one fashion or another before we come back for final. But again, other than that, it's a relatively simple subdivision into 2 lots. And again, it's caucus, no decision needed tonight.
So all
Thank
I'd
you.
say is then
Good
I'm
evening.
number 2 on the next list because we've been here for 5 hours.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your
But I
patience.
also want to compliment you all because being a resident and having to sit through this for the 5 hours, I've learned a lot, but I also give you a lot of credit for your patience and, for your fortitude to come forward with the right issues.
Thank you.
So you want to, anything to add? or-
Very helpful.
Good evening, Adam Brower with E.B. Walsh. We do have the same,
Who's been sitting here too.
we do have the same waiver request. This plan's a little bit different. It is a subdivision, but the actual development of the future lot would be deferred. So we are asking for that same waiver request.
All right, great. Thank you very much, and we will, I guess, be talking about it again in our next meeting, and you'll be number 2 on the agenda.
Well,
Thank you.
Well, wait, we have the caucus again.
Well, please caucus away.
What I will say is when I built my house in Radnor in 1999, I came to a meeting and we had the Radnor Trail, and I had my engineer, Momney, sitting there with me until 2 in the morning and paid the bill for the same for the same thing, which the engineers love. They love that. They love that. What's the deed restriction issue?
If we're going to talk about it, can you come back over to the mic? I'm sorry. We just have to make sure it's on.
There was an item identified in the deed that referenced a book and page, and there was nothing in that at the courthouse with the book and page. And it's the copy that we have is about 100 years old, and
This
it's
is the
handwritten.
copy. I mean, it's handwritten.
And it's
So we don't really have all the information.
what it does is it adds to the setback from what's on for that zoning district. And there's a term now that's called street line that we have defined in our code, but it didn't exist in the early 1900s, but it refers to a street line. So we just need to figure out what that street line is because it's measuring from 2 different places to get that restricted
Does the
setback.
property go to the center of Conestoga Road? Is that where the property line is?
If I may, the title line today does, part of this plan does offer right-of-way, so the proposed lot would be going from the proposed right-of-way boundary, and it is an oversized, excuse me, the lot they're creating is oversized. So while there may be an additional setback, it's not at that 20,000 square foot minimum. It's I think rough, it's larger
And
than
that's the question we're trying to work out is whether that's measured from center line of the street, whether it's measured from some new right-of-way line, and where you take that setback from, and that's what we're working through.
It's with Mary Eberly, our planning commission solicitor, so we'll have some resolution before we come back.
Okay.
Okay, great. Anything else? All right, thank you both very much. All right, any new business? Any old business? Any additional public comment for public participation? No? All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.